This trash tier 0 stamina loser was literally one cough away from meeting his ancestors but got transmigrated into a monster hellscape where his free trial on life was still expiring in 2 months. He was officially the most cooked negative aura NPC in the trenches. But then he accidentally packs up a whole vampire, and this fluke kill unlocks a cheat code system that lets him turn defeated monsters into summonable pocket-sized cards. Now he's on a relentless grind set to become the ultimate hunter, solely to ensure no one ratios his sister. Let's see if he can card collect his way to the top of the food chain, or if the local monsters are going to diddy-ben him and store him for later use. It all starts with a screen asking the reader if they want to become a dimensional traveler, leaving 2 simple choices, which are yes or no. This is where we meet 25-year-old Li Huang, who is incredibly frustrated with a card game he has been playing for half a year. All he has done is mix cards together, and then the system only rewards him with a lousy title called non-chief. He cannot believe this garbage is his big reward, but he clicks the yes option anyway. The system tells him to draw a golden finger for himself to start his journey, and then it confirms his traveler status and hands him a unique code. The system directs him to the golden finger page, which turns out to be completely luck-based. The setup makes Huang even more annoyed because his special ability is being decided by pure chance, and then he promises himself to never touch a card game again if he gets a bad pull. He spins the wheel and waits, and then a single black card comes out. Huang is absolutely confused because he doesn't understand what it means, and then he assumes the system is just humiliating him. Suddenly, a blinding light shoots straight out of his phone screen and hits him right in the eyes, and then a message announces that his ability is delivered while selecting a new world called Monster Paradise. Huang gets literally absorbed into his device, and then the phone drops onto the floor with a final message telling him to enjoy his trip. Huang arrives in this new world. He has 0 cool traveler energy and is just casually cutting up vegetables with his supposedly legendary knife. He has been stuck here for a week doing daily household chores without activating his golden finger, and then a serious illness from his past life carries over. The system confirms his life force is broken, leaving him with only 91 days left to live. He reflects on the original owner of the body, who was incredibly talented and passed the Hunter Reserve exam with perfect scores, except for this exact same broken life wheel that is slowly killing him. Huang knocks on a bedroom door to call his little sister Lingshan down to eat, but he accidentally walks in on her changing clothes. She screams loudly, and then she throws a heavy book straight at his head to force him out. At the dinner table, Lingshan is still annoyed and reminds him that she isn't a kid anymore, and then Huang tells her to calm down and focus on her food. After dinner, Huang notices his Emperor's heart ring vibrating, which is his official ID card that holds his details, has built-in storage, and connects to the internet of this world. Lingshan points out that her ring is vibrating too, and then she activates it to project a holographic news report. A reporter announces that a dangerous virtual eye has been discovered nearby, and then everyone is warned to stay indoors. Lingshan realizes the warning is for their neighborhood, but Huang quickly reassures her by saying professional hunters have already been notified, and then he points out that their stronghold has a decent shield. Internally, though, Huang is not confident because their town only has 100,000 people and minimal security, meaning a powerful monster could cause serious damage. Lincoln heads off to do homework, and then Huang stays behind to clean up the kitchen. He checks the news again and finds out a silver-ranked team is handling the low-level threat, which is a massive relief. He remembers reading that monsters drop a life crystal when killed to extend a person's lifespan, and then he decides to go out the next morning to hunt weak monsters to fix his remaining 91 days. Suddenly, he hears Lincoln screaming in pure panic from her bedroom. Huang drops everything and sprints toward her room, and then he kicks the door open with a single powerful kick. Inside, a greenish vampire-type monster is crawling through the window, and Lingshan is huddling in the corner begging for help. Huang grabs a stray bag to use as a makeshift shield, and then he tells Lingshan to get behind him. He throws the bag straight into the monster's face to buy a few seconds, scoops Lingshan up in his arms, and runs out of the room because fighting an iron-ranked beast is impossible for him right now. With that, he finds a secure spot to hide Lingshan and instructs her to remain there, explaining that vampire monsters are highly drawn to the blood of girls, which makes her concealment absolutely vital while the beast is lured away. Suddenly, the monster smashes straight through the wall to get to Huang, who immediately drops some loud taunts to get the creature furious and charging after him. After dodging a lethal swipe at the perfect moment, the chase is on, and a gun instantly appears out of nowhere in our boy's hand and he starts blasting. The bullets do absolutely zero damage because the vampire throws up a blood-red shield that flexes on every single shot. It becomes clear that the beast just activated a unique skill called Blood Power Embodied, instantly bumping its level from Iron rank straight up to Bronze rank while shifting its appearance. Without wasting a single second, our boy makes a quick escape right through a window with the monster hot on the trail. While running and fighting for his life, Huang notices that the monster's power feels way weaker than a standard Bronze rank should be. Looking closer, he realizes the beast was already injured by the Hunter Association before showing up, and he figures out that if he can just drag out the fight, the monster will completely run out of steam. And he keeps firing his weapon while the monster attacks faster and faster because it knows time is running out. Suddenly, one of the monster's hits connects and sends Huang crashing straight to the ground. The creature immediately jumps down to finish him off, but Huang aims his gun straight upward and keeps firing wildly. One of the bullets punches clean through the blood shield and hits the monster's shoulder, dropping it hard onto the floor. Huang uses that split second to roll out of the way as the monster forces itself back up and tries to walk away in serious pain. Huang knows that it is his prey now before firing again and bringing it crashing back down. He walks right up to the beast, declares that it is over, and fires a final shot into its vital point to kill it. With this, our boy lets out a massive sigh of relief because the nightmare is finally over. Right after the kill, a system notification pops up announcing that his cheat system is officially activating. A screen appears showing 3 sweet rewards: a monster card, an upgrade card, and a bonus card draw for defeating a creature 2 full levels higher than himself. A voice suddenly comes from behind him, and when he turns around, he finds a tiny puppy-like creature wearing actual clothes. The creature introduces itself as his cheat system and walks him through his new inventory, which includes a gold upgrade card, his unique card, and the monster card. Huang checks his own character stats and instantly gets depressed because he basically has 0 combat ability. To make things worse, the vampire card is also pretty weak. He asks the puppy about the card ranking system, and the system explains the tiers ranging from common white all the way to godly orange. Huang then asks about his chances for the bonus draw, only for the system to reveal that it is all based on pure luck, which hurts since his luck stat is completely bottom tier. Before he can finish complaining about his terrible life, the system warns him that someone is coming. A girl named Li Yang shows up and immediately questions whether he killed the vampire, explaining that she is a silver-ranked hunter responding to a distress call. Huang confirms the kill and points toward the body, realizing that his little sister Lingshin must have been the one who called for help. Li Yang presses him for the real story because she cannot believe an Iron Rank rookie with a broken life wheel managed to pull this off. Huang laughs it off, explaining that the monster was already heavily weakened from earlier battles, and credits the victory to simple luck. Li Yang steps closer and demands the truth, which leaves Huang pretty flustered. In the middle of it, he suddenly remembers his sister and sprints back to check on her. He finds Lingshin crying over their destroyed house and the 32 years left on their loan, but the moment she sees him, she runs over and hugs him tightly because she thought he was dead. Li Yang walks in and casually tells the girl not to worry since her brother just soloed a bronze rank monster. Lingshin immediately starts bragging that her brother even came first place in the exam, forcing Huang to quickly shush her. Lingshin soon realizes Li Yang is the famous genius hunter. She watches in awe as the superstar uses a gold rank scanning device to log the property damage for association coverage. Both Lingshin and Huang comment on how insanely expensive the equipment must be to operate, but Li Yang casually brushes it off and says energy crystals are nothing to her. Lingshin instantly hypes her up as an amazing rich big sister, making Li Yang smile before casually tossing her a glowing 3-year crystal as a gift. Huang can only stand there and watch the entire wild scene unfold. He quietly notes to himself that his little sister is definitely not as simple as she looks on the surface. Li Yang quickly turns her attention back to Huang to talk business. She explains that there is no real issue with how he killed the vampire monster, but the real problem is that a bronze rank 3 monster is something even she would struggle to defeat completely on her own. On top of that, Huang has a broken life wheel and has not even reached basic iron rank yet. She assumes he used some secret skill or rare item and offers to buy it for a huge price. Huang laughs, gestures at his ruined house, and points out that her gold rank device is the first gold rank item he has ever seen. Even with unlimited money, he knows gear like that is almost impossible to get. Li Yang does not get offended at all. Instead, she places a friendly hand on his shoulder and admits she may have seriously underestimated his situation. Her next words are honestly more depressing than anything else. She explains that there is currently no known way to repair a broken life wheel. Even so, she says that if he somehow manages to fix it, she genuinely believes he has the potential to become an incredible hunter. Huang quietly replies that his biggest problem is that he simply does not have much time left. Li Yang nods in understanding and prepares to leave. Before walking away, she reminds him that she already scanned and submitted all the damage to the Hunter Association, so people will arrive soon to repair the house and arrange temporary housing for them. Huang apologizes for causing so much trouble, but Li Yang only turns back with a casual wink and tells him not to die anytime soon because she hopes they will meet again someday. After she leaves, Lingshin immediately asks where they are supposed to sleep tonight. Huang is still distracted thinking about the beautiful hunter, but he quickly snaps back to reality and tells her they will just sleep on the sofa for one night. He promises everything will be sorted out by tomorrow. Lingshin falls asleep pretty quickly on the couch. Looking down at her, Huang realizes she is still just a kid underneath everything. and being a responsible older brother is far harder than he expected. Suddenly, the system puppy appears right behind him out of nowhere and nearly scares him to death. The system comments on how sweet his sister is before casually roasting Huang by calling him completely useless compared to her. Still startled, Huang demands to know how the creature can just pop up like that. The system explains that only Huang can see or sense its presence, which at least gives him some relief. Huang admits out loud that he is still extremely weak and needs to get stronger quickly if he wants to protect his sister. Huang tells the system that he wants to draw another card immediately. The system seriously asks if he is absolutely sure, and the moment Huang confirms, 12 random cards appear floating in front of him. He can only choose one, and whatever he pulls will become his official reward. Huang mutters that at least he probably cannot get anything worse since he is already the ultimate non-chief of bad luck. He picks a card and it lights up with an over-the-top dramatic effect. When the reveal finally comes, the reward turns out to be a mission card. Huang looks visibly disappointed at first, but he quickly studies the card more carefully to see what the mission actually is. The card states that he has exactly 1 month to become a reserve hunter. If he succeeds, he will receive an extremely powerful item called a flawless card. But if he fails, he will lose his golden finger entirely, meaning his cheat system will disappear forever. Huang is completely shocked by the ridiculous stakes. He loudly points out that becoming a reserve hunter requires reaching at least iron rank when he is nowhere near that level yet. The system completely ignores his complaints and casually announces that the mission has already started, adding that the extra details are written on the back of the card. Huang nearly cries over his terrible luck again, but he forces himself to calm down. He has no clue what a flawless card actually does, but one thing is certain, he absolutely cannot afford to lose his cheat system. Because of that, he resolves to complete the mission no matter what. The next morning, Linchen rushes off to school while still chewing her breakfast, because she is obviously running late again. Huang calls after her to let her know that the morning news confirmed the virtual eye near their house has already been cleared, meaning there should not be any rogue monsters left nearby. He still warns her to stay careful and avoid wandering around after class. Huang Xin only gives a vague response while sprinting away, and Huang watches her leave while thinking that she is definitely going to be late for school again. After closing the door, Huang decides it is finally time to get to work. He calls out for his system, and the puppy instantly appears out of thin air while casually grooming itself, completely unbothered about being interrupted. Huang gets straight to the point and asks how he is supposed to complete such an impossible mission card. The puppy bluntly points out that Huang cannot even pass the basic reserve hunter selection because he has not reached iron rank yet. Huang fires back that the system might end up as lunch if it keeps talking trash. The scared puppy quickly tones down the attitude but still insists that Huang cannot do anything unless he reaches iron rank first. Huang thinks it over and realizes ranking up that quickly makes absolutely no sense under normal circumstances. That is when he comes up with a clever plan. He decides to register for the hunter preliminary selection while pretending to be a rare summoner, since he already owns the vampire card. The system pauses for a moment before admitting that this idea might actually work. Huang points out that the vampire monster is technically iron rank level 3, but its weakness is extremely easy to exploit if someone uses the right weapon against it. The system immediately catches on to what he is thinking and nervously asks if he plans to use his rare advancement card on such a low-level monster. Huang confirms it without hesitation because completing the mission matters more than anything else right now. He asks how to summon the monster, and the puppy explains that he only needs to focus completely on the card before slamming it down to activate the summon. The system also confirms that nobody except Huang can see or sense the card, meaning his golden finger will remain completely hidden from the public. Huang pulls out the vampire card and slams it down. The card shatters instantly as the summon activates. Surprisingly, the monster does not look hideous at all. Instead, it appears as a completely normal and realistic-looking human. Rather than taking a special skill from the beast, Huang immediately chooses evolution. The system reluctantly activates the advancement card, and blinding light bursts out to surround the vampire completely. When the light finally fades, the vampire's new form is revealed with 4 flaming red wings spreading from its back. The hide transformation looks so absurdly cool that Huang genuinely wonders if he is even the main character anymore. He happily names the summon Bai before calling him back into card form. However, he quickly notices the image on the card has changed into a handsome young man. Huang checks Bai's stats and immediately yells in confusion because the combat power is still heavily restricted. The system explains without an ounce of sympathy that while Bai is technically bronze rank level 3, he can only display iron rank level 3 strength because his master is too weak. The hide puppy bursts out laughing at the rare sight of a master holding back his own summon, making Huang furious enough to flip the useless system the middle finger. Suddenly, loud knocking comes from the door along with someone calling out to ask if anybody is home. Huang cautiously walks over and opens it, only to find 2 massive and intimidating men standing outside. He immediately panics and assumes they are assassins or maybe even monster relatives coming for revenge. But a second later, one of the men softens into a cheerful smile and explains that the association sent them to repair the house before handing over the paperwork. Hwang instantly lets out a huge sigh of relief after realizing they are not there to kill him. The second man hands over a special card and explains that repairs will take around 5 days, so temporary housing has been arranged for the siblings in the meantime. Hwang looks down at the card and is genuinely shocked because it is actually a ticket for a luxury VIP hotel. Hwang and Lincoln arrive at the hotel. Our boy comments that the association really goes all out for monster attack victims. Lincoln, meanwhile, is absolutely overjoyed because the place is right next to her school. The guards welcome them inside, and Lincoln immediately announces that the plan is to eat a massive meal and rest properly. But the moment they reach the dining area and she sees the insane prices, her hunger completely vanishes and suggests they just head to the room instead. Hwang is already grabbing food and tells her to relax because everything is completely free for them. Lincoln instantly changes her attitude and starts eating with maximum enthusiasm. While they are eating, the entire dining hall suddenly falls silent as a scary-looking man in a black suit walks in. The guy gives off an incredibly heavy and unsettling presence. Hwang immediately tells Lincoln to stop staring and focus on her food. When he glances back, he realizes the man is staring directly at them. Not wanting any trouble, Hwang grabs Lincoln's hand the moment they finish eating and quickly heads toward the exit while she complains about missing dessert. He stays on guard the entire trip to the elevator, convincing himself that since he definitely cannot beat this guy in a fight, escaping is the smartest option. But once they reach the top floor, Hwang finally turns around and directly asks why the man has been following them. The intimidating man calmly replies that he simply lives in the room directly across from theirs. Hwang immediately wants to disappear from embarrassment and hurriedly apologizes for the misunderstanding. Once inside the room, Lincoln instantly starts gushing about how amazing it is and excitedly points out that it even has 2 separate bedrooms so they can both sleep comfortably. Hwang finally relaxes a little and admits he was probably way too tense from exhaustion. He tells Lincoln to clean up, finish her homework, and get some sleep early. Lincoln refuses because she rarely gets a chance to stay somewhere this fancy and wants to enjoy it a bit longer. By midnight, though, she is completely passed out. Hwang quietly checks on her before pulling up videos online through his ring. He starts watching recordings of the Hunter Association exam so he can prepare himself for what to expect. One of the clips features Li Lang, and Hwang finds himself thinking again about how genuinely powerful she is. She really is the kind of genius silver-ranked hunter people talk about. Just then, a sudden noise from outside catches his attention. Looking out, he spots the intimidating man from earlier practicing sword techniques in the middle of the night. The guy is not just swinging randomly either. Every movement is sharp, precise, and extremely dangerous looking. Hwang studies the technique carefully and realizes the sword art contains 18 distinct attacks in total. He immediately thinks this is exactly the kind of offensive skill he has been lacking. If he watches it one more time, he is pretty sure he can memorize the entire sequence. At that moment, he quietly decides that ending up at this hotel might actually have been a lucky break after all. Right after that, a bird suddenly appears outside making noise about a delivery that had arrived and needed to be collected. Because apparently in this world, deliveries are handled by birds. Deut's special creature called a words bird, a unique species that can speak like a human and carries packages using its own built-in storage space. Lincoln walks out of her room still half asleep and washing her face while asking Hwang if he ordered something online. Hwang confirms that he did and immediately tells her to hurry up and get dressed before she ends up late for school again. While the bird asks for a formal signature, Lincoln keeps trying to figure out what is inside the mystery package. Hwang explains that it contains equipment he bought to prepare for the Reserve Hunter exam before sending her off to finish getting ready. Once she leaves, Hwang opens the box and quietly notes that every bit of his savings went into this purchase. He seriously hopes it will not end up being a complete waste of money. Inside, he finds 10 armor-piercing bullets that could easily save his life in a dangerous situation. After that, he pulls out the main item, a black steel longsword. Hwang admits to himself that it is the best weapon he can realistically afford right now. He grips the sword tightly, closes his eyes, and begins mentally replaying the sword technique he secretly memorized from the black-suited man. Soon he starts training by repeatedly swinging left, right, and forward through the rapid movements over and over again. Just then, a sudden system notification appears, congratulating him for obtaining a rare skill card fragment for the Wilderness Sword skill. Hwang immediately calls out to the system puppy and asks why he only got a tiny fragment instead of the full skill. The system explains that high-level abilities are divided into many fragments that must all be collected and combined together. Hwang's eyes instantly light up because the process sounds simple enough to him. He assumes he can just keep swinging the sword until all the fragments eventually drop. The system puppy immediately crushes that optimism by explaining that Hwang's previous attempt was only 80% accurate. To trigger a fragment drop, he must perfectly replicate the technique with 100% accuracy every single time. Hwang groans loudly after hearing the brutal condition. He realizes he has to copy every movement of the black-suited man flawlessly again and again just to collect fragments one piece at a time. The system casually wishes him luck before going to sleep. 9 straight hours pass and Huang ends up collapsed flat on the floor while barely breathing. Even after all that effort, he has only collected 20% of the fragments. When Lincoln returns from school with the hotel's boss, she finds him completely exhausted on the floor. Our boy brushes it off as nothing and invites them in, where the old hotel's boss offers him some tea, praising his hard work. Huang, despite being exhausted, praises the hotel's scenery, and the old man assures him that it is his honor to keep the customers happy. With that, he leaves, and Lincoln notes that he is genuinely very humble. She then remembers that the Hunter Association gave them a reward for killing the monster. Only gets excited, and when he opens it, his eyes widen in excitement after seeing a Black Shadow 33 gun that can switch between sniper and assault mode. Pointing it out, he reveals that it is extremely expensive, making Lincoln wonder just how generous the association really is. However, our boy then realizes that the weapon needs energy to activate, and for that he must reach the Black Steel stage. Lincoln changes the topic, worried about him participating in the Reserve Hunter's exam. Our boy, however, assures her that he will never abandon her and will come back to her no matter what. Despite the exhaustion, Huang remains locked into his focus. He notices his movements becoming smoother and his concentration sharpening more and more with every repetition. Eventually, something suddenly clicks inside him, and the momentum carries him straight through the entire night. The next morning, Lincoln wakes up and finds him still practicing with the sword. Seeing how focused he is, she quietly grabs her school bag and leaves without disturbing him. Not long after, the system finally congratulates him for collecting all 300 fragments. Huang immediately orders the system to combine them. The fragments merge together and form a gold rank Wilderness Sword skill card. However, Huang quickly notices that the second volume of the skill is missing entirely. The system explains that if he ever manages to find the lost second half, the technique will evolve all the way into legendary rank. Huang realizes he learned the entire sword style by secretly copying the black-suited man, who clearly noticed everything but chose not to say anything about it. Feeling that he at least owes the man some gratitude, Huang decides to thank him and ask about the missing volume. He walks over and knocks on the neighboring door. When the man opens it, Huang immediately lowers his head and sincerely thanks him for the accidental lessons over the past few days. The intimidating man bluntly replies that he taught Huang absolutely nothing, and that whatever Huang copied has nothing to do with him. Right after saying that, he slams the door directly in Huang's face. Huang awkwardly brushes off the rejection and decides to focus on passing the Hunter exam first, before worrying about the missing second volume. Later that day, Lincoln notices a message saying their house repairs are finally complete and that they need to check out of the hotel tomorrow. She looks genuinely sad about leaving the luxury place behind. But Huang lightly teases her and promises that one day he will build her an even better home than this. After that, he tells her to get some sleep because tomorrow is going to be another busy day. Later that night, the scene cuts to the man in the black suit speaking privately with the hotel manager. He points out that Huang has a broken life wheel, has not even reached iron rank, and realistically only has about 2 months left to live. Because of that, he cannot understand why the boss seems so interested in him. The hotel boss simply asks how long the two of them have known each other, and whether his instincts have ever actually been wrong. The man hesitates for a moment before admitting that the boss is usually right. Even so, he still questions why the boss allowed Huang to copy the wilderness sword technique when their time in this world is already limited. The boss casually brushes aside the concern and instead asks for the man's honest opinion of Huang. The man replies that Huang has decent talent, but nothing truly extraordinary compared to a genius like Li Lam. The boss follows up with another question, asking how long it took the man himself to master the wilderness sword skill. The man answers that the technique is incredibly difficult and required 130 days of training, 18 hours a day before he could truly master it. The boss silently raises 3 fingers. The man assumes he means it would take Huang 3 years to learn the skill, but the boss calmly corrects him and reveals that Huang mastered it in only 3 days. The man is instantly left speechless. Without changing expression, the boss tells him to start packing because they are leaving soon. The man quietly nods while still looking completely shaken by what he just heard. The next day, Huang and Lincoln finally return home and are immediately stunned by the sight waiting for them. The house looks completely different from before. Instead of a simple repair job, the entire place has basically been upgraded into something far more luxurious. Lincoln honestly wonders if they accidentally walked into the wrong house. Huang checks the nameplate outside and confirms it is definitely theirs. Right after that, the repair crew manager warmly welcomes them and invites them to look around. Huang looks genuinely confused and points out that they were only supposed to repair the damage, not completely renovate the entire property. The manager laughs and casually explains that it was only a small favor because they are connected to Miss Li. Huang looks confused by the name, but Lingxian instantly realizes he means Lili Fly. The manager confirms it and explains that everyone worked extra hard because of her request. Huang finally asks who Lili Fly actually is, and the manager reveals that her father is one of the co-leaders of Area 7 Hunter Association, while her mother serves as a member of parliament. After dropping that shocking information, the manager wishes them a good day and leaves. Huang quietly mutters that he and Lili Fly probably will not meet again, since he has absolutely no intention of getting his house destroyed a second time. Lingxian points out that everyone assumed Huang was close friends with Lili Fly, meaning the workers were basically trying to impress the wrong person the whole time. Huang just shrugs and says free benefits are free benefits. Lingxian immediately agrees while running through the house to admire all the expensive upgrades. Huang quietly thinks to himself that now that the house issue is solved, he can finally focus completely on the Reserve Hunter exam, which starts in only 3 days. The scene shifts again, this time showing Huang riding on a massive griffin-like creature called a winged eagle. He yells in excitement while the beast flies through the air at insane speed. After only 2 hours, Huang arrives at his destination in another area. He lands safely, sends the winged eagle away, and stares at the enormous crowded city in front of him. As he wonders where to register for the exam, his thoughts briefly drift back to Lingxian crying and begging him to stay safe before he left home. He reminds himself that he gave her all of his remaining money so she would be fine while he was gone. Suddenly, a loud, cheerful voice interrupts his thoughts as a Big Mac boy runs over and immediately latches onto him. The boy excitedly asks if he is also there for the Reserve Hunter exam. He introduces himself as Yan Yahang before awkwardly complimenting Huang for being brave enough to attempt the test despite not even reaching Black Steel stage yet. Huang thanks him politely while internally wondering what this guy's problem is and why he talks so much. Yan Yang quickly proves that he knows a ton about the area. He explains that the nearby building is where hunters accept missions and post jobs before suggesting they follow the crowd to find the registration desk. Huang comments on how knowledgeable he seems about the Hunter Association, and Yeheng proudly declares that becoming a hunter has always been his dream, so he spent a huge amount of time researching everything in advance. Inside, a girl with cat-like features approaches Huang and Yeheng. She quickly confirms that they are both here for the Reserve Hunter exam and tells them they arrived just in time because the introduction session is about to begin. After that, she leads them inside. The moment Huang and Yeheng step through the doors, both of them are stunned by the massive crowd gathered for the exact same test. They eventually find seats, and Huang asks what the introduction session is actually for. Yeheng explains that professional hunters usually come in before the exam begins to go over the rules and map details. He starts wondering out loud who the examiner for this round might be, but before he can finish, a sharp female voice echoes across the hall and orders everyone to stay completely silent. The woman introduces herself as Yui and announces that she is this year's official examiner before immediately declaring that the hall is now closed. Anyone arriving late automatically fails and gets kicked out on the spot. Yui Eng instantly recognizes her attitude and mutters a rude nickname under his breath. Huang reacts similarly, pointing out that she is definitely no ordinary person. The examiner starts explaining the rules and warns everyone that speaking while she talks will lead to serious consequences. She reveals that the exam will take place inside a Rank 1 wild zone called the Golden Flame Desert, located 330 kilometers away from their current area. The task is simple in theory but brutal in practice. Survive inside the desert for 15 days and reach the other side of the map, which is over 1,500 kilometers away. Absolutely no outside food or water is allowed, meaning every participant must survive by scavenging directly from the environment. As the digital map appears on screen, Huang immediately starts taking detailed notes on his device. Yan quickly notices that Huang is completely ignoring the food and water locations and instead focusing entirely on monster concentration zones. Huang casually claims he is just scared of dying and wants to avoid dangerous areas. In reality, though, he clearly has another plan in mind. The examiner continues explaining the route. She points out that although the main road is considered relatively safe, participants still need to cross a massive mountain range known as Goddess Snow Mountain. Everyone is free to use any transportation method they want, but anyone who fails to reach the final gate within 15 days automatically fails the exam. She also explains that all equipment will be thoroughly inspected before entry to make sure nobody sneaks in food or illegal items. Weapons above Black Steel rank are strictly forbidden, and poison is banned as well. Every participant will receive a rescue device upon entering the desert. Pressing the emergency button guarantees rescue from the staff, but it also means instant failure. As Huang approaches the gate, the red-haired examiner suddenly stops him right at the entrance. Huang immediately assumes she is about to reject him for not reaching Black Steel stage yet. Instead, she simply gives him a slightly evil smile and tells him to move along. Huang walks away completely confused about why she singled him out in the first place, eventually deciding she probably just expects him to quit after a few days anyway. Standing in front of the glowing portal, both Huang and Yihang stare at it in amazement. Yahang explains that space-type artifacts are unbelievably rare and insanely expensive. Huang mentally compares the portal to one of those cartoon doors from anime that can teleport people anywhere, leaving Yahang totally confused by the reference. Right before the exam begins, the examiner announces that all inventory checks have been completed. She also reveals that network access, map features, and every form of external assistance or cheat tool have been completely disabled. The crowd instantly erupts into panic, with people loudly complaining that this year's exam is going to have the worst pass rate in history. Everyone agrees that getting this examiner was unbelievably unlucky. The examiner officially announces the start of the test, and chaos explodes the second the words leave her mouth. Contestants immediately begin sprinting and shoving each other to get through the portal first so they can secure the best resources before everyone else. Yang tells Huang he is heading ahead first to scout the desert. Huang tells him to go for it because he already knows his current body cannot keep up with that kind of pace. As the crowd disappears into the desert, one of the observers comments that at Huang's current speed, he will only travel around 40 kilometers per day. At that rate, he will not even make it halfway across the map within 15 days. The red-haired examiner quietly watches Huang from her seat before calmly betting that the rookie probably will not survive even 3 days out in the wild. Huang steps into the burning desert, and the system immediately calculates that at his current walking speed, reaching the far side will take more than an entire year. Huang honestly admits the situation is terrible, pointing out that if he were at the normal Black Steel stage like everyone else, he could clear the whole zone in half a day. The system calculates further and explains that even with only 2 days needed to cross the snow mountain along the route, Huang still has to travel at least 100 kilometers every single day to pass. Huang agrees with the math and says he cannot rely purely on himself to make that happen. He immediately asks the system, which he has started calling Blackie, for information on the desert Shatu tribe. Blackie explains the basics and quickly notices that Huang is intentionally heading away from the safe road. Huang confirms the detour is completely deliberate. He explains that the Shatu tribe monsters always travel in large groups, which makes them perfect for farming card fragments efficiently. On top of that, he plans to capture one of the sand-type beasts and use it as transportation across the desert. Blackie thinks he has completely lost his mind because attacking an entire tribe alone sounds suicidal. Huang calmly replies that he never said he was doing it solo. The scene cuts to the Shatu tribe camp, where one of the monsters is resting inside a tent. Out of nowhere, a rock smacks it directly in the head. The creature looks up furiously and spots Huang standing there taunting it. Enraged, the monster immediately charges at him. As it gets closer, Huang notices the creature smells absolutely awful, so he keeps retreating while baiting it farther away from camp. At the perfect moment, Huang suddenly steps aside with a grin as Bai appears behind the monster and cleanly slices its head off in one move. Huang celebrates the easy victory while Blackie points out that for a rank 3 Black Steel vampire like Bai, killing a rank 1 Black Steel mob is basically effortless. Blackie also realizes that when Huang said he would not be fighting alone earlier, he was talking about Bai all along. Huang casually places a hand on Bai's shoulder and announces a change of plans. Since Bai is this overwhelmingly strong, there is no reason for Huang to keep acting as bait. Instead, they are just going to march directly into the tribe and wipe everything out. Bai does not fully understand the speech, but he is clearly ready to fight regardless. Right after the kill, a system notification appears announcing that Huang has gained force energy. His life cycle wheel immediately begins glowing brightly. Blackie suddenly remembers an important mechanic and explains that whenever a summon kills a monster, 50% of the life force normally transfers to the summoner. However, because Bai's own life cycle is already maxed out, 100% of the energy gets redirected straight to Huang instead. Huang quickly realizes what this means and is stunned to discover that his remaining lifespan has jumped from only 3 days all the way up to 28 years. He even starts thinking he might reach Black Steel stage much sooner than expected. Excited beyond belief, he tells Bai that it is officially time to start hunting seriously. Soon after, they spot 2 monsters patrolling nearby. Bai instantly releases a red energy attack that grabs one of them while Huang charges in with his wilderness sword short slash to finish it off. At the same time, Bai effortlessly kills the second monster. The nearby Shatu monsters witness the double kill and immediately prepare for battle. Huang welcomes the challenge, and together he and Bai charge into the entire group. The fight quickly turns into a complete massacre as the two of them continuously cut through monster after monster until the tribe is almost entirely wiped out. Blackie rushes over excitedly and announces that all 152 of Huang's empty life bars are now completely filled. He urges Huang to use the excess energy to activate the gray bar and force a much faster breakthrough. Huang understands exactly what that means. Activating the gray bar requires at least 10 years worth of life force, something that would have been absolutely impossible for him before. But now, thanks to Bai, it is suddenly within reach. He orders Bai to finish off the remaining stragglers while he focuses fully on breaking through. Suddenly, a horrifying scream echoes across the desert. Huang freezes and wonders if more monsters are approaching. Blackie immediately whispers that they might be in serious trouble now. Nearby, another group of exam participants also hear the scream, and one of them instantly recognizes it as the berserk roar of a Shatu tribe monster. Huang, who is among them, guesses it is probably a green copper rank creature and explains that only an incredibly dangerous enemy like the wolf tribe could provoke something at that level. Deep down, he silently hopes Huang is nowhere near the danger zone. Back with Huang, the ground suddenly explodes upward as a massive hand bursts out from beneath the sand. A gigantic creature over 10 meters tall slowly rises into view. Blackie instantly blames Huang for waking up the tribe boss by slaughtering all the smaller monsters and sarcastically wishes him good luck surviving what comes next. What emerges is the three-headed leader of the Shatu tribe, and it attacks almost immediately. Huang and Bai fight together against the monster, but Huang quickly realizes their attacks barely do any damage. The creature's hide is absurdly tough, its health pool is massive, and its raw attack power is terrifying. Huang understands right away that dragging the fight out will only end in disaster, so he forces himself to stay calm and search for a weak point that can end the battle quickly. He keeps firing his gun while analyzing the situation, but his normal bullets do absolutely nothing. The monster launches another devastating attack, and Huang barely dodges in time before ordering Bai to strike from behind. Bai rushes around to the rear while Huang keeps firing from the front, but the giant monster casually catches the bullets with one hand before turning toward Bai. Huang suddenly shouts for Bai to finish it. The boss immediately reacts to Huang's voice and charges directly toward him instead. For a brief second, Huang panics, then a huge grin spreads across his face as he calmly switches ammunition. He fires 3 precise shots in rapid succession, and every single bullet lands perfectly on one of the monster's 3 heads. The rounds turn out to be explosive black steel stage ammunition. All 3 heads take direct hits at the exact same moment, and the massive boss monster crashes to the ground completely dead. Blackie suddenly reappears out of nowhere and praises Huang for doing an absolutely insane job against the boss monster. Huang instantly complains that his system always disappears the moment things get dangerous, but Blackie casually shrugs it off. He explains that he is not built for combat in the first place and prefers staying out of the way so he does not create extra problems for his host. The system notification soon appears confirming that Huang has obtained a full Shatu tribe set card. On top of that, he also receives an upgrade card as a bonus reward for defeating a monster ranked far above his own level. Huang is genuinely surprised because he honestly did not expect his luck to hold up this well. Blackie does point out one downside though. Since Huang personally landed the finishing blow instead of letting Bai kill the boss, he cannot absorb any life force from the monster. Huang checks the new monster card and realizes the Shatu tribe boss is actually an extremely rare pull. Its combat power matches Bai at Black Steel rank 3, and it also comes with 2 unique active skills. He quickly understands why Bai could not defeat the boss alone earlier since the 2 monsters are practically equal in strength. Huang also notices the creature has a ridiculously broken passive ability that boosts all of its overall stats. Huang tells Blackie that since Bai previously gave him a blood-sucking ability, he wants something more physical and strength-focused this time. Blackie bursts out laughing and agrees that Huang desperately needs it because his base attack and health stats are still basically 0. Huang threatens to punch the puppy for the insult before shifting his attention toward the huge pile of skill fragments he collected. Looking through everything, he assumes he can now summon up to 3 monsters at once. Blackie immediately corrects him and explains that regardless of how many cards Huang owns, he can still only summon 1 monster at a time until his own strength improves significantly. Huang recalls Bai and summons the newly acquired giant boss monster instead. After seeing its intimidating appearance again, he decides to name it Tyrant. The monster looks just as terrifying as it did during the fight. Blackie asks if Huang plans to ride Tyrant across the desert, but Huang immediately rejects the idea. Using such a rare monster card as basic transportation would be a complete waste. Instead, he dismisses Tyrant and summons a normal Shatu monster for riding purposes. Huang explains that his strongest cards are meant to stay hidden as trump cards. A regular Shatu monster is more than enough for transportation, standing guard while he sleeps, and handling small fights. Later, once it outlives its usefulness, Tyrant can simply absorb it to gain upgrades. Blackie is genuinely impressed by how smart the strategy is, while the poor regular monster channels all of its frustration into running even faster through the desert sand. Sometime later, the monster is still sprinting across the dunes with Huang riding on its back when its foot suddenly gets caught in a hidden chain trap buried under the sand. The creature crashes hard to the ground, but Huang manages to land safely despite the sudden fall. He immediately demands to know who set the trap. A sarcastic voice answers from nearby bushes, mocking Huang for his rude attitude. Moments later, 3 rich-looking teenagers step out from hiding. The yellow-haired boy instantly recognizes Huang as the weak rookie who has not even reached Black Steel stage yet. He openly questions how someone that weak even had the courage to enter the exam. The Shatu monster Huang was riding becomes visibly annoyed on his behalf. Huang calmly looks at the group and says he was honestly expecting some kind of strange desert monster to appear instead. The yellow-haired kid immediately gets offended after realizing he was just compared to a beast. The blue-haired boy steps forward and politely introduces himself as Zhu Yokang, along with his cousin Zhu Jie. He apologizes for the trap and claims they never intended to seriously hurt anyone. Huang bluntly tells them to move aside because he does not have time to waste. Internally, though, he immediately marks Yokang as the shady leader of the group and completely distrusts his friendly behavior. Yokang quickly presents a proposal. He explains that the Reserve Hunter exam is extremely difficult and points out that Shatu monsters cannot climb the giant snow mountain later on the route. Because of that, he suggests they team up so Huang's monster can transport them quickly through the desert. In return, they would help Huang cross the snowy mountains safely afterward. Huang rejects the offer immediately. He flatly states that he prefers working alone and has no interest in joining their group. Deep down, he realizes they are finally revealing their true intentions. Yokang keeps trying to act friendly and even starts calling Huang brother in an attempt to change his mind. The yellow-haired boy, however, completely loses patience and openly admits they only care about using Huang's monster for transportation anyway. He arrogantly reminds Huang that they belong to a powerful noble family and are not people he should offend. That comment instantly irritates Huang. He finally realizes these guys never planned to move out of his way peacefully in the first place. He also knows that noble families usually have at least one gold-rank hunter backing them, which is exactly why they act so arrogant all the time. The yellow-haired boy decides he is done talking, and Yokang coldly adds that since Huang refuses to cooperate, he will simply have to face the consequences. Shuji immediately pulls out a knife, and the entire group charges forward together. Their first target is the Shatu monster, but Huang instantly recalls it into card form, leaving them attacking empty air. Realizing the monster disappeared, they quickly redirect their attacks straight toward Huang himself. Without hesitating for even a second, Huang summons back and calmly tells the group to do their absolute best. The yellow-haired kid is completely shocked by the vampire's sudden appearance. Before he can react properly, Bai lands 2 heavy strikes in rapid succession and sends him stumbling backward. The others rush over to help him while finally realizing Huang has another powerful monster card hidden in reserve. But before they can process the situation, Huang immediately switches cards again. Bai disappears and the gigantic tyrant suddenly materializes right behind the group. The color instantly drains from their faces as the massive shadow towers over them. One of them yells in complete horror that the rookie somehow controls 3 different monsters. Tyrant immediately goes on the offensive and starts relentlessly beating all 3 of them. The yellow-haired kid ends up sprawled on the ground but still keeps shouting insults at Huang from the dirt. Meanwhile, the blue-haired leader is completely stunned. He cannot process how a rookie who has not even reached Black Steel stage somehow possesses 3 summoned monsters. The more he thinks about it, the more impossible it seems. Tyrant remains standing behind Huang, waiting calmly for his next order. Huang, who is genuinely irritated by this point, looks at the group and asks why they suddenly stopped fighting when they were so eager to teach him a lesson earlier. Tyrant charges forward again, forcing the blue-haired boy to quickly activate a defensive shield. At the same time, he tries to de-escalate the situation and suggests they talk things out. Internally, he is panicking. His Black Steel rank defensive equipment is already taking visible damage, which means Tyrant's power is approaching green copper rank. Huang signals Tyrant to stop and decides to hear them out. The blue-haired leader immediately apologizes and takes responsibility for everything that happened. His yellow-haired cousin is furious at the apology. He argues that they have no reason to bow to Huang and points out that killing another participant would instantly fail the exam and result in a permanent blacklist from the Hunter Association. On top of that, murdering a member of a noble family would bring the government association down on him as well. The blue-haired leader immediately snaps at his cousin to shut up. He then turns back to Huang and offers a proper settlement. Their family respects strength, so he is willing to provide compensation, a sincere apology, and any single item from his personal inventory. Huang rejects the offer without hesitation. Instead, he says he wants everything inside the yellow-haired kid's inventory as compensation for the mental damage caused by his arrogance. That demand instantly sends the yellow-haired boy into another rage. He suddenly throws a weapon at Huang, but Tyrant intercepts it effortlessly. Huang laughs at the failed attempt, calmly raises his gun, and fires. The bullet slams into the yellow-haired kid's shoulder and sends him crashing to the ground. It is not a fatal shot, but the message is crystal clear. The blue-haired leader immediately starts panicking as the situation spirals out of control. Meanwhile, his cousin begins begging for help. The leader simply looks away and coldly remarks that this mess is entirely his own fault. Huang walks over to the injured bully and gives him a 3-second countdown for any last words. He points the gun directly at his head. The yellow-haired kid is drenched in sweat but desperately tries to maintain his pride. In response, Huang calmly explains why none of the threats against him actually matter. Even if he gets banned from the exam, anyone with 3 powerful summons would immediately attract the attention of major organizations around the world. An exam ban means absolutely nothing to him. The moment those words sink in, the bully completely breaks. He bursts into tears and starts begging for his life, while offering all 4 of his black steel rank equipment pieces along with everything else in his inventory. Huang slowly raises the gun before lowering it again. He says he is only letting this go out of respect for the blue-haired leader, who at least attempted to handle the situation reasonably. Deep down, Huang never intended to kill anyone. He was genuinely angry, but he knows this lesson will ensure they never bother him again. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes across the desert, calling for help. Huang turns around and immediately recognizes the source. It's his old fatty friend, Yehang. Yehang is shocked to discover that Huang is secretly a powerful summoner. He laughs nervously and says he would have been swallowed by the desert long ago if he had not run into him today. Huang asks why he is alone when he originally left with a group. Yehang explains that a massive pack of Shatu tribe monsters attacked their camp while everyone was preparing to sleep. The ambush scattered the entire group and left everyone separated. He repeatedly thanks Huang and even declares him his true brother and lifesaver. As a gesture of gratitude, he offers some grilled steel armor pig meat he cooked earlier. Huang admits that he never even considered grilling monster meat. That casual comment instantly lights up Yehang's eyes. He launches into a passionate explanation about his dream of becoming a professional food hunter. He wants to travel the world searching for rare monster ingredients and turn them into incredible dishes. Before long, he is rambling non-stop about cooking methods, flavor profiles, and the different tastes of monster meat. Huang takes a long breath and silently concludes that Yehang is actually a pretty decent guy. Knowing how to cook is incredibly useful for survival, but dealing with his endless talking is another challenge entirely. Later that night, the two set up camp. Yehang immediately asks if Huang is seriously going to make him sleep outside since he lost his tent. Huang refuses without hesitation, explaining that he is used to sleeping alone and cannot properly rest with someone else nearby. Yehang dramatically complains about being discriminated against because of his size. After glancing at Tyrant sitting nearby, Huang decides to leave the giant monster on night watch duty so they have reliable protection while they sleep. Eventually, night falls and both of them drift off. Yehang quickly starts snoring while dreaming about food. A while later, Huang's eyes suddenly snap open and he notices Tyrant is growling softly while standing guard. Huang steps outside the tent and seeing what's coming immediately wakes the fatty up. Still half asleep, Yehang groggily asks if breakfast is ready. Huang, however, tells him to get up and start running if he wants to stay alive. Completely confused, Yehang points out that Tyrant is incredibly powerful and asks why they would need to run from anything. Rather than answering directly, Huang simply tells him to look up. The moment Yehang lifts his gaze and sees the endless swarm of shadow crows blotting out the sky, every bit of confidence vanishes from his face. While running, Huang explains that shadow crows are spirit-type creatures with no physical bodies, allowing them to pass through solid objects and making them almost impossible to outrun for long. He recalls a news report about an entire hunter squad that was wiped out by a flock of them. None of the victims had visible injuries, yet their bodies were completely drained and shriveled like mummies. Huang adds that even gold-rank hunters avoid fighting shadow crows directly. That is all the motivation they need to stop debating and start running. While talking, Huang suddenly loses his balance and falls off Tyrant's back. Huang immediately orders the summon to catch him, and Tyrant snatches him out of the air without slowing down. As they race across the desert, Huang considers his options and quickly realizes there is only one solution left: contact the examiner for help. The problem is that activating the rescue signal normally means instant failure. Failing the exam would also mean losing his cheat system and everything tied to it. Even so, Huang decides he cannot give up. Meanwhile, at the 7D number area building, the examiner, who is monitoring participants, grumbles about how weak everyone has been so far, complaining that too many people have already called for rescue after only one day. She worries that if no talented candidates appear, everyone will mock her selection. Suddenly, a red alert flashes across her map and she notices the signal is moving at an absurd speed, far faster than most copper-rank monsters. While using the traveling door, she wonders if the participant has already been eaten and the rescue device is simply sitting inside a monster's stomach. Just as she enters, Tyrant comes charging straight toward her with Huang riding on its back and Huang dangling from one hand. Huang immediately shouts for the examiner to save them. With this, Tyrant slams on the brakes so hard that Huang is launched forward and crashes directly into the examiner. After recovering and recalling Tyrant, Huang looks up to find her staring at him with a very annoyed expression. She points out that they managed to outrun the shadow crows for over 30 minutes before finally calling for help. Huang can only admit that they had no other choice. The examiner then asks how Tyrant was moving that fast. A normal shadow monster should never be capable of reaching those speeds. She wonders if it is a mutated beast. Huang confirms that it is. Internally, he notes that she figured it out on her own anyway. The examiner says she will report the Shadow Crow flock to the higher-ups and have it cleared out by morning. Huang apologizes for the trouble, but deep down, he is convinced he has already failed the exam and lost his system. He even starts preparing excuses about a possible device malfunction. Instead, the examiner explains that once the area is cleared, she will send them right back to their original location so they can continue taking the exam. Huang's brain completely freezes for a second. When her words finally register, he lights up with excitement after realizing she is letting him stay in the competition. He quickly thanks her, grabs Yu Huang, and gets out of there before she can reconsider. Once they are gone, the examiner breaks into a huge grin. For the first time, she has found a participant capable of taming and summoning a mutated beast. She laughs to herself and notes that nobody can call her group weak anymore. The following morning, Huang watches in disbelief as an association veteran squad wipes out the entire Shadow Crow flock in less than a minute. The examiner tells him not to look so shocked because those veterans are far stronger than he can currently imagine. She orders him to get back out there, pass the exam, and become a Black Steel Stage hunter. Before leaving, she warns him that if he sends another rescue signal, he will be paying her entire hotel bill as punishment. Huang immediately realizes that next time she plans to punish him personally instead of failing him. Ji Huang walks over and starts teasing him about the examiner, but Huang quickly shuts him down by threatening to make him walk the rest of the journey. Once they get moving again, Ji Huang asks where they are on the map. Huang explains that Tyrant carried them north for roughly half an hour during the escape, putting them around 60 kilometers closer to the northern camp. They lost an entire night in the process, so they need to make up for the wasted time. Unfortunately, the blazing desert sun quickly makes both of them miserable. This hoggy fellow dramatically complains about the heat, while Huang remembers that a supply point should be nearby according to the map. After traveling a bit farther, they finally spot the building. Ji Huang immediately gets excited and suggests resting there until the hottest part of the day passes. Huang agrees but warns him to stay alert. If there are no monsters near the supply point, there is a good chance other exam participants are already inside waiting. They head inside the building where Yesheng immediately starts gooning after spotting food and water, eagerly pointing them out while Huang takes a look around the area. At first glance, everything seems untouched, almost as if nobody has passed through recently, which makes the place appear relatively safe. While Yesheng quickly finds his favorite brand of chips and calls Huang over to eat with him, Huang's attention is drawn elsewhere. Scattered throughout the building are bags, supplies, and survival gear that clearly belong to other participants. The sight immediately puts him on edge because nobody taking part in the exam would willingly leave behind essentials like these, unless they had been forced to flee from something dangerous. Although Yesheng tries to dismiss the concern by pointing out that there are no signs of a fight and nothing appears threatening nearby, Tyrant suddenly lets out a low growl from outside. Not wanting to take any chances, Huang immediately tells Yesheng they need to leave. The two quickly jump onto Tyrant and race away from the building, but as they put some distance between themselves and the station, Huang notices something moving beneath the sand. A strange ripple rapidly closes the gap between them, and the moment he sees it, he realizes his suspicions were right all along. Before anyone can react further, Tyrant slams his fist into the ground with all his strength, causing the desert to explode as a gigantic worm bursts out from beneath the sand. The creature is absolutely massive, with multiple rows of razor-sharp teeth lining both the inside and outside of its mouth. The sight alone is enough to send cold sweat running down both Huang and Yeheng's backs. Huang immediately recognizes the monster as a deathworm, but what truly worries him is the fact that it has become demonized after spending so many years inside the Golden Flame Desert. A creature like this is far beyond what should be roaming near the exam route, and even Tyrant would struggle to fight it head-on. Yeheng can barely believe what he's seeing, while Huang quickly pulls out his gun and opens fire. Unfortunately, every bullet bounces harmlessly off the monster's hide without leaving so much as a scratch. The deathworm barely acknowledges the attack and instead focuses all of its attention on Tyrant. Seeing how quickly it closes the distance, Huang immediately realizes that running isn't an option. The monster is simply too fast. Meanwhile, Yeheng is already on the verge of tears, convinced they're about to die, but while watching the creature's movements, Huang notices something unusual. Rather than continue running, he suddenly orders Tyrant to stop moving completely. Although the command seems insane, the summon obeys instantly and freezes in place. Huang then tells Yeheng to stop panicking and stand perfectly still as well. Naturally, Yeheng thinks he's lost his mind. Huang quickly explains that deathworms have neither eyes nor ears. Instead, they locate prey entirely through vibrations in the ground, meaning they can only track movement. As long as nobody moves, the creature has no way of finding them. To Yeheng's surprise, the strategy actually works. The giant worm begins looking around aimlessly, unable to pinpoint their location despite being only a short distance away. For a moment, it seems like Huang has solved the problem, but the victory comes with an obvious drawback. While standing still keeps them hidden, it also prevents them from moving forward. Trying to think of a solution, Yahang suddenly reaches into his bag and pulls out a piece of meat, planning to throw it as a distraction. The moment Huang notices, he immediately warns him not to move, but the warning comes a fraction too late. The small movement is enough to attract the deathworm's attention, causing Yahang to freeze in terror. Unfortunately, panic only makes things worse. Before he can steady himself, his footing slips and sends him tumbling off Tyrant's back, leaving him sprawled on the sand directly beneath the monster. The sight nearly stops his heart as, towering above him, the deathworm prepares to strike while Yahang breaks into a full panic and screams for help. Without hesitation, Huang orders Tyrant to save him. The giant summon immediately charges forward and delivers a powerful kick that knocks the deathworm backward, creating just enough space for Yahang to escape. Huang yells at him to run, and while Tyrant keeps the monster occupied, Yahang desperately crawls away as fast as he can. At the same time, Huang deliberately draws the creature's attention toward himself, causing Yahang to become convinced that his friend is sacrificing himself to save him. Meanwhile, Tyrant races across the desert with Huang on his back. After spotting a gap in the terrain ahead, Huang quickly comes up with a plan and orders Tyrant to throw him across. From a distance, Huang quietly apologizes to Tyrant for using him as bait. However, the moment the monster commits to the chase, he recalls Tyrant back into card form, leaving the deathworm attacking at nothing. Afterward, Huang summons his Shatu monster and spends some time searching the desert for Yahang. But despite covering a large area, he can't find any trace of him. With no better option available, he eventually decides to continue toward the objective alone. The rest of the journey is anything but easy. Monsters constantly attack along the route, forcing Huang into one fight after another, and making him question whether the association has any idea what a safe route actually looks like. Eventually, after pushing through countless encounters, the towering goddess Snow Mountain finally comes into view. The moment he sees the steep, icy terrain, Huang realizes Tyrant is far too massive to handle a climb like this. Instead, he summons Bai, whose life force abilities make him far better suited for the challenge ahead. After tying themselves together with a sturdy rope, the two begin scaling the dangerous mountain side by side. As the climb continues, Huang can't help reflecting on how impossible this section would have been before all of his recent growth. If he hadn't improved his skills beforehand, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Unfortunately, the mountain isn't done testing him yet. Partway through the ascent, Huang's foot suddenly slips on a patch of ice, causing him to lose his balance and plunge down the cliff. The sudden fall nearly gives him a heart attack, but Bai reacts instantly, grabbing the rope with all his strength and pulling Huang back before he can fall too far. And after finally reaching safety, Huang takes a moment to catch his breath while trying to recover from the embarrassment. Refusing to let the incident damage his pride any further, he quickly tells Bai to put him down because he can handle the rest of the climb on his own. By the time Huang and Bai make it halfway up the snowy mountain, night has already fallen, forcing them to stop and set up a small camp for the evening. After lighting a fire and pitching a tent, Huang prepares a hot meal using the leftover meat Yahang cooked earlier. While eating, he can't help thinking about the chubby guy and quietly hopes he's still alive somewhere out there. As our boy offers Bai some food, he suddenly hops down from his position and brings back a small, cute creature. It has a round, fluffy appearance and looks more adorable than dangerous, but Bai doesn't take any chances. Fortunately, Huang recognizes the creature right away. It is a snowball beast, a rare monster known for being completely harmless despite its high value. According to the information he studied, a live snowball beast is worth roughly the same as a piece of green copper equipment, making it surprisingly valuable despite looking like an oversized stuffed toy. After watching it stare longingly at the food, Huang quickly realizes the little guy was probably drawn over by the smell of the grilled meat. Feeling generous, he gives it some food, and the creature happily begins eating while Bai continues staring at it like it might suddenly transform into a world-ending threat. Huang can't help finding the situation amusing and tells Bai to relax since the tiny monster clearly isn't dangerous. Unfortunately, his kindness comes back to bite him. What starts as a small snack quickly turns into a disaster as the snowball beast devours everything in sight. By the time Huang notices what's happening, every last piece of food in the pot has disappeared, leaving his entire dinner completely wiped out. Since there is nothing left for it to eat, our boy casually suggests it should probably head home. The snowball beast, however, has other plans. Rather than leaving, it suddenly grabs onto Huang's leg and starts pulling him in a specific direction. The moment Bai sees this, he immediately prepares to remove the annoyance by force, but Huang quickly stops him after noticing that the creature seems to be trying to lead them somewhere. In response, the snowball beast enthusiastically nods its head, making its intentions crystal clear. With nothing particularly important to do that night anyway, Huang eventually shrugs and decides to follow. The creature leads them deeper into the mountain until they arrive at what appears to be an ordinary cave wall. Before either of them can investigate further, the snowball beast casually walks straight into the wall and vanishes from sight. The sight completely catches Huang off guard. Approaching the spot carefully, he reaches out and taps the surface, quickly realizing that what appears to be solid ice is actually some kind of illusion. The wall is fake, cleverly hiding whatever lies beyond it. Curiosity immediately gets the better of him. Calling for Bais to follow, Huang steps through the illusion and instantly feels an intense wave of cold wash over him. At the same time, a blinding light forces him to shield his eyes. When his vision finally adjusts, he discovers that he is no longer standing inside a cave at all. Instead, he finds himself in what looks like an entirely different world. Massive snow-covered mountains stretch across the horizon, while giant trees tower over the landscape in every direction. As Huang takes in the breathtaking scenery, he quickly notices Bai didn't come through with him. Just as he begins searching for his summon, a familiar voice suddenly stops him. To his complete shock, the tiny snowball beast speaks in perfectly fluent language, calmly explaining that monsters are forbidden from entering under any circumstances. Huang stares at the creature in total disbelief. Of all the things he expected today, hearing a fluffy snowball casually start a conversation definitely wasn't one of them. Even stranger, the deep voice coming from such a cute creature feels completely wrong. Unable to help himself, Huang points out that the voice doesn't match the appearance at all. The snowball beast simply replies that if the current appearance is causing confusion, it can show him its true form instead. A powerful gust of wind suddenly erupts around the creature, and moments later, the tiny fluffy body rapidly expands, transforming into a gigantic humanoid figure that towers over everything nearby. Although the creature is undeniably massive, it somehow still isn't particularly scary. Huang recognizes it immediately as an ice giant. Ancient, incredibly rare, and born with terrifying control over ice itself, ice giants are monsters powerful enough to wipe out ordinary hunters without effort. The realization hits Huang immediately, and for the first time since arriving, he fully understands that the creature standing before him could kill him with a casual flick of its hand. The giant calmly explains that it brought Huang here because it needs help with an important matter. Naturally, Huang struggles to understand why a legendary creature would need assistance from someone as weak as him. But before he can ask too many questions, the ice giant simply tells him to sit down and listen. But realizing he doesn't exactly have much choice while sitting in a giant's hand hundreds of feet above the ground, Huang decides he might as well hear the story. The ice giant begins by explaining that long ago, when it was still young, it had a master. According to the giant, she was the kindest being it had ever known, and every happy memory in its life was connected to her. Curious, Huang interrupts to ask whether this master was human, and the giant shakes its head. Although she looked human, she actually wasn't. In fact, it didn't even learn the truth about her identity until much later after growing older and evolving. Despite that secret, she loved humanity deeply and spent much of her life living among people, hiding her true nature so she could laugh, talk, and interact with them as an equal. Because of this, she often left the young ice giant alone on the snowy peaks for long periods of time. The loneliness was difficult, but seeing her happy made it bearable. Eventually, she fell in love with an ordinary human man and became willing to give up everything for him. After that, she stopped visiting altogether, and the giant didn't see her again for a very long time. Then one day, she finally returned. Overjoyed, the young giant rushed forward to greet her, only to discover something was terribly wrong. She was dying. According to the giant, the man she loved eventually learned the truth about what she really was. Rather than accepting her, he gathered a large group of people and turned against her, betraying the very person who had trusted him most. During this massive battle, the man was badly injured and on the verge of dying. Unable to watch him perish, she made the ultimate sacrifice by pulling out her own heart and giving it to him. The man survived, but she was left with nothing to live on, simply waiting for death to come. Hearing this story, Huang was genuinely moved and noted that while the beginning was great, not every story gets a happy ending, so he asked what happened next. The ice giant explains that it had followed her final wish and buried her inside the ice lake. Ever since that day, the snow never stopped falling. The lake became completely sealed in ice, and the seasons stopped changing entirely. When Huang asks what the creature needs from him since its master passed away so long ago, the ice giant explains her prediction. Before passing, she revealed that a person with immense good fortune would eventually come to melt the lake, which would bring her back to life and make the mountain live again. Huang wonders if he is the chosen one, but the ice giant tells him not to get too hyped because he is actually the fourth person to try, as 3 others before him had already failed the test. This completely deflates Huang, who realizes the creature must have been bringing anyone who passes by to try their luck. The ice giant corrects him, explaining that the mountain is way too dangerous for regular people, and only a handful of humans had made it this far over thousands of years. Out of those, the giant only invited the ones it genuinely liked, meaning only 4 people had ever been chosen. Accepting his fate, Huang asks what the play is. The ice giant keeps it simple and tells him to just drip 1 drop of blood onto the lake. Whether it works or not, he can leave peacefully, but a failure means all his memories of this place will be completely wiped. Huang figures that sounds easy enough and goes ahead without hesitation. He bites his own finger to draw blood and quietly hopes out loud that the wrong girl might finally get her chance before letting the blood fall. Both of them watch closely and wait, but an entire hour passes with absolutely zero action. Huang eventually apologizes, feeling like he can't help after all. But right as the words leave his mouth, the ice starts cracking. The frozen lake shatters completely, transforming into a beautiful pond surrounded by blooming plants and flowers. Huang is in absolute shock, wondering if his blood is just built different. The ice giant is pure joy, shouting that its master has returned as a strikingly beautiful woman rises from the water. Huang can't help but stare as she comes down and warmly thanks the giant for protecting her for so long. The creature insists it was just doing its duty, and she then turns her attention to Huang, introducing herself as Yahello. She thanks him for the clutch save, and he introduces himself as Lin Huang, before casually asking if she is a monster. The giant gets instantly offended on her behalf, but she doesn't care at all and clarifies that she is actually from the god race. Huang's eyes go wide and he asks if she belongs to the same god race that opened 3,000 worlds 800 years ago. She corrects him, explaining that those entities were far beneath the real god race and only carried a trace of their blood, making them basically servants. Huang realizes that makes a lot of sense, so she offers to show him what a real god can do. She releases a tiny fraction of her power into his body, and Huang suddenly feels his broken life cycle wheel, the very thing that has been slowly killing him, get completely healed. She casually mentions noticing a problem with his life field and fixes it effortlessly, leaving Huang stunned that she repairs an incurable issue without even trying. She tells him that isn't all, since a second chance at life deserves more than one reward. A powerful surge of energy hits him, immediately activating his system's learning mode, which automatically processes the complete version of the wilderness sword skill. The level is so insanely high that his system can't even display the stats properly. Shrulo observes him with quiet amusement, noting that he is a strange one since she can't quite tell if he is human or something else entirely. Huang realizes her perception is on another level because even Blackie has stayed completely hidden and doesn't dare show himself. Lash Giant then gently picks Huang up in its palm to guide him out of the valley, wishing him safe travels. Huang thanks them but feels a bit sad when she mentions that they will be leaving for their own world next, meaning they probably won't cross paths again. Before he leaves, she gives him a final warning about a super monster deep beneath the desert that can mind control other creatures to hunt. Huang finally understands why his supposedly safe route has been so cooked with unexpected monster spawns, and he prepares to leave as quickly as possible. With this, they say their goodbyes and go their separate ways, with Huang quietly hoping their paths will cross again someday. Stepping back through the barrier, he finds Bai standing outside where he has been all night in the freezing cold, now covered in a thin layer of ice. Feeling genuinely guilty, Huang apologizes and explains that something completely unexpected came up inside. Noting that he is now feeling fully refreshed and loaded with energy, he pushes for them to keep climbing quickly before losing any more time. Bai naturally says absolutely nothing, though it is completely obvious who is actually the exhausted one between the two of them. They resume the climb, and Huang thinks about how his life cycle wheel is finally fixed, meaning his power will take a massive leap forward once he reaches the Black Steel stage. Eventually, they make it to the top with just enough time left before the exam deadline closes. He is feeling pretty good about the situation, right up until a strange quacking sound starts echoing from nearby. Bai goes on instant alert as a group of duck-like creatures appears. Huang cheerfully identifies them as snow mountain swans and casually suggests catching a couple since they apparently taste great. But Bai isn't having it and stays completely tense. Suddenly, every single one of the birds transforms into full monsters right in front of them, prompting Huang to instantly reverse course and yell for them to run. They flee toward a cave up ahead while Huang fires shots back at the horde. Bai makes it to the entrance first and uses a rope to pull Huang up after him. Once safe inside, Huang tells Bai they will just wait it out until the monsters clear. But looking out, he notices the duck monsters are suddenly panicking and scattering. A massive bird-type monster arrives, easily slaughtering the swans like it is nothing. Huang identifies it as a black cliff sparrow, an absolute unit on the verge of breaking through to the green copper stage and definitely not something to mess with. For a split second, Huang thinks they are lucky since the monster is too busy eating to notice them, meaning they can slip away. That optimism dies instantly when the black cliff sparrow locks its blood-red, gore-covered eyes straight onto them. The monster launches itself forward, picking up speed before slamming into the cave entrance with full force. Bai powers up, ready to throw hands, but Huang immediately stops him since fighting something that tough head-on is pure suicide when they are so close to finishing the exam. Telling Bai to wait for his signal, Huang opens fire and lands a direct hit, but the bullet literally bounces off the feathers without leaving a single scratch. The monster actually looks amused, which is a deeply unsettling vibe. Thinking fast, Huang tells Bai to hold the line for just a moment longer. The The second the monster forces its head through the narrow entrance, Huang calls the play. Bai uses a skill to pin the creature in place while Huang charges straight at it, noting that no matter how tough the armor is, every monster has a weak point. He presses the gun right against the monster's eye and dumps the rest of his mag. Realizing its fate at the last second, the monster takes the hits and goes down hard. Standing over the body, Huang quietly tells the beast that his last 3 bullets have been saved just for this moment. A system notification pops up confirming the kill, rewarding him with a fragment card and a double reward card for taking down a target far above his level. He is a bit salty that there is no upgrade card, but Blackie appears to explain that those drops are incredibly rare and he has just been insanely lucky before. Stomping down his grumbles, Huang checks the double reward card and sees it doubles all monster drop rewards for 1 full hour. Blackie points out that if he finds a good grinding spot within that window, he can stack fragments efficiently, making it a pretty solid card. Huang tells Blackie to shut up and get out of his face, then stands up and tells Bai they have wasted enough time and need to speedrun the rest of the climb before the clock runs out. A little later, they finally reach the very top of the peak. Huang is already planning to restock his ammo, especially his explosive rounds, the second the exam is over. Looking around, he mutters in disbelief at how ridiculously high up they have gotten. But then the reality of the situation hits him. Because of all the side quests and delays along the way, they are way behind schedule, and climbing all the way down the other side before the deadline is looking nearly impossible. As he stands there stressing over the next move, a voice nearby casually comments that people without talent should just give up from the jump. Huang turns around in shock, having not sensed anyone approaching, only to find the voice belongs to a literal child. The kid tells him not to be so surprised, casually revealing that he is also there to take the exact same exam. The guy introduces himself as the owner of the Blacklist Spyro he deleted earlier. The kid is visibly salty about it and demands to know if Huang is a summoner, and why he threw hands with his monster. What is actually wild though is that this kid has zero remorse for what his beast did, casually brushing it off as a simple food gathering mission, and blaming the whole mess on Huang's bad luck. He then makes it clear that he hasn't forgotten the disrespect to his previous monster, and as a little revenge plot, he summons a brand new beast that is way more dangerous. Right on cue, Bai feels the absolute main character's threat energy and powers up to shield Huang, who tries to talk tough like he isn't sweating it. Deep down though, Huang knows this new green copper rank red blood eagle will absolutely smoke him in a straight fight, so his brain immediately goes into overdrive trying to cook up an escape plan. Before things can get messy, the guy unexpectedly backs off on his own, dropping a casual comment that Huang's vampire isn't half bad, but that Huang himself is way too weak to be worth the hype right now. He adds that if Huang somehow survives the trial, they can actually link up and talk, walking away right after. Huang shouts after him, noting how the kid's massive ego gives off major vibes of Blackie, even throwing out a final challenge to come back and fight, though the kid completely ghosts him and keeps walking. That is when Huang snaps back to reality and remembers he needs to get down from his spot ASAP. He quickly whips up a plan, grabbing some materials to tie around himself so he can use Bai's wings as a makeshift glider to float down safely. Coasting through the air feels absolutely amazing, and it is kind of funny to him how a random dream from his past life is suddenly coming true in this new world. Eventually, Huang touches down in Area 7D12-1, which is the final stop for the exam, and he low-key laments that his fun streak is coming to an end. There, the red-haired examiner congratulates him for somehow securing the first-place spot. She mentions that once the official exam wraps up, he can go ahead and register as a reserve hunter, which completely shocks Huang since he doesn't think he actually won. When he doubts her, the woman gets a little annoyed, forcing Huang to explain that he saw some arrogant dude with a red blood eagle finishing way ahead of him. She clears up the confusion by explaining that the guy is named Bai Yan, and he doesn't count in the casual rankings because he already has a guaranteed seat, having joined the exam just for fun to skip straight to a bronze rank hunter while everyone else has to start from the bottom. Huang is left stunned by the absolute privilege of it all, but his mood instantly flips when he checks his bank account and sees a casual 3.5 million credits sitting there. He realizes the life crystal he looted from the Shujie actually sold for over 3 million, letting him hit a quick pause to just flex and enjoy being rich for a second. Remembering the red-haired examiner's advice that hunter registration will take a few days, he decides to use the downtime to restock his missing supplies and find a wild area to grind some monsters. His first stop is a weapons store, but they are completely out of the burst bullets needed for his Grey Eagle 17, so the shop owner plugs him with the info to go find an old man named Zheng who has a monopoly on the good stuff. After wandering around for a bit, Huang finally locates the old man's shop tucked away in a tiny hidden back alley, completely surprised that a spot this low-key even exists. Inside, the old man gives him the standard casual treatment, telling him to just pick out whatever he wants and bring it to the counter. Huang looks around and is genuinely blown away by the high-tier inventory, spotting everything from black steel stage all the way up to gold rank gear. The prices are steep, but everything is limited edition, which instantly gives away that this old man is a certified secret boss. Huang requests 3,000 regular bullets and 300 burst bullets, prompting the old man to jokingly ask if he is planning a whole villain arc, though his straight face makes it hard to tell if he is actually playing around. He brings out a massive box and sets the total at 1,065,000 credit points with a strict no installments rule, which Huang pays on the spot before hinting he might come back for more. The old man laughs, bragging that he has endless stock and can hook him up with ultra-rare items as long as the cash keeps flowing, earning a respectful thank you from Huang as he takes his leave. But just as Huang is about to leave, a loud alarm goes off somewhere outside. The old man calmly says it sounds like a warning signal from the Hunter Association, dropping a hint that something serious must have happened. Huang says his goodbyes and rushes out, leaving the old man behind to quietly stare ahead, completely giving off the vibe of a secret NPC who knows way more than he lets on. Outside, Huang pushes through a massive crowd to find the red-haired examiner addressing everyone. She explains that a high-tier monster deep inside the Golden Desert has woken up and is using its power to control all the surrounding beasts, sending them out to raid people in every direction. She tells everyone to stay put and stop moving around since there aren't enough hunters available to carry out a full rescue mission everywhere at once. Hearing this, Huang immediately connects the dots and realizes this is the exact main boss monster that Shu Lu warned him about earlier. A guy standing nearby gets frustrated and complains that they can't just sit around doing nothing. Huang silently gives him credit for having guts, especially since the examiner gets instantly furious and snaps that whether they try to escape by land or air, the monsters are everywhere. She bluntly states that anyone trying to leave is basically handing themselves over as a snack, adding that if they are that eager to die, she will personally take care of it. Huang's reaction to the whole scene is a mix of shock and pure amusement. After her outburst, she softens up a bit and reassures the crowd that the Hunter Association already sent some powerful super beings to delete the Monster King. Once the boss is down, the rest of the horde will scatter on their own, so all they have to do is survive the night. Right as she finishes speaking, someone calls out from behind Huang, and he turns around to see the same arrogant kid from the mountain. The kid points out that if the super beings fail to take down the monster, there won't be enough time for backup to save them, meaning the entire area gets wiped out. He says flat out that he isn't going to sit around and die with a bunch of fools. So the examiner ignores the doom posting and tells everyone to head back, stay calm, follow the emergency plan, and start the registration process. Meanwhile, Huang thinks to himself that even though the kid's toxic attitude annoyed everyone, his logic isn't actually wrong. Huang goes straight to the examiner to ask about the participants still stuck out in the trial zone, specifically checking on his chubby friend. She tells him the chubby kid already smashed his safety signal and escaped before Huang even arrived. Huang gets low-key annoyed, muttering that he was stressing over that guy for absolutely nothing. She tells him to just go home, stop wandering around, and follow orders. Later that night, Huang watches from a distance as a huge explosion lights up the sky, marking the absolute clash between the super being hunter and the super monster. He realizes that everyone's survival now depends entirely on that super being securing the win, and he quietly hopes it actually works out. The next morning, Huang is dozing off by a window when a loud sound jolts him awake to see fire and smoke everywhere outside. He steps out into pure chaos with people running and screaming in every direction. He grabs a random person to ask what is happening, and they drop the bomb that the super being hunter who came to fight the monster is dead. When Huang hears the news, his expression says it all. He makes his way to the crowd where the red-haired woman is already getting surrounded by panicked people demanding to be let go, screaming that the situation is out of control and they need to escape before they all get cooked. The examiner explains that the super monster took serious damage and is now calling in reinforcements to attack humans so it can recover. She reminds them that as hunters, it is their literal job to protect the over 10,000 civilians in the area. One guy pushes back, arguing that they aren't even officially registered as hunters yet, so they have zero obligation to stay and fight. Others quickly jump in, claiming they are still normal citizens who deserve protection rather than a death sentence. Huang decides he has heard enough nonsense and tells them to shut it. He reminds everyone that out in the Golden Desert, he personally ran into shadow crows, deathworms, and swarms, all of which are already under the boss monster's control, asking them straight up if they really think they can make it out alive on their own. He points out that even the wind eagles aren't daring to fly, so trying to walk out on foot is almost certain death. He then turns to the examiner and asks her directly, since she is the highest-ranked gold-rank hunter there, how long she thinks she would last if she tried to leave. She thinks about it honestly and admits that with monsters from both the Golden Desert and the Goddess Mountain converging, she would probably only last until the following night at most. Huang uses her answer to hit the crowd with a reality check, stating that if even a gold rank isn't confident, someone at his level would probably last about 3 hours. He asks the crowd if that is really how they want to go out. One guy still weakly pushes back, hoping luck might be on their side, but Huang steps up to deliver his final argument. He tells everyone that if they abandon the area and somehow manage to escape, the monsters won't just stop there. Once the horde gets past Goddess Mountain, they will spread out and go after everyone's families, friends, and loved ones, asking the crowd if that is really what they want. That reality check hits home, and the crowd goes quiet to think. Huang immediately fires everyone up, telling them that while their lives matter, running away isn't the answer. He says they need to stand together with the Hunter Association, fight the monsters, and defend the area. He starts chanting about saving their families and protecting the Snow Mountain area, and the crowd slowly starts chanting along with him. The arrogant kid from earlier watches the whole speech and mutters to himself that they are all idiots walking into their own graves before walking away, leaving Huang to watch him go with a quiet, sad look on his face. The examiner grabs Huang and rallies the entire crowd together, announcing that they are all going to defend the area side by side with the Hunter Association. The crowd completely gets fired up and starts cheering at the top of their lungs. Right after that, someone takes charge to organize the chaos, telling everyone to grab their weapons, form up into teams, and get registered. Huang is just about to head out and join the rest of the squad when the examiner pulls him aside for a private chat. She drops some heavy info, explaining that her teleport artifact can only carry 50 people at a time, and she wants him to round up all the participants under 20 years old to get them out of there immediately. Huang tries to push back and argue, but she completely cuts him off to reveal the dark truth she has been hiding from everyone else. It turns out that everything she just said to the crowd about surviving the night was pure cap, just to keep everyone from losing their minds. She knows for a fact that within 24 hours, this whole area is going to turn into a total nightmare with absolutely zero survivors. To make matters worse, her teleport artifact has a terrible range limit and cannot send people far enough to safety. The closest backup hunters from the outside will take at least 48 hours to pull up, but the monster horde is already closing in and will breach their perimeter in about 10 hours. Since the Hunter Association's local forces are way too small, she honestly believes that everyone is going to die here. But before she goes down, she wants to save the future of the association by protecting talented prodigies like Huang. Hearing the grim breakdown only makes Huang more stubborn, and he tells her straight up that he is absolutely not leaving. He explains that his speech to the crowd was not just some fake motivation to calm them down, and that he meant every single word. If the monsters manage to cross the Goddess Mountain, they will eventually reach his hometown where the people he promised to protect live, and he is not about to let that happen. The examiner gets a little emotional hearing his dedication, and then Huang points out that even though they are stuck waiting for reinforcements, they still have a solid chance as long as they can stay alive until help arrives. He admits their current power level is low, but he insists they have to try something, suggesting they evacuate all 20,000 civilians into a hidden spot in the Snow Mountain area to buy themselves 2 full days until the next wave of superpowered hunters shows up. The idea suddenly clicks for the examiner as she thinks it through, and she remembers a massive mountain valley that can easily hold that many people. If they can just block the main entrance with a giant boulder, everyone inside will be safely protected for a long time. Huang gets incredibly hyped by the realization and accidentally grabs her by the shoulders, telling her it is an absolute galaxy brain plan, and that he is staying behind to help make it work. She gets a little flustered by the sudden physical contact and tells him to calm down and stop acting so full of himself. Though secretly, she finds herself wondering why he suddenly looks so attractive. She quickly shakes off the thought and reminds him that moving 20,000 people through the mountains is going to be a logistical nightmare, meaning they need to get moving right away. Huang follows her out in high spirits, and the red-haired woman realizes that because of him, she is actually starting to believe they might pull off a miracle. The massive evacuation kicks off shortly after, with large groups of people slowly trekking through the dangerous mountain terrain. Huang takes the lead on a smaller squad that includes a few other participants who are feeling visibly stressed about protecting such a massive crowd all at once. One teammate points out that the professional hunters ahead are clearing the route, making their section relatively safe. Huang reassures the group and reminds them of their strengths. One can track and set traps, another excels at long-range attacks, and the girl provides strong support. With such a balanced lineup, he tells them they have nothing to worry about. The yellow-haired guy instantly cheers up after the pep talk. The blue-haired guy manages to relax a little bit, and the girl promises she is going to give the mission everything she has. As the group moves forward, they pass a bunch of fresh monster corpses left behind by the professional hunters ahead. The teammates joke about how cracked those hunters are for clearing out every single mob, while the blue-haired guy points out that a free carry isn't exactly something to complain about. The girl tells them to focus, and Huang warns everyone not to get careless. He explains that the boss monster has been harvesting life force faster than ever, and with such a huge group of survivors moving together, they're basically asking to get ambushed. He barely finishes speaking before his danger sense goes off. Huang instantly pulls the girl out of the way as a massive axe slams into the ground where she was standing. The others panic and look around for the attacker, realizing she would have been done for if Huang reacted even a second later. A giant monster steps forward to retrieve its weapon, followed by another, and the squad realizes they're completely surrounded by a huge horde backed up by multiple boss-level elites carrying massive weapons. Everyone immediately starts tweaking. One teammate identifies them as black steel stage cow-type monsters, while another notices they brought totems that will make them even stronger. Huang tells everyone to keep it together and quickly comes up with a plan. Focus down the totem carrier first. Don't. As the horde charges, Huang rushes forward while his teammate covers him with a lightning-infused crossbow. One perfectly placed shot blinds a monster, giving Huang the opening to instantly take it down. He then orders the team to work together. One teammate starts setting traps, another provides cover fire, and the girl unleashes a massive sound-based attack that blows out the monster's eardrums. The yellow-haired guy accidentally gets caught in the blast, complains about his ears for a second, then gets right back to setting up traps. Meanwhile, Huang is already charging at full speed toward another target, low-key wanting to test out how strong his sword skill has gotten after recent upgrades. He reaches the monster carrying the heavy totem and cuts straight through it in a single effortless move. He is genuinely impressed with his own damage output, noting that his sword style has officially evolved from 18 styles to 36. Though right as he is standing there appreciating his own weapon, the monster he just sliced comes back for round 2 with its broken weapon raised high. Huang is already expecting the counter, and he hits the beast with one powerful sword strike to finish it off for good. Right before a system notification pops up to tell him he just picked up a rare loot piece from the cow monster. The blue-haired guy starts hyping up Huang's insane sword skills, but the girl fighting right behind them tells him to stop stargazing and actually do something useful for the team. Luckily, the yellow-haired guy's trap is working perfectly, as every single monster that steps into the radius gets completely stuck and cannot move. He brags to the team that the trap has a built-in energy buff, making it an absolute death sentence for anything that gets caught inside. Everyone gets ready to move in, but honestly, Huang does not even need the backup. He is cutting through those monsters like they are actual paper, taking down huge elites one after another with almost zero effort. He even picks up a lucky card drop from one of his fresh kills, and upon checking it, he finds out it is a temporary transformation card from the Black Steel Stage Cow. The card allows him to take the raw power of one of his summons and use it as his own buff for 24 hours. He makes a quick mental joke about being relieved it is not some weird gender swap card, but before he can think about it any further, a massive monster suddenly spawns right behind him and startles him badly. Blood splatters everywhere, and he jumps aside only to realize the monster is already dropping dead right in front of him because Beatty arrived just in time to delete it. Howling thanks his summon and reminds himself to stop getting distracted during a live fight. After that little scare, Howling and Bai team up to form an absolute duo, basically handling the rest of the monster horde completely on their own. The other 3 squad members just stand back in spectator mode and watch the show, making casual comments among themselves until the area is entirely clear. Howling casually announces that they are finally done and Bai strikes a victory pose to celebrate. Huang points out that they have already lost way too much time in this zone, meaning the main evacuation group has likely reached the mountain valley entrance by now, so they need to move fast and catch up. Right then, Huang's ring lights up with an incoming call from the examiner, who demands to know their exact coordinates. Huang explains that they ran into a small problem but sorted it out easily, and will pull up within 2 hours. The other 3 teammates suddenly snap into absolute respectful mode when they realize who is on the line, but she is completely not in the mood for games and gives them a strict 1-hour deadline to get there. When one of them tries to argue the timing, she completely cuts them off and drops the bombshell that a massive monster outbreak is happening, warning them that if they are even a single minute late, they are all dead. The scene then transitions over to the mountain valley where an absolute war is already going down. The examiner is leading the frontline hunters against a massive wave of monsters, but it is painfully clear that they are losing the war of attrition. Way too many frontline fighters have already taken heavy damage and cannot keep up with the defense. One of her squad members runs up to report that the casualty count is getting way too high and they cannot hold the valley entrance much longer. She orders the weakest and most injured fighters to pull back slowly and find a way to permanently seal off the valley. One of her men raises a massive concern about the remaining participants who are still stuck outside and haven't made it to the zone yet, but she firmly responds that the people already inside are the ones they will fight for until the absolute end. Suddenly, she sees something through the smoke that stops her completely cold. The notorious blood-scarred hyena group has just shown up with their full pack and their leader is standing right at the front looking absolutely terrifying. Everyone around her instantly panics when they realize who they are up against, and she immediately starts marching toward the enemy line, ready to fight the leader herself. One of her men grabs her arm and literally begs her not to throw her life away, but she tells him to let her go, explaining that if she does not personally push them back, everyone in the valley is going to die anyway. He still refuses to let go, arguing that if she dies in battle, all remaining hope for the survivors is completely gone too. Right as that heated argument is going down, someone in the back shouts for everyone to look ahead, causing the entire hyena group to turn around and check out the sudden disturbance. The examiner looks up and feels a massive wave of relief wash over her because Huang has finally arrived, running into the zone at absolute full speed. She is genuinely happy to see that he is not only alive but pulled up exactly on time. Huang comes in incredibly hot and immediately throws a heavy attack at one of the hyenas, who manages to block the strike without too much trouble. Huang quickly turns to his teammates and instructs them to get all the injured people out of the danger zone and into a safe spot, and the crew agrees before moving out right away. The yellow-haired guy teams up with the summon to start clearing out the smaller hyena followers while Huang turns his full attention to the main hyena boss. He quickly figures out that the boss is sitting at Black Steel rank Tier 3, which he figures is actually a pretty good challenge for his current power level. Both of them size each other up and get ready for a complete showdown, with Huang making it clear that only one of them is walking away from this fight alive. The hyena begins to power up and a terrifying horn-like spike suddenly bursts out of its head. Huang is genuinely surprised to see the monster's power level jump by 2 full ranks out of nowhere, and the hyena charges at him with everything it has, ending up pinning Huang flat to the ground. The monster starts screaming right in his face, but Huang stays completely unfazed, casually mocking its terrible breath and asking if it has ever heard of a toothbrush. The yellow-haired guy glances back and gets visibly worried about Huang's situation, but the examiner tells him to stay focused on the monsters directly in front of him instead of stressing over others. Right on cue, she jumps into the action to save him from an incoming hit, reminding him to clean up the smaller mobs first so they can go help Huang afterward. Huang calls out to them to stop stressing, and just as he says that, something massive slams into the hyena boss with incredible force. It is Tyrant, who hits the monster with a devastating punch that sends it flying far back into the dirt. Huang notes out loud that as a certified summoner, he is not about to let these random mobs pin him down that easily. He then recalls Tyrant into his system, which completely confuses all the nearby monsters who are attacking it since it just vanishes into thin air. A split second later, Bai spawns into the match and grabs the hyena boss tightly, locking it completely in place so Huang can use the opening to finish it off from below. The system immediately congratulates him with a pop-up notification confirming he has received a blood hyena piece, and since he defeated a monster way above his own level, he also earns a rare skill card as a bonus reward. Huang is absolutely thrilled by the drop, feeling stronger and smarter than ever before. Both the yellow-haired guy and the examiner start hyping him up, and she walks over to admit she never expected him to be this cracked, noting that his close-range techniques are seriously impressive. Huang tells her to hold off on the compliments for now because a bunch of the remaining hyenas are trying to run away since their boss got deleted, suggesting they go clean up the rest of the pack quickly while the yellow-haired guy just keeps praising him anyway. The woman then orders everyone to head back into the valley to start preparing for the next phase of the defense, but the moment the words leave her mouth, Huang spots something on the horizon and looks like he cannot believe his eyes. He half-jokingly asks someone to wake him up if he is dreaming, because standing right ahead of them is an enormous wave of monsters, spiders, and all kinds of terrifying creatures charging straight at them all at once. She confirms that he is definitely not dreaming as a whole new monster wave arrives on the scene, causing everyone to start freaking out and screaming to run away. The examiner shouts at them to stay put, reminding the crowd that the valley setup is not finished yet, and that running away will only get them killed faster. Huang quickly calculates the distance and realizes that based on the monster's current speed, the horde will arrive in about 10 minutes. The yellow-haired guy points out that there is absolutely no time left to find a giant boulder to block the entrance, but he notices there are plenty of fresh monster corpses lying around that they can use to build a makeshift barrier instead. The examiner actually likes the strategy and tells everyone to get to work on blocking the path immediately. Huang tells her to take one of the guys to the back to focus entirely on building the defensive wall, while he and the rest of the squad hold the front line against the monsters until her work is completely done. The blue-haired guy insists on staying up front with him, arguing that his long-range attacks mean he can fight alongside Huang effectively. The examiner pushes back hard, stating that she is the senior hunter here, and cannot just leave a major battle entirely in the hands of rookies. Huang hits her with a reality check, reminding her that she is the only commander left alive and cannot throw her life away for a quick moment of glory, when there are over 200,000 civilians depending on her to keep them breathing. He then turns around and starts rallying all the people who are not afraid to die to join him on the front lines. The examiner calls after him to try and stop his advance, but he is already gone. So she gives up and grabs a monster, ordering everyone left with her to work as fast as possible on building the wall while silently hoping he does not get himself killed out there. Huang jumps straight into the meat grinder to fight the incoming wave of monsters, and the exact moment things get heavy, he calls out for Blackie to spawn in. Blackie shows up and sarcastically points out that Huang only ever calls for him when things are going completely sideways. Huang ignores the toxic attitude and explains that he wants to use the rare skill card he just got from killing the hyena boss right now. Blackie recognizes it as a random skill card and notes that Huang is crazy for trying to gacha a skill in the middle of all this chaos, but he shrugs and says they might as well see what happens. He tosses the card toward Huang and it hits him square in the head, causing a system notification to pop up and congratulate him because the card has granted him a legendary footwork skill called Traceless Snow Steps. Once the skill activates, Huang starts moving at blinding speeds, and the full details of the buff become clear, meaning he can start using it to smoke these monsters immediately. With the new Traceless Snow Steps skill officially activated, Huang immediately puts it to use and starts tearing through the spider monsters at an absolute insane speed. The people fighting alongside him get completely confused, quickly noticing that he is moving way faster than before and just keeps getting faster as he goes. He flawlessly dodges every single attack the spiders throw his way, and then he keeps cutting them down one after another without missing a beat. While holding down the front line, Huang casually tells Blackie to cancel his life force and White's connection. Blackie immediately questions the logic, pointing out that the life force is almost full and that once it fills up completely, Huang can finally advance to the Black Steel stage. Huang explains that he already knows the risks, but if he holds off on advancing right now, he can instead secure a rare life-type ability that will make one of his existing talents massively more powerful. Blackie breaks down the mechanics, explaining that life-type abilities come in several different categories like elemental, enhancement, mental spirit, ability type, and recovery, before asking Huang which buff he wants to lock in. Huang answers without a single second of hesitation, choosing the sword enhancement type so he can delete monsters faster and way more effectively. Blackie agrees to the plan, cuts the connection, and warns him to do whatever it takes to survive the massive disaster ahead. The next morning, Huang finally finishes off the very last spider by driving his sword straight through it, and everyone around him lets out a huge sigh of relief because the grueling fight is finally over. The examiner has also finished building the defensive wall out of monster corpses while Huang and the squad were holding the line, and she lets them know the wall is complete before telling everyone to come take a rest. The yellow-haired guy hypes Huang up, stating that without him and his cracked summons, the fight would have been nearly impossible to win. Huang admits he is completely exhausted, and then he suggests they all get some sleep before the next monster wave hits. Privately, he thinks to himself that they successfully held the zone and still have a fighting chance, silently making a strict promise to his sister Lin Xin that he will protect her no matter what happens next. What? Right after that wholesome moment, everyone's communication rings start vibrating at the exact same time. A horrific emergency message comes through with the news that the neighboring area, 7D123, has been completely wiped off the map by a massive monster attack where absolutely nobody survived. Some of the people in Huang's group start panicking immediately, with one person crying out that their entire family lives in that exact zone. The examiner realizes the situation is getting progressively worse because the main super monster is heavily injured, meaning it is actively slaughtering humans in nearby zones just to heal its own health bar. Since almost every other group around them has already been wiped out, their squad is highly likely the boss monster's very next target. To make matters worse, the wall they built from monster corpses is already showing massive structural cracks from the ongoing waves, and the examiner points out that the injuries on their side are getting way too serious to keep this defense going much longer. Huang guesses that the super being hunters probably won't arrive until at least the evening, and the examiner admits she isn't afraid of dying since she has faced death countless times as a hunter. But the thought of 20,000 civilians dying alongside her completely terrifies her. Huang gently places his hand over hers, hitting her with a reminder that she is a certified gold rank hunter, and definitely not someone who goes down easily to random monsters. He adds that they have no choice but to fight with everything they have left to stay alive, causing the examiner to quickly pull her hand back and order everyone to spread out and stay on guard. Inside her head, she gets completely embarrassed, wondering why her face is suddenly getting so warm, while Huang quietly laughs to himself, thinking he might have rised her up a bit too much. Shortly after the awkward moment, someone shouts a frantic warning as Huang and the examiner look ahead to see a horde of steel armor war mammoths charging straight toward their perimeter. The examiner explains that the super monster is deploying them specifically to shatter their corpse wall, and their current team simply does not have the raw firepower to stop them in time. Just as things look completely hopeless, Huang spots something in the distance and points it out to the group as a very powerful-looking figure flies into the zone at high speed. The mysterious hunter pulls out a sword and strikes one of the metal mammoths directly in the eye, killing the giant beast in a single, effortless hit. The examiner recognizes the precise weak point strike immediately and praises the move, while Huang is completely stunned by the insane power level. asking if that is what a real gold rank hunter looks like. The examiner confirms the identity, explaining that this is Yi Jung, the 11th ranked global genius in the entire world, and someone who is just one step away from becoming an official super being hunter himself. Yi Jung keeps moving through the mammoth horde like an absolute madman, wiping them out one by one with almost zero effort. The examiner calls out to him and he executes a clean landing right in front of her, immediately warning everyone that the match isn't over yet, because another massive wave of monsters is already incoming. This time, the horizon fills up with sand-black spiders, which Huang recognizes as the annoying type that spits extremely strong webs. Yahello explains that these spiders aren't especially dangerous in terms of raw physical strength, but their webs are incredibly tough and the super monster is using them specifically to tear apart their defensive wall. Huang points out that there are simply too many targets to kill before they reach the perimeter, and Yahello agrees, noting that if they only had a heavy gunner on the team, they could clear the field from a distance, but finding heavy artillery out here seems impossible. The examiner tells them to stop stressing about the meta, and then she uses her ability to summon a massive machine gun right into her hands. This is no basic weapon either, as it is a literal gold-ranked piece of equipment, leaving Yahello completely shocked as he asks how she even got her hands on something that requires a special military license to own. The examiner tells them plainly that if you have enough cash, the black market can secure anything, stating that there is absolutely no time for questions right now. She fires a single massive shot at the nearby mountain instead of aiming at the spiders, and everyone watching thinks she completely threw the match. Huang thinks the exact same thing but wisely keeps his mouth shut, and the lady tells them all to just watch the show. The mountain starts cracking violently from where the heavy bullet impacted, and then the entire cliffside gives way, sending a massive avalanche of snow crashing down right on top of the spider horde. Every single monster gets buried and deleted in one legendary move, leaving Yi Jung to stare in awe before telling everyone around him to never argue with a woman. Everyone is still reacting to the flex when Huang spots something that wipes the smile right off his face. The notorious Shadow Crow group is back on the field, forcing Yi Jung and Huang to push the examiner aside to face the new threat together. This time, it isn't just crows filling the sky, as a massive combined wave of every single monster type is converging on their position all at once. Everyone realizes at that exact moment that this is the literal final battle, and all the remaining hope drains out of the crowd as even Huang admits that things look completely cooked. Yahello immediately turns to the examiner and tells her to open the greenwood door, and when she doesn't understand why, he explains that there are too many talented participants here, who represent the actual future of humanity, meaning it is her duty to take them through the portal and keep them safe. She refuses flat out, stating that she is absolutely not leaving the field, but Yahello insists that he will stay behind to buy more time for everyone while she leads the evacuation. He tells her to stop arguing because they are completely out of time, and when she brings up their family to turn the argument around, Yahello completely shuts it down by reminding her that he is her older brother, and he is not about to let her stay behind and die. Seeing that his mind is completely made up, Huang quietly pulls Blackie aside and asks how many total skill cards he has collected from all the over-leveled monsters he deleted throughout the entire war. Blackie checks the inventory and reveals that there are exactly 1,145 cards sitting in the stash, asking if Huang is about to do something incredibly risky. Huang explains that his gacha luck is usually terrible, and he isn't about to bet everyone's lives on a random card draw when everything is on the line. Blackie asks what alternative strategy he has in mind, and Huang tells him to combine every single card into one ultimate fusion. Blackie thinks through the logic and points out that merging 1,145 cards will technically produce one unlimited rank card, but the actual type will be completely random, meaning it could be attack, defense, or something totally useless. He adds that no one has ever tried this before because it wastes an enormous number of resources, but Huang counters that even if he keeps the cards, they might not survive long enough to use them anyway, since they are already walking toward a team wipe, so there is no harm in taking one final risk. Blackie gets straight to work and merges all 1,245 cards into a single item, resulting in a beautiful golden card that looks absolutely incredible, while radiating a ton of raw energy. Huang tells Blackie to activate it immediately no matter what type it turns out to be, and the system notification flashes to confirm that merging the stack has produced a legendary small extinct card. A massive ball of pure energy suddenly appears and grows bigger and bigger until it completely swallows Huang inside it. He screams from the sheer intensity as the power builds up inside the sphere, creating a shockwave so violent that everyone nearby has to cover their faces to survive. Even Yi Jung, who is literally on the verge of becoming a super being, has to block the wind to protect himself from the blast. The ball keeps expanding across the horizon until it explodes in a massive blinding flash of light, wiping out every single monster in the area all at once. Not a single shadow crow in the sky survives the blast, and absolutely nothing within range makes it through the damage phase. It looks like a literal nuclear explosion just went off on the battlefield, proving that even though the card is called Small Extinct, there is absolutely nothing small about the destruction it just caused. When the massive shockwave finally settles across the battlefield, the examiner opens her eyes to check the area and gets completely stunned by what is standing right in front of her. Huang is just sitting there on the ground, looking completely drained and exhausted after outputting that much world-ending power. The survivors in the crowd slowly start realizing that Huang is the literal goat who just saved all their lives, and they immediately begin chanting his name over and over again. Huang sits quietly through the praise, thinking to himself that the ultimate skill card fusion was actually worth the investment after all. The examiner sprints over and catches him off guard with a sudden hug, which leaves Huang feeling incredibly flustered and awkward. Yizheng walks up to the duo and asks if Huang just casually dropped a divine spell on the map, but Huang explains that the whole situation is pretty complicated to break down. Yizheng gets a little annoyed, assuming Huang is looking down on his power level, but the girl quickly calms her brother down and tells him he is completely misreading the vibe. Yizheng then notices how much his sister's attitude has changed, and she just laughs quietly while Huang stands there looking entirely confused about the dynamic between the two siblings. Suddenly, a terrifying laugh echoes through the entire valley, forcing Huang to look around until he spots a black shadow standing right on top of the mountain peak. The examiner immediately tenses up in fear, and Yizheng gets visibly furious the moment he catches sight of the mysterious figure. The shadow laughs again and notes that he never expected to run into a literal descendant of a true god in a low-level zone like this, leaving Huang completely confused about why he is getting called a deity. The examiner drops a massive warning to the squad, confirming that this entity is the actual main super monster itself. The yellow-haired guy finally understands the sheer scale of the threat they are looking at, while the other guy notes that the pressure radiating off the boss is so heavy he can barely breathe. The super monster pulls back its hood and tells them that looking for backup is completely useless because all the high-level hunters on the way were already lured away by its clone and won't be saving the day anytime soon. It then offers the survivors a twisted deal, stating that if they hand Huang over to be deleted, it will let the other 20,000 civilians go completely free. It even calls the transaction a generous offer, leaving the examiner completely horrified by the terms. Yizheng quickly pieces the puzzle together, realizing the monster wants Huang because he carries 80 to 90% of a god descendant's raw energy inside his body. If the monster consumes Huang, it will officially evolve from a super beast into a member of the elite god race. Blackie points out that from a pure numbers standpoint, most normal people would trade Huang away in a heartbeat, prompting Huang to privately ask his companion if there is any viable strategy to kill the boss. Blackie shuts down the idea immediately, explaining that the level gap between Huang and the super monster is way too massive and that his odds of surviving a direct fight are a literal 0%. Unexpectedly, the examiner steps forward and announces that she is ready to accept the trade and give him the guy. Yizheng calls out to stop her, but she completely ignores him, explaining that if she can save 20,000 lives by sacrificing one, she will do it without a single second thought. Huang cannot believe she just agreed to throw his life away that fast, without even hesitating. Meanwhile, the examiner walks toward the super monster and asks for exactly 1 minute to say her final goodbyes to him first. The monster figures she is probably trying to cook up a scheme, but it decides that her little plan cannot possibly bypass its power level anyway, so it grants her the 60 seconds. She asks Yizheng to pull up with her as a witness, and though he asks what she is doing, she doesn't answer and just grabs his hand to pull him toward Huang. Standing right in front of Huang with her brother beside her, she takes Huang's hand and confesses that even though they have only known each other for a few days, his courage, character, strength, and raw talent have made her deeply admire him. Both Yizheng and Huang suspect for a split second that she is about to drop a romantic confession, but then with tears streaming down her face, she explains that they might never see each other again after this moment. So she wants him to know how grateful she is that he came into her life. She apologizes for what she is about to do next, and then she uses her main ability to open a warp gate directly behind both Huang and Yizheng, shoving them both through the portal before they can react. Both guys immediately figure out that she is sacrificing herself for them and begin struggling against the pull, refusing to leave her behind to face the boss alone. Still crying bitterly, she tells them through the closing gate that the entire future of humanity now rests safely in their hands. The super monster is absolutely not about to let its main target escape that easily, so it gathers massive dark energy in its hands and fires a beam straight at the portal, shattering the gateway in a single hit. A massive explosive shockwave bursts out from the impact and hits the examiner directly in the chest, leaving Yizheng terrified and wondering if his sister survived the blast. Despite being critically injured and trapped on the ground, her only thought is pure disappointment that she failed to get both of them out of the zone in time. Yikeng and Huang immediately rush back to her side, and Yikeng begs her to hold on, causing her to apologize for being way too weak to protect them. Seeing her broken like that causes a surge of pure unadulterated rage to rise up deep inside Huang's soul. The monster laughs at their misery but gets simultaneously furious, shouting that it was generous enough to offer a peaceful deal, but they tried to trick it instead, meaning everyone is about to get wiped out. Its head literally cracks open and a massive, terrifying snake emerges from its body, joining the monster's rage and screaming for everyone to die on the spot while the crowd shakes in absolute terror. The snake launches a rapid attack from its mouth that hooks Huang and yanks him into the air, leaving Yikeng completely paralyzed on the ground and only able to scream in horror. The snake pulls Huang right up to its jaws, dangling him over the pit, and tells him it is an absolute honor for a rookie to become part of its biomass. Then it opens its mouth wide and swallows Huang whole in front of everyone. The entire battlefield falls completely silent as nobody can believe they just watched the main character get eaten alive. The examiner, even while barely conscious and suffering from fatal injuries, is still crying out for Huang. The monster notes that it is time for them to merge into a single entity, and it begins the internal process of absorbing his stats, causing strange energy effects to erupt across its skin. Suddenly, the monster completely freezes up, feeling something go horribly wrong inside its system. It realizes it cannot move its own body, and sweat starts pouring down its face as it registers that something inside Huang is actively resisting the absorption process from the inside out. A massive dimensional portal suddenly tears open right behind the snake monster, and a giant hand comes shooting out of the rift at terminal velocity. The snake barely has time to react before the hand slams into it with full force, driving the massive boss deep into the dirt. The impact is so violent that Huang gets completely knocked free from the snake's jaws and lands a safe distance away on the ground. The hand pulls back slightly, which makes the snake absolutely furious as it screams that it is sitting at the Super Realm and is only one step away from reaching God Realm, refusing to accept that its boss fight is ending like this. It tries to launch a counterattack against the hand, but the giant hand just smacks it back down into the ground even harder, drawing a massive pool of blood from its mouth. The snake finally understands that it is completely outclassed by a hidden boss, and it uses the chaos to turn around and run for its life. As Huang starts running to distance himself from the impact zone, a familiar voice calls out his name from behind. He turns around and sees the Ice King standing on the battlefield, with the goddess Shulo casually chilling right on his shoulder. Our boy recognizes them instantly, and the Ice King explains that his master was low-key worried about Huang's safety, so they return to check up on his status, causing Shulo to quickly tell the Ice King that he is talking way too much. Huang thanks them both sincerely, admitting that without their clutch intervention, every single person in this valley would have been completely cooked. He then gets worried about secrecy and asks if any of the civilians saw them pull up, but Shulo tells him to relax because she already put every single human in the area to sleep, using her high-tier sleeping magic before doing anything else. Sure enough, Huang looks around to see that every survivor is completely knocked out and snoring loudly on the ground. Shulo then casts a quick spell on the retreating snake, causing the massive boss monster to shrink down until it fits perfectly right into the palm of her hand. She looks at Huang and explains that since he saved her life back in the desert, she cannot just leave the server without paying back her debt properly. She hands the shrunken snake over to him and explains that it is actually an undying mysterious snake, meaning he can store it inside his life wheel cycle and raise it over time. Once he finally levels up into a super hunter, he can develop its full stats, and since it carries a secret dragon bloodline inside its DNA, it can eventually evolve into an extremely overpowered soul battle pet for his build. Instead of flexing his new loot, Huang immediately asks Shulo to please save his friend, pointing directly at the examiner, who is still lying on the dirt, badly injured and close to death. Shulo asks him to clarify what he means by friend, and Huang admits he understands she stopped caring about human problems hundreds of years ago, noting that he feels terrible for asking for a favor, but the girl got crushed because she was trying to protect him. Shulo tells him she can easily heal her, but the spell requires a super beast soul to act as a catalyst. She then points to the rare snake she is holding and asks if he is genuinely willing to delete his new pet, along with its broken dragon bloodline, just to save the girl's life. Without hesitating for even a fraction of a second, Huang says yes, stating that a human life is way more important than a stat buff. Shulo flashes a bright smile when she hears his answer, and then she gives the snake right back to him, leaving Huang completely confused by the play. She explains that she was only testing his character to see if he was selfish, adding that she has plenty of alternative monster souls in her inventory that can heal her just fine. The Ice King positions himself on both sides of the examiner to guard the perimeter, while Shulo sits down beside her body and begins channeling her high-level healing magic. She pulls out a glowing soul that looks exactly like a firebird from her stash and places it directly into the girl's chest. Immediately, the examiner's lungs clear up and she starts breathing normally again as a massive glowing magic circle forms underneath her body. A pair of fiery wings suddenly burst out of her back, and even though she was literally on the verge of death just moments ago, her raw power level has clearly grown even stronger than before. Huang anxiously asks if she is going to be okay now, and Shulo confirms that the moment she wakes up, her health bar will be completely full. Huang gets instantly flooded with a wave of relief and thanks Shulo deeply from the bottom of his heart, promising he will find a way to repay her clutch kindness in the future. Shulo gently tells him that she has already overstayed her time in this world, far longer than she should have, and it is officially time for her to log off. Huang is genuinely surprised that she is leaving the server so soon, but before she takes off, Shulo mentions she has one final question for him. She steps close and asks him straight up if he actually believes in true love. Huang wonders why she is asking something so deep out of nowhere, figuring it probably has something to do with whatever emotional trauma she went through in her past life that is making it hard for her to leave in total peace. He takes a deep breath and explains that love is the kind of thing that just hits you whether you want it to or not, meaning there is absolutely no point in debating whether it is right or wrong. He adds that whatever the final outcome is, nobody can ever take away the raw feelings themselves, even if those feelings are directed towards someone who completely betrayed you. He finishes by telling her she should always have the courage to love and to hate, and that no matter whether she is a god or a mortal, she will always shine like the sun in his eyes. Shulo listens to every single word without interrupting him, and then she quietly notes that she hears him and finally understands the vibe, getting a little flushed by his words. She mutters something about not leaving any regrets behind and always saying a proper goodbye before traveling somewhere new. She adds that it seems like she officially owes him one more favor, but Huang disagrees and counters that he is the one who will always be in her debt. Right then, the Ice King walks over while carrying a grown man in his arms, and Zhulu explains to Huang that this is the actual super hunter who was originally deployed to save the valley before the monster lured him away. She also reveals to Huang that she has already modified the memories of every single sleeping human in the area, meaning that when they wake up, they will all believe this unconscious hunter is the hero who deleted all the monsters. She explains that she did this because she was worried that if the world found out Huang was a god descendant, it would create an absolute mountain of trouble for him. Zhulu then says her final goodbye to Huang and flies upward as a massive portal forms right behind her, and Huang waves goodbye as she disappears into the rift, quietly thinking to himself that their paths might never cross again. The exact second she leaves the zone, the examiner's eyes snap open and everyone else who was put to sleep by the magic wakes up at the exact same time. Yi Zhang immediately checks on his sister to ask if she is alright, and when she questions what happened to the fight, he cheerfully explains that a super hunter arrived just in time to delete the main boss, meaning the danger is completely over and everyone survives safely. He notes that the explosive shockwave from the monster simply knocked everyone unconscious, but luckily nobody suffered any serious injuries. The examiner admits that is amazing news, but inside her head she has a strange feeling like she literally died once and someone dragged her back from the absolute darkness. She looks over and sees Huang standing quietly off to the side while the random super hunter nearby gets all the clout and praise, and she gets a weird feeling that she is forgetting something incredibly important, though she cannot figure out what it is while Huang just stands there silently keeping the secret. The scene then transitions over to Huang's house, where he finally makes it back safely while feeling genuinely surprised that he is even alive. He checks on his little sister Lin Xin first and sees that she is sleeping peacefully, and since it is already the middle of the night and she has school the next morning, he decides not to wake her and goes to lie down on his own bed. Just as he starts to relax, Blackie suddenly spawns in and notes that he never actually expected Huang to make it back alive from that mission. Huang admits he is pretty shocked about the survival himself, and then he reminds Blackie that he completed the registration task on time, asking where his promised reward is sitting. Blackie makes an annoyed face and mutters that he was low-key hoping to find himself a brand new host since Huang keeps almost dying, but he hands over the reward card anyway. The item turns out to be a high-tier healing type card that can fix absolutely anything wrong with Huang's body, no matter how serious. Huang is incredibly happy with the drop, but Blackie warns him to save it and only use it if his life is in actual critical danger. Huang explains that he has a way better galaxy brain plan for the card, and when Blackie tries to talk him out of it by pointing out it can fully heal his own body, Huang counters that the goddess already repaired his life cycle perfectly. He argues that if he wants to scale his battle power quickly, the absolute best meta move is to upgrade his monsters instead. He plans to deploy the card on Bai specifically to fix a rare blood vessel condition that affects vampires, explaining that healing the defect will make Bai significantly more powerful, and since he is a summoner, having a tankier monster is the best way to keep himself alive. Blackie has to admit that the logic actually makes complete sense, and without waiting any longer, Huang activates the card on Bai. All the raw energy from the card pours into Bai at once, and 2 extra highly intimidating wings start sprouting from his back along with 2 more appearing from below. It looks like a massive hidden evolution is triggered, leaving Blackie genuinely impressed as he admits he has never seen anyone use a healing card to mutate a monster like this. Shortly after the upgrade, our boy falls fast asleep to process the stats. The next morning, Lin Xin comes running into the room and throws her arms around her brother, absolutely thrilled that he finally made it back home. Huang explains that he got back in the dead of night and did not want to wake her up since she had school, and she admits she was worrying herself crazy and feels beyond relieved to see him safe. Right then, a random voice comes from a screen nearby making a comment about Lin Xin, and she turns around to find a guy sitting on a live video call. The guy remarks about how cute his sister is, causing Lin Xin to completely lose her mind and start screaming at Huang for not warning her that he was on a FaceTime call with Lord Yi Zheng, who is an extremely famous global celebrity. Huang calmly sips his tea and watches her sprint away, and then Yi Zheng brings the conversation back on track to ask if Huang is really certain about wanting to make the 6-armed enchantress his primary life force monster. Huang confirms the choice, explaining that he checked through multiple soul-type monsters and the 6-armed enchantress fits his specific build needs the best. Yi Zheng agrees that her mechanical trickiness makes her genuinely useful for boosting soul techniques, but he drops a heavy warning that the 6-armed enchantress is considered a top-tier threat within the Black Steel stage, meaning she is extremely dangerous to capture. He notes that nobody normally recommends her as a life force monster for that exact reason, but Huang explains that he does not see a better option on the board right now, noting that if he wants to get strong fast, this high-risk path is the only choice. Yi Zheng accepts his decision and tells Huang he will send over a video clip showing some professional hunters who encountered the 6-armed enchantress in the wild, so Huang can watch the gameplay and decide if he still wants to lock it in. Huang agrees to the deal, and while they are still talking, Lin Xin calls out from the hallway that she is leaving for school. Huang turns around and barely even recognizes his own sister because she fixed her hair, put on an outfit, and looks completely different from her usual self just to look good in front of Yi Zheng. She addresses Yi Zheng very politely, and tells him she is in a massive rush but will greet him properly the next time they link up, prompting Huang to ask who she even is, which makes Lin Xin furious enough to punch him on the head before storming out. Along with this, Yi Zheng laughs lightly before noting that the examiner asked him to pass along a hello to Huang on her behalf. Huang finds that a little strange and wonders why she didn't just DM him herself, but Yi Zheng explains he has a bunch of hunter business to handle, and ends the call, telling Huang to watch the clip and make his final choice. Huang wonders to himself why his senior is suddenly so busy that she can't even make a quick call, but he pushes the thought aside and opens the video file Yi Zheng sent over. The exact moment the video starts playing, his jaw completely drops in shock as the footage immediately shows a high-level hunter getting completely torn apart by a monster. The beast is the 6-armed enchantress, and just like her name implies, she has 6 full arms with each one holding a different lethal sword. She slices through a fully coordinated team of 6 professional hunters in under 1 minute without any of them being able to counter her DPS, and after she finishes the squad wipe, she slowly turns around and gives the camera a look that is genuinely terrifying. Huang stares at the screen and admits her raw speed alone is completely scary, and on top of that, each of her 6 arms seems to fight with its own independent AI, making her attack patterns completely impossible to predict or parry. The scene then shifts over to a brand new location called Tyrant Aura City, where Huang has traveled to prepare for the hunt. He tells himself that he isn't entirely sure whether he can actually beat the 6-armed enchantress or not, but he has already made up his mind to head into the notorious worry-forgetting forest to track her down. Since he levels up exclusively through the system, choosing the right life force monster is an extremely important milestone that has to be handled with care. He notes that the fastest way to reach the forest is by taking a magic crystal ship, and those massive flying vessels only dock at the sky towers in large metropolises like Tyrant Aura. When Huang finally arrives at the station and looks up at what is waiting for him at the docking tower, his eyes go completely wide because sitting on the platform is a full-size luxury cruise ship, except instead of sailing on water, it has massive wings attached to its hull and is floating casually through the open sky. The magic crystal ship finally docks at the high sky tower and everyone lines up to board the vessel. Huang gets onto the ship along with everyone else, and then he locates his assigned room, which happens to be number 298. He is genuinely impressed by how high-tier everything inside the ship looks, noting that it features 11 entire floors packed with luxury dining areas and premium rest zones, which completely explains why the ticket price was so expensive. He tells himself that someday he will easily afford a room on the top floor and experience what it actually feels like to be truly rich. He then pulls up the latest news on his ring and finds out that the Snow Mountain monster outbreak has officially become a massive trending story online. A random super being hunter is getting all the credit for saving 20,000 civilians, and the 3 hunters who pulled up late to the fight are being treated as absolute heroes. The news also mentions that a young genius summoner named Bai Yan is getting heavily ratioed and criticized online for not helping anyone, and even disrespecting the local hunters on the scene. Huang thinks to himself that no matter what world you live in, the internet always finds someone to drag. Right after reading the news, Fatty suddenly spawns on his ring call, crying his eyes out. Huang gets pretty startled by the sudden waterworks. Fatty tearfully explains that he is just so glad Huang is still alive, and then Huang points out that he literally told Fatty to just wait because he would return safely. Fatty keeps crying and insists he only ran out after Huang because he wanted to help, claiming that Huang is completely misunderstanding his good intentions. He then explains that he asked the instructor about Huang's status, and that was how he found out his friend survived, adding that the instructor even plugged him with Huang's contact number. Huang just laughs it off and explains that with everything that went down at Snow Mountain, the situation got so hectic that he simply forgot to reach out. Fatty gets even more upset about that and claims he has been thinking about him every single day, even admitting that he built a literal grave for Huang and has been burning incense at it daily. That weird update makes Huang completely furious. Fatty then mentions that the instructor told him Huang chose the notorious 6-armed enchantress as his life force monster, asking if that crazy rumor is true. Huang confirms the choice and says he is already sitting on the magic crystal ship, expecting to reach the worry-forgetting forest by the very next day. Fatty gets instantly worried and reminds him that the 6-armed enchantress sits at the absolute peak of the Black Steel stage, making her so dangerous that even some copper-rank hunters give her a wide berth. Huang explains that he already knows the risks and has watched the battle videos multiple times, but he has a solid plan for how to counter her build. Fatty lets out a massive sigh and notes there is nothing left to say since Huang has already made up his mind. Fatty then brings up a confusing detail, explaining that the examiner asked him to tell Huang to give up on the 6-armed enchantress. Huang cannot understand why she didn't just contact him directly, and Fatty explains that her brother already tried to talk Huang out of it and failed, so she figured Huang wouldn't listen to her either and reached out to Fatty instead. Just then, the entire ship suddenly starts shaking violently, as if there is an actual earthquake happening in midair. Huang ends the call with Fatty immediately and rushes straight out of his room. He can feel the entire hull vibrating and starts wondering if a monster is actively attacking the ship. Other passengers come running out of their rooms looking completely panicked, all wondering the exact same thing. One of them claims it is impossible since the ship is too massive and powerful for a monster to attack, but then an emergency announcement cuts through the panic, confirming that a large group of bird-type monsters has jumped the ship. The staff instructs all passengers to return to their rooms for safety and stay far away from the deck. Huang looks out the window and his stomach completely drops. It is not just a few random bird monsters, as an entire swarm of them is filling the sky outside, and they all look seriously dangerous. These mobs are called chasing wind sparrows, and they are considered the most troublesome flying monsters anyone can encounter in the sky. The other passengers panic, and one of them points out that the chasing wind sparrows love to eat human brains, meaning that if they break through the ship's shield, everyone is completely cooked. Someone else tries to calm the crowd down by saying the shield is not going to break that easily, and sure enough, one sparrow slams into the barrier hard but barely makes it shake. Everyone cheers, and the ship staff confirms that the magic crystal ship's shield is far too powerful for the sparrows to break through. Huang has a terrible gut feeling though and cannot shake the stress. The other passengers keep getting more confident, with people noting the shield status is still at over 90%, and those small sparrows have zero chance of breaking the defense. But right as everyone relaxes, Huang spots a massive threat that makes everything 10 times worse. The gold-crowned Sparrow King, the literal leader of the horde, appears on the field. It flies in at full speed and slams into the shield with everything it has, causing the entire barrier to shake violently and look like it is about to crack open. Lonnie, an old man nearby, falls to the floor in pure fear and tells everyone around him that this is a Gold Realm monster. He warns that a beast at that level can absolutely shatter the shield, and once the barrier drops, the whole ship and everyone on it is finished. Huang helps the man up and quickly thinks through his options. Even if he uses Bai's wings to fly away, a Gold Realm monster is way too fast for him to escape from. The Sparrow King keeps hammering the shield over and over, showing absolutely no intention of stopping its assault. Suddenly, Huang notices a person flying outside the ship in midair. He first thinks it might be a super hunter who was riding the ship as a passenger, but then he sees the figure is using an actual gold rank flying equipment to stay airborne. The old man recognizes the figure immediately and gets incredibly excited, shouting that it is Leon, which means they are all going to be saved. The old man's massive reaction makes it clear this person is someone well-known and incredibly powerful in the community. Huang has absolutely no idea who it is and asks for context, and the old man explains that Leon holds the 5th rank among all gold rank hunters in the region. Leon moves with insane speed, draws his sword, and unleashes a single sweeping attack that cuts through a massive number of the monsters at once. The sparrows who survive the strike turn around and flee the map immediately. Hwoarang is genuinely impressed by the performance, noting that a single basic attack stopped the entire crisis, while the old man is completely thrilled. Hwoarang privately thinks to himself that Leon's sword technique is a complete and highly refined skill set, realizing that if he can copy even a small part of it, he might secure a technique fragment card that would be rare quality at a minimum. He gets incredibly excited by the grind and heads straight back to his room. The old man calls after him to say thank you for the help, but Hwoarang waves it off and explains he has something important to handle right now. Back in his room, he tells Blackie he wants to combine his wilderness sword skill with the high-level sword technique Leon just displayed, since their underlying logic seems pretty similar. Blackie pushes back hard against the idea, pointing out they are not really the same and reminding Hwoarang that when he successfully copied a technique before, the other person deliberately let him watch every move, whereas Hwoarang only saw Leon use one quick move. Hwoarang just laughs it off and explains he won't know if he can do it unless he actually tries, pointing out that even just copying a fragment of what he saw has a good chance of yielding a skill piece. He starts practicing right away and tells himself he will swing his sword 10 times if once doesn't work, 100 times if 10 fails, and 1,000 or even 10,000 times if needed. He is not going to stop the grind until he succeeds. After about 5 hours of non-stop practice, Blackie tells him to just give up already. Hwoarang realizes that simply swinging his sword the exact same way is not enough, and that he needs to imagine a real fight. He pictures himself fighting the 6-armed enchantress, and thinks through the combat scenario carefully. Her attacks can come from any direction and each hit can be lethal. His wilderness sword skill is strong, but it is not fast enough to keep up with her speed. In his mind, he cuts off one of her arms, but she stabs him with another sword immediately, leading him to conclude that in a straight trade of blows, the best possible outcome is that they both go down at the same time. But then he cooks up a plan, realizing that if he can stop her from moving for just one single second, he can use his summons to hold her in place while he goes in for one final sword strike. Just 1 second of her being completely still is all he needs for a single hit. He locks in on that mental image, swings his sword with everything he has, and the attack sends out a massive wave of light that literally cuts through the floor of the room. Blackie barely dodges out of the way in time. The system immediately congratulates him and reveals he has received a skill card called Shock Thunder Sword Technique, specifically one fragment of it rather than the full skill. Hwoarang is absolutely thrilled by the drop, asking Blackie if collecting all the fragments will eventually grant him the complete skill, and Blackie confirms that logically it will. Hwoarang immediately decides he is going to keep practicing non-stop until he collects every single fragment. The ship finally reaches its destination at Area 7C82, and as they are getting off the deck, Blackie grumbles that Hwoarang damaged his room and got charged a ton of money for it, and on top of that, only secured one skill fragment out of the whole trip. Hwoarang tells him to stop complaining about the cash and notes that if he had a little more time, he definitely could have collected all the fragments. He changes the subject and explains that the worry-forgetting forest is 3 kilometers away, but he cannot just walk into the wild alone, noting that he needs to find an adventurer team, specifically a silver rank or better squad, to go in with. At that point, a girl employee appears and explains that she has already found a team heading into the worry-forgetting forest that very night. The team plans to stay inside the forest for up to a week, and Hwoarang is surprised it is happening so soon, asking why they are in such a massive rush. She does not answer that directly but explains that he is lucky because the team includes a certified gold rank hunter who has their own separate mission inside the forest. They are down to take him along since they are traveling the exact same way, warning that if he misses this chance, the next available team won't be heading out for another 12 days. She also offers to hire a separate team specifically for Hwoarang, but notes that option would cost a lot more money. Hwoarang groans and explains he is already broke from the room damage fee on the ship and does not want to spend more credits. She explains that the fee to join this specific team is 20,000 credits, noting that the squad will take him to the forest but won't be responsible for his personal safety inside. She asks him to confirm the terms and sign the contract, and Hwoarang agrees before asking how he will contact the captain. She explains that the fee will go directly to the captain's account and the captain will reach out to him on their own, telling him he does not need to worry about the logistics. With that, Hwoarang leaves the building, which is called Adventure Paradise, and Blackie reminds him that going into the worry-forgetting forest could easily get him killed. Hwoarang counters that the team has at least one gold rank hunter, and besides, without a proper life force monster, he is going to die sooner or later anyway. Just then, a message pops up on his ring from the captain, stating they will leave at 9 that night and to meet at the south entrance. Hwoarang notes how clean and professional the text looks, thinking the gold rank captain must be a seriously reliable and capable person, but Blackie tells him to stop getting his hopes up. Hwoarang heads straight to the south entrance and waits, noting nobody else has arrived on the scene yet. Suddenly, a voice calls out to ask if he is Lin Huang, and if he is the one who wants to go into the worry-forgetting forest with their team. A girl appears and introduces herself as Captain Lang, and she tells him straight up that if he wants to survive inside the forest, he had better follow every single order she gives him without question. Huang gets pretty surprised to find out that the captain is actually a girl, but she quickly reminds him that he already signed the legal contract, and that the team is strictly responsible for dropping him at the forest perimeter. She explains that once they enter the zone, they have their own special mission to focus on, and he will be entirely on his own. Before she can even finish dropping that reality check, a guy walks up and interrupts the conversation, telling her to hold on for a second. He then puts on a much friendlier face and tells Huang that since their squad is heading into the wild for a high-risk assignment, they aren't really in a position to babysit someone they don't know. Tadachi apologizes for the inconvenience and claims it was a random glitch in the registration system that caused the mix-up, stating it isn't their fault. Huang immediately recognizes this person as Li Yan, the exact same high-tier hunter who just saved everyone on the cruise ship. Li Yan tells Huang to back out of the arrangement and offers to fully refund everything he spent. Hearing that, our boy realizes he probably won't get a chance to learn the guy's sword technique now, making the whole situation pretty awkward. Just then, Li Yan explains that with the fee Huang paid, he could hire an adventure team instead. Once inside the forest, they would be splitting up anyway, and a dedicated team would actually stay with Huang and help him track down his target. Huang is just about to accept the cash and agree to the terms when Blackie suddenly jumps into the physical world and covers his mouth to stop him. Blackie then pulls out a special mission card from the inventory, causing a system notification to flash and congratulate Huang because a hidden quest has officially been activated. The prompt requires Huang to follow the captain, Lang, all the way into the worry-forgetting forest, then successfully advance to the Black Steel stage inside the zone, and then continue following her straight into worry-forgetting city afterward. The system locks the mission duration at exactly 15 days, and Huang is clearly not happy about the sudden force grind. He questions what the actual reward and punishment metrics look like, and Blackie explains that if he completes the quest within the time limit, he will receive a rare evolve card as a reward, but if he fails the timer, one of his existing cards will get deleted at random. That penalty completely settles the debate for Huang, leaving him with absolutely no choice but to follow through with the team, since losing a card for either Tyrant or Buy would completely ruin his build. Leon walks over again, assuming his massive money offer worked and that the deal is safely done, but Huang hits him with a curveball and explains that he never actually agreed to back out. Leon pauses and studies him for a moment, and then he asks if Huang is really saying he wants to tag along regardless of whether he might not make it back alive. Huang says yes, noting he already signed the contract and has zero intention of stopping halfway through the journey. Privately, Huang thinks to himself that Leon really wants him gone, which makes him highly suspect that their mission inside the forest is anything but simple. Eventually, the red-haired leader agrees and orders Huang to follow him. Seeing this, Leon stops his teammate from intervening, hinting that they have some other intentions for Huang. As the night falls, the group boards a massive gold stage flying mount together, and Huang notes that traveling the 3 kilometers to the forest takes them only about half an hour, which he finds absolutely amazing. Looking at the squad around him, he thinks to himself that these 4 people must come from seriously wealthy families to afford high-tier gear like that, and he also notices Li Ying keeping his eyes locked on Captain Ling, instantly figuring out that the guy low-key has a thing for her. Captain Ling then asks Huang why he even wants to go into the worry-forgetting forest in the first place, and he explains that he is trying to reach the Black Steel stage, and has chosen the notorious 6-armed enchantress as his primary life force monster. She gets genuinely shocked by the statement and asks if he actually knows what kind of monster he is targeting, warning that with his current low combat level, he could easily get deleted trying to fight one. Huang just laughs it off and explains that if he cannot beat her, he will simply switch targets to a different life force monster and try again, treating the whole run as a casual first attempt to see what happens. Lang thinks about his mindset for a moment and then explains that since they are traveling the exact same path, the team will drop him off directly at the inner territory, warning that after that point, his fate is entirely in his own hands. When the group finally arrives at the perimeter of the worry-forgetting forest, everyone looks forward to stepping inside, but a terrifying roar suddenly echoes from deep within the trees. Lang immediately identifies the sound as the roar of a gold stage monster, and once they enter the zone, one of the bodyguards points out that since they already brought Huang this far, their part of the contract is technically halfway done, and they shouldn't have to carry him any further. The other bodyguard agrees with the logic, suggesting they can always just pick him up on the way back if he manages to survive. But Leng pushes back and explains they are traveling in the exact same direction anyway, offering to drop Huang off a bit further into the zone, while pointing out there are monsters roaming around that Huang simply cannot handle on his own. Li Yan steps in and surprises everyone by agreeing with Leng, stating that bringing Huang along a little further won't waste much of their time and will keep him safer. The bodyguard backs off after the call, and the squad continues moving forward into the wild. Shortly after the argument, they spot two massive gold-rank monsters going at each other in an extremely dangerous turf war, forcing everyone to hide and watch the showdown from a distance. Huang notes to himself that they look exactly like dinosaur-type monsters, and Leng identifies one of them as a mutated gold armored dragon, which is also commonly known as the red gold armored dragon. She explains that even among high-tier gold-rank monsters, this beast is considered a dominator class, meaning it sits at the absolute top of the local food chain. Li Yan comments that it is highly unfortunate they do not have a professional tamer on the team, because otherwise they could have tamed and sealed it, and then he indirectly throws shade at Huang by remarking that a weak black steel stage tamer wouldn't be worth anything against a beast like this anyway. One of the bodyguards points out that the red gold armored dragon is powerful enough to rival the top 100 gold rank hunters in the world, meaning only Leng and Li Yan and their group could even think about fighting it, causing Huang to quietly think to himself that the bodyguards aren't much better off themselves. Li Yan decides that since there is no tamer available to capture the loot, the only alternative option is to kill it, and then he powers up his stats to start the fight. The dragon senses Li Yan's power level immediately and turns around to face him, letting out a massive roar that shakes the trees. The raw pressure radiating off the monster is so intense that Huang cannot even move his body properly, just from standing nearby in the bushes. Leng steps forward to join the battle, but Li Yan stops her advance because he does not want to look weak in front of her, prompting Huang to internally note that Li Yan is very obviously trying to flex and look cool. Li Yan tells everyone to just sit back and watch the show, and then he pulls out his main weapon. The dragon charges straight at him with full force, but Li Yan uses a flash step to teleport directly behind it at the last split second. It then powers up completely as electricity begins crackling violently around his body, and he hits the dragon across the throat with one powerful strike, causing the massive dragon to drop dead instantly. Huang is completely stunned by the speed, barely able to follow the movement with his eyes, and he thinks to himself that this guy is on a completely different level of power. As Li Yan walks past Huang after the flex, he drops a sarcastic comment asking if Huang's legs went weak from pure fear, which deeply annoys Huang. Inside, our boy fires back that Li Yan might be incredibly strong, but his personality is absolute trash, and looks at the dead dragon corpse and thinks that it is a massive shame he couldn't kill something like that himself, since doing so would have let him secure a dragon card from the fragments. Right on cue, the system jumps in and reveals that since a mutated monster just died nearby and Huang already carries a dragon blood mutated beast soul inside his inventory from the undying mysterious snake, the two sources can be combined to create a brand new dragon blood monster card. The system asks if he wants to merge the assets immediately, and Huang can hardly believe his insane gacha luck. He tells the group to go ahead without him for a bit because he needs a quick moment alone. Leonard gets a little worried since the area is dangerous, but Li Yan stops her and says Huang will be completely fine, adding that the rookie is probably just waiting to harvest the corpse and sell it for credits since he seems like someone who desperately needs money. The bodyguards agree with the theory and joke that Huang might get himself killed if the fresh blood attracts other predators. Huang completely ignores their insults and asks Blackie how to combine the snake's soul with the dead dragon, and Blackie tells him to simply touch the dragon's body and let the undying mysterious snake inside his system connect with the essence. Huang does exactly that and immediately feels a massive transformation happening inside his soul, as the snake begins slowly changing its form. The massive red dragon corpse gradually disappears from the floor and turns into a fragment that goes straight into Huang's head. Blackie explains that the undying mysterious snake already had a baseline dragon race bloodline in its DNA, and now after merging with the red gold armored dragon, it has evolved into something far more powerful, adding that the goddess gave Huang an incredible opportunity by passing that snake along earlier. A brand new card is created from the merger, featuring a small red baby dragon, and Huang nearly loses his mind with excitement when he checks the stats. The card is a historic rank piece which is extremely rare in the game, and its official name is the Undying Young Dragon. Even at its beginner stage, its combat ability is already sitting at Black Steel 3-star, meaning it was born completely overpowered. Huang asks Blackie what the Dragon Blood beginner rank label means, and Blackie explains that it refers to how concentrated the actual dragon blood inside the creature is. He notes that monsters with very little dragon blood are called semi-dragon types, while those with a higher concentration are semi-dragons that fall into the real dragon category. Beyond that, the bloodline tiers go beginner, intermediate, advanced, and pure blood, with matching card ranks where beginner is historic, intermediate is legendary, pure blood is king, and beyond that there is even a gold tier. Huang wonders aloud if there are actual god-rank dragons in reality, and then it finally clicks for him. Why Shulo told him that a powerful beast soul could grow into something legendary if raised properly. Lucky asks if Huang wants to draw a skill from the new card right now, and Huang says yes immediately, telling Blecky to go ahead with the pull while hoping for a super recovery card. Instead, the system flashes and grants him a skill called Absolute Defense, leaving Huang completely crushed by the bad pull. Blackie laughs out loud at his misery and notes that someone with bad luck will always have bad luck. However, when Huang reads the actual details of the skill, he quickly changes his tune. Absolute Defense turns out to be a broken passive ability that automatically reduces all incoming damage taken by 50%, meaning every single hit he receives from a monster will only deal half damage to his health bar. For someone who fights up close like Huang, that is actually an incredibly useful defensive buff, and he admits to Blackie that it is not bad at all. Blackie then warns him that the undying young dragon cannot actually be summoned onto the field yet, explaining it can only be called out once Huang officially reaches the Black Steel stage, meaning that fighting the six-armed enchantress without it is still not going to be easy. Huang tells Blackie to stop ruining the mood and just let him enjoy his new loot for at least a little while. He then heads back to link up with the main group, and Leng tells him not to wander off alone again since the inner territory is highly dangerous. Huang thanks her for the concern, while the three guys standing behind her look visibly jealous and annoyed by the interaction. Huang completely ignores their toxic vibes and asks Leng whether the giant dragon they just saw was a true dragon blood type. She explains that it wasn't a true pure blood type, but notes the blood density in that red gold armored dragon was at least sitting at 8%, adding that if raised properly, it could potentially mutate after becoming a super beast and have its blood density rise to 10% or higher to become a semi-dragon. Huang then asks if a high-level dragon blood type has ever appeared in the 7th area before, and Lunner notes she thinks one came through the server at some point in history. Leon jumps into the conversation and notes that he knows the exact details about that event, explaining that a legendary dragon showed up there in the past and that multiple super beings went to fight it, all of whom were completely killed in action. He adds that in the end, a literal half-god had to personally step onto the map to handle the threat, and because the incident involved a half-god level entity, the Alliance completely sealed all information about it, making it inaccessible to the public. Hearing that piece of lore makes Huang quietly think to himself that the undying young dragon he now holds in his ring is even rarer than he initially realized. After that briefing, the two bodyguards point out that the six-armed enchantress territory is only 3 kilometers away from their current coordinates, appearing very obviously happy about the fact that they are finally splitting up. Allers and Huang is about to head off into the woods on his own. Leonard grabs his shirt and tells him he does not have to force himself to do this, reminding him that while a life force monster is important, it is absolutely not worth dying over. Huang explains that he understands the risks and that if he cannot beat the mob, he will simply switch targets, and then he wishes the group good luck on their separate mission before heading off into the brush. Huang finally arrives at the edge of the six-armed enchantress territory with Bai, and they observe the zone from a safe hiding spot. He notes that the six-armed enchantress is even more dangerous to fight during the night cycle, meaning he will need to camp out and wait until morning to start the hunt. Looking ahead through the trees, he can see there are a lot of them grouped closely together on the field, and he knows immediately that picking a fight with multiple targets at once is pure suicide, meaning he needs to track down one that is completely isolated from the pack. He checks his system interface and sees that to successfully advance to the Black Steel stage, he needs to kill at least 2 separate six-armed enchantresses, which he finds to be a seriously difficult requirement for his current level. While he is still thinking through the strategy, Bai suddenly taps him on the shoulder and points at a specific target nearby. Huang turns his head and gets completely shocked to see that one of the six-armed enchantress is a rare mutated type, easily recognizable by her purple skirt garment. Huang gets incredibly hyped rather than scared by the situation, acknowledging that while fighting 2 mobs at once will definitely be harder, this is simply too good of an opportunity to pass up. He lays out his entire battle plan to Bai, noting that since the six-armed enchantress has no vocal cords, she literally cannot scream or call for backup. He explains that if they attack one target, the other won't find out about the ambush, and then he sends Bai to solo the regular mob while he goes after the mutated boss. Bai immediately rushes the regular enchantress and holds her down, allowing Huang to move in on the mutated one from behind for a stealth strike. However, the mutated enchantress has crazy reaction time and turns around to spot him before he can land the hit, instantly blasting him with a combined magical and physical attack that sends him flying backward. Bai glances over to check on his summoner's health bar, but Huang instructs him to stay completely focused on his own target and not worry about him. Huang pulls out his gun and starts spamming bullets at the mutated enchantress, but she flawlessly blocks every single shot with her bare hands and charges at him with all 6 arms swinging. Huang just barely dodges to the side to escape the lethal hit, but she immediately shoots one arm straight at his stomach with insane speed. It looks like she successfully lands the blow, but Huang activates his footwork skill at the last split second, leaving her hitting a literal afterimage while he taunts her from a safe distance, daring her to catch him. Meanwhile, Bai executes a clutch play and locks up the regular enchantress with a firm grip, allowing Huang to slide in at the perfect moment and delete the regular mob while Bai holds her completely still. He is just about to celebrate securing the first kill when the mutated enchantress comes flying at him from behind at full speed, leaving both Huang and Bai with barely any time to react. The system interface suddenly flashes a massive emergency warning, announcing that a fatal attack is incoming in exactly 0.3 seconds and that Huang's death probability is sitting at a literal 100%. The system automatically triggers its emergency protocol and scans the inventory for a save, instantly locating a temporary transform card. Huang orders the system to activate it immediately, and the card triggers a massive power surge that blasts the enchantress backward. Huang screams as the transformation takes over his body, causing massive wings to burst out of his back while his eyes turn blood red and his hair goes completely white, allowing him to borrow Bai's vampire abilities. Huang looks down at his new form and gets genuinely surprised by the insane power level, and then he charges straight at the mutated enchantress head-on while taunting her, noting she probably never expected him to fight dirty like this. He swings directly at her mask, landing a heavy blow that cracks her defense. The mask is her literal weak point, and Huang knows this is his golden chance to end the match, but she is not done fighting yet. She gathers a massive pocket of energy in her mouth and releases it as a powerful beam directed straight at his face, but Huang shields himself by bringing his wings up in front of him just in time. After blocking the attack, he looks up and instantly gets alarmed because dark energy is flooding out of the mutated enchantress as her arms begin moving at an absolute glitchy speed. It looks less like 6 arms and more like 60 attacking at once, hitting Huang from every single angle. But right then his newly acquired absolute defense passive kicks in to cut all incoming damage in half, allowing him to survive the insane barrage. With the transform card still active, he switches back to his footwork skill and creates some solid distance between himself and the monster. He then draws his sword, activates the wilderness sword skill, and charges back into the fray. The enchantress lets out a piercing scream which completely shocks Huang since 6-armed enchantress are supposed to be completely mute, realizing that the mutation apparently buffed her with the ability to scream. Her loud cry immediately alerts a second regular enchantress nearby, who starts rushing over to help her leader, but Bai intercepts the ad by grabbing her with his wings. The mob spins around and slashes Bai's shoulder to draw blood, but he does not even flinch from the damage and strikes her mask dead on, cracking it completely until she drops dead. Huang asks if he is doing all right, but Bai obviously says nothing back. The duo then turns their attention back to the mutated enchantress together, but she realizes the match is completely lost and makes a break for it. Huang orders Bai to chase her down and prevent the escape because killing this specific boss is the final requirement he needs to reach the Black Steel stage, noting that his energy bar is almost full with just a tiny bit remaining. Bai strikes at her with his wings again, but she blocks the attack and counters, allowing Huang to catch up at high speed. He tells her she is not going anywhere, and then he brings his sword down with a full power slash that cuts straight through her body, causing her mask to light up from the inside and shatter completely as the mutated 6-armed enchantress falls dead. The exact second she dies, something crazy begins happening to his body. But before Huang can even figure out the mutation, the system kicks in to announce that a life force baptism is officially taking place. The temporary vampire transformation he was using gets forcibly removed as part of the progression system, and he watches his life cycle wheel begin to shift violently. A beautiful glowing ball emerges from the dead mutated enchantress, and the system automatically converts the essence into a usable card. A green-colored card spawns into his inventory, and Huang notes that unlike the normal 10% hand speed boost that standard life force cards grant, this rare drop gives him a massive 20% buff right from the start. He figures the double stat value is because the purple skirt enchantress was a rare mutated type, and the card even features 3 extra talent effects that look decent for his build. Huang activates the card immediately and feels the raw power rush through his veins, feeling absolutely thrilled because starting at 20% means that by the time he reaches gold rank and evolves the card 3 more times, it will sit at a massive 80%. That will nearly double his physical speed in close combat, and he notes that the triggered talent effect is exactly what he was hoping to get. Right on cue, the system drops its final progression update, showing that he has officially reached Black Steel Stage Tier 1. Huang realizes that something incredibly important has changed within his account stats. His baseline battle skill and monster skill have officially separated into different categories, meaning he can now double summon 2 monsters onto the field at the exact same time instead of just running one. Feeling highly confident about his power spike, Huang decides to use the remaining timer in the worry-forgetting forest to grind local mobs and level up his character even further. Blackie suddenly spawns into the area looking completely annoyed, complaining that he was just about to go to sleep when Huang called for him out of nowhere. Huang completely ignores the toxic attitude and excitedly explains that he wants to execute his very first double summon after hitting the level milestone. While Blackie acts like he couldn't care less about the flex, Huang summons his brand new dragon onto the field and names it Hen after noticing its clean black coloring, while Bai stands nearby looking visibly unimpressed by the new addition to the team composition. Huang then explains to Blackie that he wants to instantly evolve the new dragon using a premium upgrade card from his inventory, but Blackie smacks him right on the head and tells him to stop being dumb. He explains that evolving a monster from one rarity tier to the next requires a fixed number of upgrade cards, and notes that the higher the rank, the more cards a player needs to burn. On top of that, even if Huang somehow grinds enough cards to trigger the evolution, Blackie strongly advises against doing it right now, explaining that Huang is still way too weak to control a summon above the historic rank, meaning the system would just lock the monster away until his baseline power level catches up. Huang accepts the developer logic and orders everyone, including Baisei and Hen, to get moving so they can start clearing out the local spawns. The squad moves through the forest deleting monster after monster, successfully clearing out flying eagles, leopard-type mobs, and various other beasts. Until one point, the system congratulates Huang for collecting 2 fragments of a Viridian wolf, which he can now combine into a full monster card. He feels highly pleased with the drop, noting the wolf can work perfectly as a fast mount for future map travel. And though the card's rarity turns out to be basic normal tier, he extracts a skill called Bloody Hunt, which turns out to be a rare ranked tracking ability. The passive allows him to sniff out scents up to 10 kilometers away, expanding up to 30 kilometers if the target is bleeding, leaving Huang genuinely happy about finally securing a utility skill for his build. 7 days later, Huang is sitting by a campfire cooking up some meat when Blackie interrupts the chill vibes to get straight to business, asking why he is deliberately cutting his own life cycle progression. Huang explains his galaxy brain reasoning carefully, noting that for normal players, leveling up requires absorbing life fragments and converting crystal energy into life force, whereas his own conversion rate is already maxed out at over 70%. On top of that, every time Bat and Hen delete a monster in the woods, the life energy automatically flows straight into his life cycle, meaning he could easily jump to Black Steel stage rank 3 just from all the grinding they have been doing. However, he points out that he has to link back up with Leng and Leon's high-level squad eventually, arguing that if he shows up having jumped too many levels in a single week, they will get incredibly suspicious, so he is deliberately capping his progression at Black Steel rank 1 to stay under the radar. Blackie gets genuinely surprised by this strategy, admitting he never expected Huang to actually think things through like a pro, but the moment Huang brags about being strong enough to handle the server, Blackie immediately takes back the compliment, claiming he praised the rookie too quickly. Huang just laughs it off and asks Blackie to calculate his total earnings from the trip, and Blackie pulls up a massive menu showing a long collection of cards accumulated during the week of hunting. Right as Huang is reviewing his loot, Blackie alerts him that a brand new emergency quest has dropped on the server, updating him that the conditions of his previous mission have changed. The updated prompt requires him to track down Captain Leng and rescue her, since she has officially gone missing, and then escort her safely to Carefree City within a strict 20-day time limit. Completing the rescue will reward him with a relic-level prop card and a premium advance card, but failing the timer will result in 2 of his main monster cards being randomly deleted from his account. Huang is completely stunned to learn that Leng has gone missing, and then he flatly states that he is not accepting the quest because he knows his current strength limits, and understands that rescuing her means diving deep into the most dangerous zones of the forest, which is way too risky. Blackie explains that he cannot just skip the prompt, noting that the only options are to accept the challenge or give it up, and giving it up means the system will instantly count it as a failed mission and penalize his inventory immediately. Huang covers his ears and refuses to listen to the system threat, but Blackie puts on a smug face and asks if Huang is really down to risk losing his historic rank card. That detail catches Huang's attention instantly, and he grabs Blackie's head and explains that the smug expression makes him want to punch him in the face. Blackie quickly backs off and offers to help by showing where Leng was last spotted on the radar, pulling up a digital map to show that her ring signal went completely dark at a specific coordinates, leaving Huang on his own for the rest of the search. Huang cooks up a quick plan and activates his Bloody Hunt tracking skill to pick up her scent trail, causing his eyes to turn red as he gets down close to the ground to sniff out the target. He successfully picks up a trace of her signature perfume and confirms she traveled in that exact direction, following the scent line until it disappears completely near a local waterfall. The waterfall is pretty small and there is no hidden cave sitting directly behind the water, leaving him completely confused about where the trail went. Then a realization hits him and he summons a Ghost Shadow monster card that he recently fused together, sending the stealth summon straight into the deep water to search for any hidden underwater tunnels or paths. Half an hour passes without the Ghost Shadow returning to the surface, causing Huang to low-key lose his mind as he mutters about whether his summon drowned or got deleted inside the cave. He quickly reminds himself that the ghost shadow is an undying type that doesn't even need to breathe oxygen, meaning it cannot drown, and since the system hasn't sent any death alert, it means the monster is still alive. Eventually, the ghost shadow swims back up to the surface and uses hand gestures to confirm it found a hidden path, leading Huang to figure out that Leng's squad must have brought diving equipment to go underwater. Since he doesn't have any diving gear in his inventory, he thinks through his options and uses his transform card again, this time copying the ghost shadow's active powers instead of Bai's vampire stats, so he can move through deep water without needing to breathe. He dives into the lake and follows the ghost shadow into a hidden underwater tunnel. Eventually, they come out of the water on the other side into a dry subterranean cave. He notes that the undying state feels incredibly broken because he feels zero pressure from the water depth, has no need for oxygen, and cannot even hear his own heartbeat. Realizing that being a stealth ghost will let him explore the cave without pulling any aggro from hidden mobs. Shortly after moving deeper into the dark tunnel, Huang trips over a dead body and recognizes the corpse as one of Li Yan's professional bodyguards. The body is in terrible shape, and whatever deleted him was clearly a high-tier threat. And when Huang examines the wounds, he notices the guard was sprinting toward the water when he died, meaning he was actively fleeing from a monster. The injuries themselves look completely strange, appearing heavily burned but also stabbed at the same time. But since Huang hasn't received a mission failure alert yet, he knows Lin is still alive and tells himself to move carefully to avoid pulling any dangerous aggro. He moves a bit further into the cavern and stops dead in his tracks because he senses an absolutely enormous aura radiating from the next room, yelling out loud that a literal super beast is camping the zone. Looking ahead, he spots a massive octopus-type creature equipped with far more than 8 tentacles and terrifying glowing eyes, causing Huang to put his head in his hands and complain that high-level super beasts keep finding him everywhere he goes. He then notices fresh spots of blood splattered across the cave floor nearby, quickly piecing the puzzle together to conclude that Leng's squad came through this room, encountered the boss, took heavy damage, and fled deeper into the tunnels. Since the cave system is incredibly complicated and sprawling, he knows he needs to figure out which direction they ran before wandering around blindly and getting lost. He activates his Bloody Hunt skill again but makes a major rookie mistake, as the Super Beast instantly senses the skill's energy activation and launches a massive tentacle straight at his position. Huang barely avoids getting smashed by pressing his body flat against the stone wall, his heart pounding wildly as he realizes that if he hadn't been using the Ghost Shadow's undying state, that single hit would have deleted his health bar instantly. He tells himself he needs to clear out of the boss room before activating any more tracking skills, knowing that if he makes the entity angry, a Super Beast will delete him without any difficulty. He slips away into a different tunnel corridor and uses his tracking skill much more carefully this time, successfully picking up on the blood trail left behind by the survivors. The crimson line points him in the right direction, and he follows the scent until he finally locates both Li Yan and Captain Leng hiding out together in a small alcove. The two of them are in a terrible state, and when Leng tries to help carry Li Yan to his feet, he tells her it is already too late for that, explaining that the nether octopus's tentacles carry a deadly venom and he doesn't have much time left on his clock. He states that the only way to slow down the poison enough for him to make it back to Carefree City is if Leng gives him some of her own blood, arguing that diluting the venom with her high-tier blood will reduce the effect enough to keep him alive a little longer. Leng immediately agrees to the request and pulls out a sharp knife from her gear and uses her magic to draw her own blood and tells Li Yan to hold on because she is going to save his life no matter what. Watching closely from the shadows, Huang quickly figures out what Li Yan is actually planning on the map. The toxic poison from a high-tier super beast is not something that can be cured by a simple casual blood exchange, meaning that what Li Yan is really doing is draining Li Yan's blood to use as a literal cheat code for himself, actively planning to sacrifice her entire life to save his own health bar. Sure enough, after Leng gives him her blood until she is completely exhausted, Li Yan pulls out a hidden knife and stabs her right in the chest. Leng is completely blindsided by the betrayal and cannot even understand what is happening to her, while Li Yan explains coldly that he needs a full-body blood exchange to survive the status effect, meaning he has to delete her from the server. Leng collapses to the floor in pure pain and calls him absolute worthless trash while desperately trying to patch up her own bleeding. But Li Yan shows zero remorse for the play and even notes with a smiling face that it is a massive shame since he actually liked her vibe. Huang decides he has seen enough of the toxic behavior and cannot hold back his rage any longer, and then he calls out for Bai to enter the lobby. Li Yan notices something is off in the room, and then Bai comes flying into the frame and attacks him instantly, forcing the villain to jump back as a massive boss fight breaks out between them, while Huang rushes over to Leng's side to try and wake her up. Li Yan then turns his toxic attention directly to Huang, mocking the rookie for daring to challenge a literal gold rank hunter on the field. Huang responds to the trash talk by summoning Hen right behind Li Yan's back, and though Hen lets out a massive loud roar that immediately gives away the surprise angle, the strategy still works perfectly because Li Yan is caught completely off guard by a second active summon. Hen launches a massive fire blast attack at his face, but Li Yan clutches a dodge at the last second, proving he is clearly still powerful even while heavily injured and poisoned. Li Yan notes that Huang managed to level up his account since he can now double summon 2 monsters at once, but Huang points out that Li Yan is badly damaged and currently running on less than half of his max power. He then orders Bai and Hen to take him down together, and at the exact same time, Huang pulls out his gun and fires a clean shot directly into Li Yan's shoulder. Bai uses that brief hit stun opening to bind the villain with his powers, and Hen starts charging up a massive finisher aimed right at Li Yan's head. But the gold rank hunter is not going down that easily, and even while poisoned and bleeding, he screams that he is a certified gold rank elite and pushes through the crowd control with sheer brute force, breaking free from Bai's binding and turning his sword on the entire squad. He charges back at them furiously, yelling that total trash like them could never delete him. Tian puts his gun away and gets completely serious for the final trade, and the next moment, Li Yan stands there completely stunned. The villain cannot figure out what just happened to his health bar as his eyes go completely wide in pure disbelief, while Huang stands over him looking completely calm. Huang used Bai's vampire speed through his active transform card and finished Li Yan in a single clean move, so fast that the hunter hadn't even processed the animation, and then Huang remarks that he is the actual main character of this story. Li Yan collapses straight to the ground, confused and barely conscious as he asks if Huang is a real vampire, but Huang explains that it doesn't matter what breed he is since Li Yan is going to die either way. He finishes him off for good, and the system interface instantly congratulates him for killing a gold rank hunter, rewarding his account with 2 rare skill cards. The first drop is the Shock Lightning Sword skill, which is the exact same technique Huang was trying to copy on the cruise ship, and the second is a premium movement skill called Flow Cloud Steps. Huang is absolutely thrilled by the loot, feeling genuinely surprised that deleting human players also yields high-tier skill rewards, and then he remembers the most important task and rushes back over to Link so he can prevent her from bleeding out. He pulls out a fresh healing card and activates it on her body, causing the chest wound to slowly close up until she opens her eyes looking completely confused about the situation. Huang explains that she is safely out of danger now and confirms that Li Yan is officially dead, and when she looks around and spots both Bai and Hen standing guard, she asks if they are Huang's personal summons. He explains that it is a pretty long story and suggests they clear out of the dungeon area first. Right as he says those words, a massive wave of tentacles comes crashing through the stone walls from the super beast, and Leng explains to Huang that the boss was likely attracted by the pure dragon blood radiating from Hen's body. Huang orders Bai to grab Leng and run for the exit while he leads the beast in the opposite direction to buy them some time, and though Leng protests the plan and refuses to leave him behind, Bai grabs her anyway and carries her off into the tunnel. The super beast launches heavy tentacles at Huang from every single direction, but he dodges the incoming hits and realizes right away that this fight is nothing like dealing with Li Yan, knowing he has 0 chance in a direct match against a super beast. 4. He activates the Ghost Shadows ability again and turns himself into a literal shadow to flee, but the boss has already locked onto his energy aura and has no intention of letting him escape. While running along the wall as a shadow, he spots a small crack in the cave ceiling with sunlight leaking through, recognizing it as a potential way out of the map. He knows the jump is a massive gamble, but realizes he has no other options on the board, and then he taunts the beast as he runs, which only makes the monster even angrier. It slams a massive tentacle at his position with full force, completely shattering the rocks around them and sending Huang flying through the air. He loses his grip on the surface and finds himself floating directly in front of the beast's giant face with absolutely nothing to hold on to. At that exact split second, he activates another transform card to change into a purple-eyed white eagle, and the transformation grants him massive wings and the ability to fly, allowing him to shoot upward toward the exit crack at full speed. Breaking through the surface to the outside world, one of the super beast's tentacles comes bursting out of the ground right behind him. But then a random bolt of dark lightning energy shoots out from a nearby rock and hits the beast directly, sending it into a frenzy of pure pain. Huang lands safely on the grass and returns to his normal human form, telling the beast that it is safely sealed underground and cannot follow him out into the open world, feeling highly relieved that his gamble paid off. He then walks back to the main waterfall area, figuring that Bai Lai must have brought Link out through the same underwater entrance since she already had diving equipment on her person. Suddenly, a small rock hits him right on the head, and he turns around to find Bai Lai standing by the brush, pointing his finger to let him know where Link is resting. Huang scolds him for not just using his words, pointing out that the vampire was very vocal back when they were enemies but went completely silent after becoming a summon. Bai obviously says absolutely nothing back to the complaint. Huang walks around the rock and accidentally walks in on Link while she is actively changing her clothes, which does not go well for him at all as a very loud slapping sound echoes through the woods. After things finally settle down, Ling sits in front of Huang and sincerely thanks him for saving her life, promising that she will definitely find a way to repay the massive favor in the future. Huang just brushes it off and explains she doesn't have to make such a huge deal out of it, noting that all he asks is for her to travel with him to Carefree City, and if she does that, he will consider the debt fully cleared. Internally, he thinks to himself that he just needs her to cross the city border with him so his system mission can finally be completed because he is absolutely exhausted from the grind. Lang then summons her giant eagle monster and asks how Li Dian actually died so quickly in the cave, and Huang explains that the villain was already severely weakened by the octopus poison, adding that he used his 2 summons to hold him down while he finished the job with his gun. Privately, Huang thinks to himself that his transform card is way too much of a cheat code to casually explain to a noble hunter. Lang notes it is good that he is dead, and she also mentions that Li Dian's 2 bodyguards both died inside the cave as well, explaining that when she returns to the city, she will tell the Li family that the super beast wiped out all 3 of them so Huang won't have to worry about anyone coming after him. Huang asks if she is really just going to let the matter slide after Lai Yan literally tried to end her life, and Lang explains that both the Lai and Lang families are powerful noble clans, meaning that without solid physical proof of what actually happened, they cannot make any real public accusations. She notes that if she pushes the issue too far, they might both end up getting caught in a much bigger political mess, and Huang realizes she is actively protecting him from getting pulled into noble family drama, which he highly appreciates. He then asks her why she even came to that dangerous cave in the first place, and Lang explains that the creature inside the Nether Orchid is an undying race monster that originally spawned from the Boundary Abyss. She notes that 100 years ago, her ancestors sealed it in that specific cave so that future generations of the Lang family could come down and kill it to level up their stats and become super beings, explaining she came to do exactly that. However, nobody anticipated that the beast would undergo a second rare mutation over those 100 years, and though the mutation didn't boost its core combat tier, it multiplied its raw power stats by more than 10 times. She admits that if Huang hadn't shown up to save her, she would have died inside the room, and then she asks him why he ran all that way to rescue her. Huang laughs a little and explains that maybe it was just because he finds her easy on the eyes, obviously unable to reveal that the real reason was a forced system mission, and Lang smiles slightly at the compliment. As they fly on the giant eagle toward Carefree City, Lang tells Huang that she knows he is hiding a ton of secrets from her, but notes that since he saved her life, she is not going to push him for answers on any of it, and Huang laughs and thanks her for the space. When they finally land inside Carefree City, Lang immediately asks Huang to hand over Lian's storage ring, explaining that since the owner is dead, the ring automatically locked itself and Huang wouldn't be able to crack the security anyway. She notes that she can easily take out whatever loot is inside and hand it all over to him, and Huang laughs and admits he completely forgot he even had it in his pocket. With this, she suggests they go their separate ways and hopes they meet again someday. Huang agrees to the parting, though his expression shows he has some pretty mixed feelings about saying goodbye. The exact second she walks away, the system interface flashes to congratulate Huang for completing the special rescue mission, rewarding his account with a treasure rank tool card and a premium upgrade card. The scene then transitions back over to Huang's actual home, where he finally sits down to relax with a fresh drink while waiting for his sister Lin Xin to come back from school. He asked Blackie to run through a full audit of everything he collected during the long trip, and Blackie lists out the final numbers, confirming that Huang now holds 19 non-monster cards in his inventory, including a bunch of others. On top of that stack, he picked up 5 brand new monster cards during the forest run, and Blackie notes that this was an extremely profitable haul, though Huang points out he used up all his transformation cards in the process. Blackie explains that the best loot from the whole run is actually the 2 combat skills he secured from deleting Li Yan, which are the Lightning Sword skill and the Flow Cloud Steps skill. Noting both are genuinely solid additions to his build, Huang agrees with the assessment, and then asks what the new Life Force storage card and the Limitless card actually do for his character stats. Blackie breaks down the mechanics of the Life Force storage card, explaining that it can clone Huang's life wheel to essentially double his entire energy capacity. Since Huang holds 2 of these rare cards in his inventory, activating both will instantly push his account from a single life wheel to 3 total pools. Huang understands immediately that this is an insanely overpowered passive ability, and then he orders Blackie to activate the items right away. Blackie triggers the cards and Huang gets absolutely thrilled, realizing that from this point forward he won't have to worry about running out of mana energy during high-intensity battles, and he notes it will also buff his ammunition storage limits. Blackie explains that the item allows permanently unlimited upgrades to any single asset on his profile. Huang jokingly states that he wants to use the cheat card directly on Blackie, and Blackie surprisingly notes that such a move is actually fully possible within the system logic. Huang confirms it, and the moment the card triggers, a brand new function called the Fragment Store spawns inside his system interface. Huang scrolls through the new shop menu and notices that almost all the premium listings are locked behind red blocks and crosses, meaning he cannot access the high-tier exchange tabs just yet. Blackie explains that since Huang currently only holds basic black steel and bronze tier fragment cards in his collection, the higher-level trading panels remain completely hidden from his profile for now. Huang checks the low-level options available on the screen and complains that trading for a single target card requires deleting 2 of his existing ones, calling the system an absolute greedy scam. Blackie just laughs at his saltiness and explains that if a player wants to secure a specific card they actually like instead of keeping random trash in their inventory, they have to pay the premium tax, noting that is simply how the game works. Huang dismisses the entire store function and explains that he has no plans to buy anything right now, stating his current main priority is figuring out how to successfully level up his account to the bronze rank. Blackie drops a crucial reality check before Huang can even think about grinding for the next major rank breakthrough. Even though his current black steel life wheel is completely overflowing with raw energy, Huang absolutely needs to take a few months to properly consolidate his stats first. Blackie warns that if he tries to skip the consolidation step, the consequences range from failing the breakthrough entirely, to losing a massive chunk of his stored energy, to potentially having his main life wheel completely shattered. In the absolute worst-case scenario, the failed evolution will straight-up delete his character and kill him on the spot. Huang gets completely shocked by how serious the penalties are, and he complains that waiting multiple months feels like way too long of a time wall for his grind. Blackie notes there is a faster way to shorten the time lock, explaining that by actively cultivating a high-level life spell, the consolidation process will speed up significantly. He adds that the higher the grade of the life spell he chooses to equip, the faster the energy will gather to trigger the rank evolution, prompting Huang to think through his options and realize he needs to track down the perfect life spell as soon as possible. Blackie warns him that picking the right spell isn't nearly as simple as it sounds on paper, explaining that the magic must perfectly match Huang's hidden character attributes, and notes there are way too many factors to consider. Even Blackie admits he doesn't hold enough data to guide him properly through the customization menu, so Huang decides to place a ring call to Yi Zheng, figuring the elite hunter probably knows more about high-tier life spells than anyone else in his contact list. When Huang reaches out, Yi Zheng teases him a little bit for finally calling after going ghost, and Huang apologizes for the silent treatment while explaining how insanely hectic things became after the local monster outbreak, adding that he hasn't slept a proper night in an entire month. Yi Zheng tells him to stop with the cheap flattery and notes it is actually pretty wild that a rookie like Huang already managed to solo a 6-armed enchantress and reach the black steel stage, stating that someone as hardworking as Huang will definitely end up benefiting his squad one day. Huang asks him directly what specific life spell he should pull for his build, and Yi Zheng explains that the most critical factor is choosing a magic type that matches his own natural element, since a matching spell makes the cultivation speed much smoother. He warns that if a player equips the wrong element, no amount of hard grinding will ever fix the trash stat returns, but he also notes that most ordinary people don't have a natural element from birth, meaning Huang can technically pick whatever he wants and rely on pure gacha luck for the results. An Entrovium suggests that since Huang's main weapon preference is a sword, he should definitely go with the Soldier Sword life spell. Huang points out that the Soldier Sword is only a baseline high-grade life spell, and questions if a supreme or higher-rank spell wouldn't be much better for his long-term stats. Yi Zheng explains that every standard life spell features 9 individual layers, and points out that most average players only ever reach layer 4 or 5 in their lifetimes. He notes that only a rare few ever break through to the 6th layer, which serves as the critical turning point where the speed of energy absorption multiplies heavily to surpass even supreme-grade spells. Huang thinks to himself that with Blackie's system help, hitting layer 6 shouldn't be a difficult challenge at all, so he cheerfully agrees to run the Soldier Sword build and asks how many credits it will cost to buy the manual. Yahello appears completely surprised by the question and asks if Huang hasn't checked his mail yet, leaving Huang completely clueless about what he means until he explains that a massive reward package containing the Soldier Sword lifespell and premium crystals was sent to his house long ago following his heroics at the outbreak. The scene then transitions back to Huang's house as his little sister comes home looking incredibly happy and excited, immediately throwing her arms around Huang and scolding him for going completely radio silent during his entire trip. Linxin gets super emotional and reminds him that he is the only family she has left in this entire world, stating that if something bad ever happened to him, she wouldn't know how to survive on her own. Huang cuts her off before she can start crying and reassures her that she doesn't need to stress because he has zero intention of dying and leaving her behind, while privately thinking to himself that she is the only family he has left too. He cheers her up immediately by announcing that since she has a free day off from school tomorrow, he already booked premium tickets on a crystal airship for both of them to go on a vacation in Xiaogong City. Linxin completely loses her mind with excitement and goes running off to her room to pack her bags, yelling that she is going to bring her absolute best outfit for the trip. As she runs off to pack, Huang remembers to ask her if any packages arrived at the house while he was away on the mission. She calls back that 2 delivery boxes came in and promises to bring them straight up to his room, where the 2 packages are waiting on his desk. Huang figures 1 box is definitely the official reward from the Hunter Association, but remains completely unsure about the identity of the second package. He opens the mystery box first and finds a handwritten letter inside that features no return name or identifying information on the paper, containing only a secret password, while the box itself holds a high-tier storage ring. Blackie scans the item and identifies it as a premium storage ring, and Huang takes a sniff of the material and grins when his tracking skill recognizes the exact scent as belonging to Captain Leng. He then checks the ring's interior space and finds it features a massive storage capacity of 100 square meters, which he estimates is easily worth at least 100 million credit points on the open market. Blackie opens up the digital vault and starts listing out the insane contents, counting 1,000 pure life crystals and around 100 pieces of high-tier gold rank equipment, and then both of them spot a tab that makes them go completely silent for a second. Lin. Inside the vault sit Lin Yan's personal luxury items, including his main sword and various valuable belongings, and Blackie notes that these are excellent pieces of endgame gear. Huang agrees with the hype and points out 2 specific items in particular that he cannot equip yet due to his low level, but notes they are worth a fortune, hinting that he plans to flip them for massive cash on the market. He then spots a premium credit card inside the ring and gets incredibly hyped about checking Lin Yan's bank balance, but Blackie tells him to calm down and notes he is acting like someone who has never seen real money before. Suddenly, a system notification pops up to announce that Huang's account has officially been upgraded to VIP status, displaying a current balance of 381 billion credits. Both Huang and Blackie completely freeze with their jaws open in pure shock. Blackie points out that Leng clearly didn't take a single item from Lin Yan's dead body before transferring the entire inventory over to him, and Huang notes that top noble families are apparently even more intimidating than he initially imagined. Huang then brings up the fact that his inventory now holds 4 upgrade cards and asks if he can evolve Bai and Tyrant right away, but Blackie warns him that this would be their second major upgrade, meaning they could potentially evolve into an entirely different species. He explains that the evolution process will release an absolute tsunami of raw life force energy, which will instantly attract every super being within a massive radius and draw the immediate attention of the government bureau. Blackie strongly advises doing the evolution somewhere far away from any cities or wild zones where super monsters might be lurking to avoid a massive raid. Huang then notices a strange item sitting in his hand and asks Blackie for an item ID, and Blackie explains that it is a bronze token, meaning Huang has officially advanced to the bronze rank and is no longer just a mere reserve hunter, securing actual authority and high standing in the hunter community. Huang also unboxes a blue crystal and correctly figures it is the military attack technique that came bundled with his association reward package, and Blackie tells him to channel a little bit of energy into the crystal to activate the media file. Huang channels his life force and the crystal triggers, projecting a life-sized holographic image of an old man that startles both Huang and Blackie, as the projection just stands there staring directly at them. Huang stares right back at the hologram, and then the old man suddenly starts executing high-speed combat techniques right in front of Huang's face, causing the rookie to flinch back before realizing the projection cannot actually touch him, and that the master is simply demonstrating the forms. Huang watches closely and analyzes the framework, noting that every single move the old man shows is done entirely with bare hands without using any weapons, and notices every strike is aimed precisely at vital critical points. He figures this is a specialized combat style designed specifically for close-range military assassination. Blackie is equally confused by the drop because usually a life spell crystal only contains passive cultivation methods rather than an active combat technique, but the old man keeps moving and his projection begins speaking to explain that this form is a close-range kill technique designed for sudden strikes with maximum lethal effect, noting it can be effectively used all the way up until the gold rank stage before he begins teaching the individual moves in deep detail. Huang follows along with the guide and tries to copy the physical movements in his room. But at first the technique feels completely strange because it requires splitting his inner energy in highly specific patterns, which makes each individual strike feel weaker than a normal punch. But then Huang figures out the actual underlying logic of the form and creates a small, highly compressed ball of energy in his palm, realizing that the real power of this technique comes from being able to reshape life energy into any weapon form like a sword or an axe. He discovers the technique grants him 12 units of life energy that move as naturally as his own hands. As soon as he realizes it, the system announces that he has successfully cultivated the first layer of the military attack technique. Blackie explains that the technique can now be turned into a permanent skill card, allowing Huang to earn fragments through daily cultivation and gradually upgrade it. Curious about the requirements, Huang learns that Layer 2 needs 200 fragments, Layer 3 requires 400, and the cost doubles every tier, eventually reaching a staggering 80,000 fragments for Layer 9. The number nearly makes him choke. Blackie advises him not to aim too high too quickly, and points out that reaching Layer 6 is already realistic. He explains that the technique boosts both attack and defense by 12% at Layer 1, climbing to 60% at Layer 5 and 72% at Layer 6, rivaling the effects of excellent grade equipment. Excited by the potential, Huang thinks this will greatly speed up his cultivation, but Blackie quickly reminds him that he is still only catching up to true geniuses, some of whom can master a layer in half an hour instead of an entire night. The next morning, Lin Xin greets Huang cheerfully and asks if he slept well. One glance at his exhausted face makes it obvious he spent the whole night cultivating. Ignoring that fact, Huang claims he slept fine and asks about the delicious smell. Lin Xin happily takes his hand and reminds him that their holiday starts today, meaning it's finally time to head for Shagong City. The day begins with Lin Xin surprising Huang with a homemade breakfast before their vacation, but one look at the plate makes him question whether it is actually edible. Still, seeing how excited she is, he forces himself to finish every bite. Lin Xin is so pleased by the empty plate that she immediately offers a second helping, nearly making Huang regret surviving the first one. After breakfast, Lin Xin reminds him they need to hurry if they want to make their trip on time. Instead of taking public transport, Huang summons his massive shadow eagle, revealing a tamer ability he only discovered during the reserve hunter exam. And as they fly through the clouds, Lingxi gets super hyped and notes they should celebrate the flight with a giant slice of homemade cake that she packed in her bag, forcing Huang to instantly manufacture a fake excuse to avoid eating another dangerous snack. The duo finally arrives in Jiagong City, and Lin Xin instantly falls in love with the high-tier urban aesthetic of the new zone. Huang notes that he already booked a clean hotel room for their stay, and suggests they spend the entire afternoon shopping around the main lobby before checking in, causing Lin Xin to pull out a massive checklist she drafted on the flight featuring every famous luxury store in the city. Huang takes a quick look at the shopping list, and points out that there is absolutely nothing simple or cheap about her vacation plans. The two siblings spend the rest of the day exploring the massive city layout, checking out the local tourist sites, eating street food, and shopping until Huang's bank wallet takes a massive critical hit from the restaurant bills alone. They have a genuinely wholesome time together going from place to place, but at one point a public TV broadcast nearby catches Huang's attention. The news anchor is reporting on Captain Leng, describing her as one of the absolute strongest young prodigies among the noble families in the 7th area, and then the reporter announces that Leng has successfully advanced to become a legendary super being at just 19 years old. Huang thinks to himself that she actually made it to the endgame tier, but before he can finish processing her power spike, Lin Xin grabs his hand and pulls him away to check out a different store. Huang barely catches the tail end of a secondary emergency news alert mentioning that several young girls have mysteriously gone missing inside city lately, ending with a warning for residents and tourists to stay completely alert, which hits close to home since they are staying in that exact city. Later that evening, Lin Xin falls completely asleep on the couch after a heavy dinner, and Huang quietly carries her over to her own bed so she can rest up. He then spawns Blackie into the hotel room not to relax after a long day, but to continue grinding his passive cultivation while he has some free downtime. Though Blackie immediately grumbles about getting summoned for a work shift during a literal vacation trip, Huang completely ignores the toxic complaints and gets straight to the heavy grind, and Blackie explains that to upgrade the military kill technique, Huang needs to circulate his internal force energy continuously through his pathways. Normally, completing a single full circulation cycle would take an ordinary player a whole week, but Huang points out that with his optimized build, he can clear a rotation in about half an hour. Blackie notes that even if he grinds for 15 hours per day, it will still take a full 7 days to hit stage 2. But Huang confidently explains that he already figured out a broken shortcut. He notes that the more times he runs the macro circulation, the faster each subsequent cycle becomes, dramatically cutting down the total time wall needed for the breakthrough. Blackie mutters in absolute frustration, completely surprised that the rookie figured out the optimization method on his own. And a second later, the system interface congratulates Huang for earning a fresh military kill technique fragment card. Meanwhile, Lin Xin wakes up early from her nap and finds herself completely unable to fall back asleep, so she knocks on Huang's bedroom door to check if he is awake. Receiving absolutely zero answer from the room, she decides to head out for a solo late-night walk to do a little shopping on her own, talking to herself about how Huang fell asleep way too early when they could have been playing video games together. At one point during her walk down the dark street, she feels a creepy vibe like someone is actively watching her from the shadows and glances behind her back, but she shakes off the paranoia and decides to head back to the hotel, planning to drag Huang on a shopping spree the next day. She spots a public trash can on the corner and tosses an empty bag inside, But the second she drops the litter, the trash bin starts shaking in a very wrong way. The container suddenly opens up with a massive hidden mouth and swallows Lin Xin whole before disappearing from the map entirely. A fleet of police vehicles pulls up outside the hotel shortly after the kidnapping, and the hotel manager welcomes the lead officer, confirming that one of their own registered guests is the latest victim in the missing person cases. The officer demands to see the security feed immediately, and inside the CCTV room, the manager explains that the footage shows the young girl simply vanishing out of the frame, noting the kidnapper clearly knew the building layout well enough to execute the play inside the camera blind spots. The lead officer suspects this incident is directly connected to the ongoing string of girl disappearances across the city, ordering his team to investigate the perimeter while asking who first noticed her disappearance. The manager confirms it was her older brother, who went to her bedroom and found the space completely empty, reporting the emergency to the staff before running off. When the officer asks where the brother is currently located, the manager looks around and realizes that Huang has already quietly disappeared from the hotel to hunt down the targets himself. Inside the dark warehouse where Lin Xin is being kept hostage, she lands hard on the floor and finds herself facing a creepy little girl. And standing right behind the child is a massive mutated caterpillar-type monster with green drool hanging from its jaws. The little girl tells Lin Xin not to be scared and introduces herself as Lily, explaining that the giant bug is her absolute best friend and helps her locate new family members for her collection. She tells Lin Xin that from this day forward she will serve as her official big sister, noting that they are all beloved children of a powerful man she calls father. Lincoln is completely terrified by the monster and demands to know where her brother is, yelling that she wants to leave the building immediately. But Lily instantly grabs her by the throat with crazy strength and notes that anyone who tries to leave the family ends up as literal pet food for her monster instead. She explains that Lincoln is special to her collection and tells her to stop resisting the adoption and just become her big sister quietly, leaving her in pure pain and fright as she silently screams for Huang in her heart. Fortunately, Huang has already used his broken tracking skills to pinpoint her exact coordinates, arriving at the warehouse location only to find 4 armed guards blocking the main entrance. The thugs point their guns at him and warn that this is a strict private zone, ordering him to turn around and leave. But Huang does not even slow down his walking pace. Bai suddenly manifests from the shadows behind the guards before they can even register his energy aura, and in one swift motion the vampire takes out all 4 men at once, and then Huang orders him to show absolutely zero mercy to anyone who gets in their way. On the very next floor up, a larger group of syndicate members is waiting with automatic weapons aimed directly at the elevator doors, ready to shoot anything that steps out. When the elevator arrives and the doors open, every single thug unloads their ammunition into the empty space. But Huang has already anticipated the ambush and uses the back entrance instead, leaving the elevator as a random decoy. He walks into the room from behind the firing line and tells the men that they clearly have never watched enough movies in their lives, and the shouting that follows does not last long at all. Huang clears through the entire room of thugs and keeps pushing forward through the building, noting out loud that whoever dared to touch his little sister deserves to get deleted from the server permanently. Suddenly, a calm voice from behind asks what he means by sister, and Huang turns around to see a wealthy man standing there with the little girl Lily at his side. The man introduces himself as Wei Shen and calmly claims that Huang must have made a massive mistake, stating that there is only himself and his innocent daughter living in this private home. The little girl starts crying on cue to play up the innocent victim act, but Huang does not buy the performance for a second and tells them to get out of the way so he can check the rooms for himself. Wei Shen blocks the doorway and claims it is his private property with a child inside, arguing that Huang cannot just force his way in without a warrant and suggesting he call the police if he has concerns. Huang has absolutely zero patience left for the corporate talk and simply orders the man to move, and Wei Shen gets visibly nervous at the sight of Huang's sword but still tries to hold his ground. Huang notes plainly that his little sister is hidden somewhere inside that room, stating he can either let her walk out quietly or Huang will take her back by force. Wei Shen realizes he cannot do much against Huang's physical pressure, but right then Lily starts crying loudly again, and he uses the distraction to act deeply offended, threatening to report Huang to the Hunter Association for terrorizing a minor and invading a private residence. Huang pays absolutely zero attention to the legal threats and keeps searching the airwaves with his senses to track Lin Xin's internal energy aura, and while he is distracted searching the grid, Wei Shen quietly reaches into his jacket and pulls out a token card with a malicious smirk. He throws the card toward Huang and activates the script, summoning the giant caterpillar monster from earlier into the room. Wei Shen laughs out loud and orders the beast to eat Huang alive, but Huang just looks at the monster and then back at him, feeling almost amused by the play. He points out that summoning a basic bug beast right in front of a professional summoner is one of the dumbest things he has ever seen in his life, and he doesn't even bother calling out his own monsters to handle the fight. He just draws his main sword and unleashes a single powerful energy slash that cuts straight through the giant monster and continues right into Wei Shen's body, sending the wealthy man crashing down to the floor in pure pain. Huang stands over the criminal with zero expression and reminds him that anyone who touches his family is going to pay the ultimate price. But just then, Lily grabs Lin Shin from the side room and points a loaded gun directly at her head. She threatens to shoot her hostage unless Huang drops his weapon and lets her father go, and Wei Shen laughs from the floor and praises his daughter for the clutch play. Huang looks over at Lin Shin and calmly asks if her health bar is okay, and she gives a small nod, so he tells her not to be scared because her big brother is on the scene now. Then, in a single blink of an eye, he activates his movement skill to appear directly behind Lily, and knocks her out cold by slamming the hilt of his sword against the back of her neck. Wei Shen screams in pure outrage at the knockout, and Huang cuts the ropes binding Lin Shin's arms and pulls her into a tight hug. Wei Shen is literally shaking with rage on the floor, and Huang has already raised his sword to finish the job when the police officers suddenly burst through the door and yell at him to stop. The lead officer notes that Lin Shin is safely rescued and warns that if Huang keeps attacking a downed target, he will be breaking the law, telling Huang to trust the legal system and promising that his family will get proper justice. Huang points out that the rest of the city's missing girls cases are likely all connected to Wei Shen's warehouse, and the officer acknowledges his help without confirming the case details, ordering his men to take Wei Shen into custody. The guy does not go quietly, and as they escort him out of the room, he yanks his arms away from the cops and launches into a chilling threat aimed directly at Huang. He yells that as a high-tier noble, the local law only applies to peasants below his economic level, claiming he will be completely free within 3 days and that when he gets out, he will come back for Lin Shin and make Huang watch everything that happens to her before killing him. Huang stays completely calm throughout the entire unhinged rant and says absolutely nothing back. The lead officer quietly pulls Huang aside after Wei Shen has moved down the hall and warns him about the criminal's massive noble background, suggesting Huang should be extremely careful. Huang interrupts the warning and notes that he trusted the law just like the officer asked, stating that is where he is leaving the matter before walking away with Lin Shin. The officer just stands there and watches them leave, visibly unsettled by Huang's cold aura, and when his assistant asks if they should arrest Huang too for causing all the building damage, the officer immediately shuts down the idea, telling him not to make things worse because Huang is clearly not some ordinary Black Steel stage hunter. Outside the facility, Wei Shen continues screaming his threats at the police escort, telling them to wait and see what his lawyers do. But then Bai suddenly manifests from seemingly out of nowhere, looking completely composed like he was waiting for the transfer. The 3 police officers are completely frozen with fear by the vampire's aura, and Bai immediately wraps Wei Shen in sharp threads of energy that look like spider silk, pulling the lines tight around his neck from all directions. Wei Shen screams in absolute agony as the lines tighten, sending the cops into a wild panic, and one of them shouts that the criminal is escaping, completely unaware that Bai has already deleted the target and returned to Huang's deck. Up on the roof, Huang is watching the entire scene play out from above, and Lin Shin is already sitting safely on the Shadow Eagle waiting for him to board. She asks if they can finally leave this creepy place, and Huang turns to her with a warm smile and notes that it is all over, and then he goes serious for a moment, and promises her that from this point forward, no one on the server will ever think about hurting her again. Neither of them notices a hidden figure watching their flight from a nearby skyscraper, and this mysterious person has already taken a high-res photo of Huang, scanned his face through the database, and is actively reporting the data to someone on a phone call. He explains that a noble named Wei Shen is dead and that a young rookie hunter executed the hit, telling his boss that he sent the photo over and asking them to run a background check on the kid's family. He notes that if Huang holds no powerful political backing on his life, the official order is to eliminate him from the map immediately. The scene then transitions over to the next morning at the city market, and Huang thinks to himself that after such a terrifying kidnapping experience, Lin Shin will probably need a few weeks of quiet downtime to recover her mental state. However, Lin Shin is already fully energized and hyped, pointing at a trendy clothing shop and calling the display super interesting before running straight through the front doors. Huang is completely stunned by how fast her recovery speed is and follows her inside, shaking his head and quietly laughing at her energy. Inside the shop, Lin Shin starts holding up different outfits against her body, excitedly asking Huang how each one looks on her. Plies. He just tells her straight up that she looks absolutely great in everything. It is a simple answer with zero stress, but right after dropping the compliment, Huang picks up on a sharp killing intent radiating from somewhere nearby and immediately summons Bai to his side. Lin Shin has absolutely no clue what is going on and cannot figure out why her brother suddenly switched into full combat mode inside a clothing store. A shop assistant walks over to check if she can help them, and Huang quickly covers his tracks by asking about the price of a costume he has casually draped over Bai, buying the outfit without missing a single beat. With that, they leave the shop and continue walking down the street, and Lin Xin notices Huang glancing around the perimeter carefully and asks if something is wrong, suggesting they head back to the hotel early. Huang tells her to keep enjoying her vacation and not worry about a thing, since he is right there with her. While reassuring his sister, he spots a shady figure in dark clothes actively trailing their footsteps, and the stalker pulls out a knife to strike. Before the assassin can execute the play, a massive wolf monster spawns right in front of them with a low growl. Completely rattled by the counter ambush, all three stalkers turn around and disappear, and Huang notices the hostile killing intent vanishes just as suddenly as it first appeared. From a hidden vantage point on a nearby building, an elite observer has been watching the entire interaction and feels genuinely impressed by the rookie's performance. He notes that a basic Black Steel stage hunter just detected Silver Killer level stealth auras twice in a row, thinking to himself that Huang's future looks incredibly bright. Meanwhile, that same observer turns around to notice a massive problem on his own radar, as one of his subordinates reports that their secondary tracking team was also completely eliminated by a mystery force. Before the grunt can explain any further, the black-haired observer creeps up behind him and grabs his wrist, asking if this person is the one running the local hit squad. The man tries to respond, but the observer's wolf monster bites his throat out before he can say another word. The observer then speaks directly into the communication ring sitting on the dead man's finger, telling whoever is listening on the other end that they are welcome to come meet him in person. The boss on the other side of the line agrees to the invite, and they arrange to meet up at the old clock tower in an hour once the map gets darker. Seeing that, the grunt quickly understands what horrific fate is coming for his account as the wolf advances on his position. At the old clock tower, the dark-clothed observer named Feng is waiting patiently when a mysterious man covered head to toe in black gear arrives on the scene. The newcomer demands to know if the powerful Leng family is actively protecting the kid, but Feng just tells him to figure out the political math for himself. The newcomer pushes harder and asks what exact connection the elite Leng family holds with this specific young hunter, but Feng simply deflects the question and asks why a high-tier organization is sending hit squads after a basic Black Steel stage kid anyway, suggesting the rookie must hold a remarkable identity to warrant that much attention. The newcomer gets completely furious and states he is asking one final time if the Leng family is backing the target, but before he can get a straight answer, Feng drops the fake politeness and states he holds direct orders to eliminate any enemy who shows up on the grid. He summons a whole pack of ravenous wolf monsters all at once and sends them charging straight at the newcomer, forcing the man to barely escape with his life as he retreats as fast as humanly possible. Doing that, he warns Feng that he started this war, but neither he nor his summons care and continue charging straight at him. However, before they can land a hit, the man suddenly vanishes and flies away, catching Feng slightly off guard. He quickly brushes it off and uses his communication ring to contact Captain Leng. As soon as she answers, she asks how Uncle Feng is doing out on the field. He tells her that the target is being protected and is completely fine. However, Leng notices from his tone that a major fight must have just broken out. He then admits that the enemy sent a super being after them but claims he successfully scared the opponent off. He then questions who exactly Leng Huang is since all this crazy trouble is coming straight for his head, and Leng explains that the problem isn't Huang himself but the noble hunter Huang killed, who turned out to belong to an ancient family in the second area. Feng understands completely why the super being he just fought stayed completely silent about his faction, noting it is like the family name itself is totally off limits. Leng asks Feng to come back to the base and help her investigate the conspiracy, and he agrees to keep protecting Huang from the shadows before ending the call, standing there quietly afterward to complain that she could at least show a little concern for his own safety too. The scene then transitions over to a massive mansion inside the second area, where a human skull rests on a luxury table while a wealthy woman speaks directly to it, telling her dead son that he was way too stubborn and that is why his operation failed. She notes that he liked kidnapping young girls and argues he could have taken as many as he wanted without personally going out into the field and taking massive physical risks. She points out that his life cycle always suffered from structural problems, which is why he could never cultivate properly or use high-tier weapons, asking why he didn't bring elite guards along for the ride. Well, she states he completely deserved what happened to him, but notes he is still her biological son, meaning she cannot just let him die for nothing. Suddenly, the skull starts talking through dark magic, calling out for its mother and demanding pure revenge on the server. It orders her to hunt down Lin Huang, kill his character, seal his soul, and torture him endlessly. The mother promises to help him but points out that the powerful Lin Huang family from the 7th area is actively protecting the kid, meaning revenge will take some time to set up. She orders the skull to climb into a magic bottle for 3 years to nurture its energy until its speed stats improve, promising that she will find a premium undead body for it to inhabit so it can live again as an undead type, while she deploys her own secret methods for handling the revenge play. Prat, the skull asks what those methods are, and the woman claps her hands and tells her attendants to bring the child into the room. A servant walks in holding the little girl Lily, and Lily runs straight to the skull and calls it father, somehow recognizing him instantly. The skull praises her for making it out of the warehouse alive, and the grandmother asks Lily if she wants to secure revenge for her father before he transfers into a new body. Lily states absolutely yes with a furious expression, yelling that the hunter stole the good life she and her father enjoyed, and promising to tear him apart. The mother states she will send Lily to an elite cultivation camp, noting that if the girl survives the training, she will be strong enough to take her revenge within a year, and Lily walks out with an aggressive face, declaring she will come back alive. Back to Huang and Lin Xin visiting the famous Shaogong Museum, where Huang is running on absolutely zero sleep from cultivating all night and feels completely exhausted while trying to keep up with his sister. Lin Xin reads through the historical exhibits and explains that everything on display was excavated from the ancient ruins around Shaogong City, dating back to old human civilizations. She notes that everything looks like ancient treasure and states she wants to visit the actual ruin site immediately, and Huang agrees with the plan and pats her head. At the museum, the guide explains to the crowd that the items on display range from precious to deeply mysterious artifacts, giving visitors a window into how ancient humans used to live. Lin Huang calls Huang over to look at an antique cup, but Huang has already spotted a completely different object nearby that stops him dead in his tracks as he breaks out into a cold sweat. Lin Huang tries to figure out what he is staring at, but he walks straight past her toward the glass exhibit. He reaches the object and can barely believe his own eyes, and the girl working at the museum explains that it is one of their most prized items, analyzed extensively by archaeological experts who still cannot determine its actual function. Huang looks at the mysterious ancient relic and starts to ask if it is a staff card type of item, but he stops himself mid-sentence because what he is actually staring at is a modern laptop. A completely ordinary laptop is sitting inside a museum exhibit as an ancient mystery, and he is completely floored by the fact that this world has absolutely no idea what a laptop is, since everyone here uses digital rings for everything. The guide confirms it was excavated from the Shaogong ruins and notes that while experts believe it belonged to a noble race from the ancient era, nobody knows how to boot it up. Huang thinks to himself quietly and concludes that whoever brought a laptop to this dimension was almost certainly a crossover traveler from his original world, meaning he is not the only main character on the server and others came before him. He places a call to the red-haired examiner to ask her about the historical timeline, and she pulls up the available database archives explaining that Shaogong City was established 300 years ago, and excavations have been ongoing ever since. She notes that experts have found all sorts of weird artifacts they cannot identify and mentions her own security clearance on the matter is limited. She then brings up a legendary name, Shaha, explaining that in the ancient era this individual went from a completely ordinary human to a literal demigod in just a few years, becoming the #1 expert of his time. Huang notes that ordinary humans hold a maximum lifespan of 720 years while super beings can live up to 10,000 years, meaning whoever Shaha was, he would be long dead by now. But Huang quietly figures this was definitely the guy who brought the laptop. The red-haired lady apologizes that information about the ancient era is extremely rare and requires high clearance, and Huang thanks her for the help and casually mentions she looks particularly beautiful today. She gets super flustered, tells him she is just attending a formal event, and hangs up the call immediately to hide her embarrassment. Huang smiles to himself at her cute temper and resolves that Shi Hao is the person he needs to research, meaning the Xiaogong ruins are his next destination. Back at their hotel room, Lin Xin is eating a slice of cake when Huang tells her he wants to head out to the ruins area to look into a lead he spotted at the museum. He tells her to enjoy the afternoon in the city on her own and leaves Bai behind to keep her company. And though Lin Xin points out that Bai cannot even speak, the vampire is way too busy staring intently at the cake in her hands with a look of extreme longing. After this, Huang heads out into the streets, arriving at the small tourist town near the Shaogong ruins that makes up a third of the surrounding area. He checks in with a local innkeeper and asks about the ruins, and the man notes things are quiet today but promises the map will be completely packed with tourists in 3 to 5 days once the summer holidays kick in properly. Huang asks if there are any interesting local legends about the site, and the innkeeper explains that according to the old folks, an ancient ruler named Sha Hao and his elite companions built a massive empire called Shaogong right where the ruins stand. But one night, the entire empire vanished without a single warning, leaving no trace behind. Huang absorbs the lore and heads to the ruins the next morning, passing through the long lines of tourists filing through the security barrier. Blackie starts speculating about the ancient traveler, finding it deeply mysterious that someone else crossed dimensions into this world, and Huang theorizes that Shahao's cheat system was probably the laptop itself. As they walk through the stones, Blackie suddenly detects a massive energy signature and shoots off toward a particular spot, and Huang follows fast until they arrive at an area with ancient pillars and a deep pit in the dirt. Blackie examines the floor and notes it is made of profound stone, which is so durable that even a super being hitting it at full power cannot leave a scratch on the surface. Huang points to the massive hole in the ground and asks how it can exist if the stone is indestructible, and Blackie explains that he is detecting a very strange energy wave coming from deep below, noting that if he can absorb it, he can unlock new system functions. He estimates the broken cheat system fragment is buried around 3,000 meters down, and Huang tells him they need to head back to the hotel to draw up a proper raid plan. Back at the hotel, Blackie warns him that he also detected 2 mutated monsters down in the pit that are on the verge of breaking through to the silver rank. Huang sits and thinks about the threat, concluding that only Hen the dragon can realistically fight them due to the tight environment. Huang then realizes he has used up every single transformation card in his bag and has nothing left to turn him into a ghost to sneak underground undetected. But Blackie pulls up the Fragment Exchange store and points out that a basic ghost transformation card is only bronze rank and can be exchanged using his stockpiled fragment cards. Huang complains loudly when he sees it costs 60 fragments for a single card, but after a frustrated sigh, he tells Blackie to go ahead and buy 5 of them. Suddenly, all the lights in the building cut out completely, putting both of them on high alert as a creepy energy signature creeps up behind the door. Huang takes out his gun and gets ready, calling out to whoever is lurking in the hallway. A voice quickly answers that it is just the hotel staff fixing an electrical circuit. Huang tells the man to leave because he is going to sleep. However, at that exact split second, an infected girl crashes through the window looking like a zombie monster and attacks him. Huang dodges the strike and immediately fires his gun, putting her down instantly. Before he can even process what happened, the hotel manager sticks his hand through the broken door and lets himself in, announcing that his master wants Huang dead. In response, Huang pulls the trigger and fires several shots in rapid succession, putting the manager down on the spot. Unfortunately, that is only the beginning. Suddenly, dozens of parasitic people come pouring in from every direction, forcing Huang and Blackie to bolt out of the room and jump down to the lobby. To make matters worse, even more infected individuals are already waiting below to intercept them. Thinking fast, Huang pulls out a card midair and summons his shadow eagle, taking off into the sky to gain some distance from the swarm. As they fly, he finally puts the pieces together and realizes the monster in the ruins must be using parasitic spores to control the townspeople. More importantly, it wants to consume Blackie's cheat energy, override his programming, and transform itself into a new system. At the same time, Huang realizes that if he simply runs away, the infected swarm will follow him straight to Shagong City, where Lin Xin is staying. Because of that, he immediately calls the Hunter Association's emergency line and reports that hundreds of infected people are gathering outside the city entrance. Hearing his report, Blackie immediately calls him out on it. However, Huang argues that the Hunter Association should be able to handle the infected swarm, meaning there is still a chance for everyone to survive. With that said, his expression turns serious. He realizes that even though Lin Xin is currently protected by Bai Bak in the city, the parasite monster can still detect the presence of a cheat system. In other words, this was never a fight he could avoid. One way or another, he is fated to battle the creature until one of them dies. The moment Blackie hears that, he quickly realizes what Huang is planning. Huang confirms his suspicion without hesitation, making it clear that he intends to return to the ruins. After all, losing Zhao Hao would be no different from dying himself. Since the monster is not going to stop chasing them anyway, he might as well take the fight directly to its source and settle everything once and for all. Without wasting another second, Huang heads straight back to the Shagong Ruins map to handle business. As they move through the terrain, Blackie explains that because the monster underground is currently running on very limited remaining energy and possesses extremely poor mental functions, he can easily hide his own system aura from its radar. In fact, he notes that even within a 100-meter radius of the beast, it likely would not detect his energy signature at all. Huang casually remarks that Blackie is actually pretty smart for figuring out the stealth mechanics. Unfortunately, that compliment turns out to be a massive mistake. The moment he hears it, Blackie puffs up with pride and immediately starts talking down to Huang in return. However, their banter does not last long. Shortly afterward, Huang senses something moving nearby and immediately pulls Blackie behind a large rock to stay out of sight. Lowering his voice, he explains that some of the people wandering near their position have already been completely infected and are now being controlled like puppets. A closer look reveals 3 individuals wearing what appear to be standard security guard uniforms actively searching the area. Judging by their behavior, they are clearly hunting for Blackie's cheat energy on behalf of the plant monster lurking underground. Huang, however, pulls out one of his freshly exchanged Ghost Shadow transformation cards. Activating it instantly, he suddenly realizes that his ghost form allows him to travel directly through solid ground without hesitation. He orders Blackie to take the lead and guide him straight toward the energy body hidden deep beneath the surface. As they descend through the layers of rock, Huang cannot help but question what kind of broken monster could control so many human parasites from such a distance. In response, Blackie explains that the plant creature is actively using all the absorbed life force energy to evolve its account. Furthermore, he reveals that the energy body he detected earlier is essentially the monster's core and true main body. Eventually they get close, and what they find is a massive plant-type creature with an enormous energy core pulsing within its central structure. After examining it carefully, Blackie identifies the target as a bronze-rank threat already capable of infecting more than 10,000 human players simultaneously. More importantly, he warns that this is only the beginning. If the creature ever manages to evolve into a super beast tier existence, the consequences for the entire region would be absolutely catastrophic. Huang states that he has zero intention of letting the creature live that long on the server. With that, he summons Hen the Dragon and officially initiates the boss fight. After comparing the stat sheets of both entities, Huang notes that they are each sitting at bronze rank tier 3 with 2 mutations. However, Hen possesses the legendary dragon bloodline, which should make him the superior combat unit in a direct confrontation. Without wasting any time, Hen unleashes a massive fire breath attack directly at the parasite monster's face, and the opening play proves incredibly effective. Blackie quickly points out that fire is naturally strong against plant-type attributes. On top of that, Hen's attack is empowered by the dragon bloodline itself, giving their side an even greater advantage in the matchup. Unfortunately, the parasite boss is far from finished. Every vine and root destroyed by Hen's flames simply regenerates almost instantly. Seeing this, Blackie confirms that the monster possesses some kind of super recovery passive ability. A moment later, the boss retaliates by unleashing a massive barrage of razor-sharp vines straight at Hen. Several attacks connect, dealing heavy damage to the dragon's health bar and forcing him onto the defensive. Seeing his summon take damage, Huang instinctively wants to join the fight. However, Blackie immediately stops him, explaining that revealing his physical location would allow the monster to detect his aura instantly and kill him on the spot. According to Blackie, Hen can continue fighting for quite some time because dragons are naturally immune to the parasite status effect. Even so, Hen refuses to back down. He unleashes another devastating wave of dragon fire, once again burning away huge sections of the plant creature. Yet, just like before, the damage proves temporary as everything regenerates almost as quickly as it is destroyed. Watching the exchange, Huang mutters that the creature still refuses to expose its energy body from its heavily fortified position. Blackie agrees and warns that if things continue at this pace, the battle will eventually turn against them. Then, disaster suddenly strikes. Huang's ghost transformation card runs out of time, forcing him back into the physical world. The moment Blackie notices, he panics instantly. At the same time, the parasite monster immediately senses Huang's presence, and without hesitation, it launches a massive wave of tentacles directly at his face. The tentacles converge on his exact location at maximum speed. However, when they finally smash into the stone, Huang is already gone. Thanks to his quick reaction, he had activated a second Ghost Shadow card from his pocket and slipped back underground moments before impact. Seeing the narrow escape, Blackie lets out a sigh of relief and notes that it was incredibly fortunate Huang exchanged several copies of the transformation card earlier. Otherwise, that attack would have ended the fight right then and there. Huang notes that he still has a very bad feeling about what is coming next. Sure enough, his instincts prove correct as the parasite monster becomes completely furious after losing track of its target. In response, it begins releasing millions of toxic spores into the air through the opening above the ruins. Within moments, the spores drift past the security barrier surrounding the site and spread freely through the surrounding air currents in every direction. Meanwhile, outside the restricted zone, a group of association hunters is busy containing the already infected townspeople. Unfortunately, they notice the incoming spore cloud far too late. One hunter clutches his throat as the parasite takes hold. Then another falls, and another. Within seconds, every single elite hunter present is infected and absorbed into the network. However, the worst part comes afterward. As the mass infection completes, a bright stream of light emerges from the heads of the infected victims, rising into the air before flowing back toward the ruins barrier. From there, the energy travels directly underground and pours into the parasite monster. Seeing this, Blackie immediately explains that the monster is draining the life force of everyone it infects in order to advance into a silver-rank creature. Hearing that, Huang states that they absolutely cannot allow such a breakthrough to happen. With that in mind, he quickly asks whether there is any cheat card capable of stopping the evolution. After a brief pause, Blackie reveals that the fragment store does contain a novice-rank instant kill card capable of destroying any monster at the Super Beast level or below in a single attack. Unfortunately, there is a major problem. The card requires a staggering 1 million fragments to exchange. The moment he hears the price, Huang immediately suggests retreating and returning later when they are stronger. However, Blackie shuts that idea down at once. According to him, running away is no longer an option because the parasite's growth rate is completely abnormal compared to ordinary creatures. At its current pace, he warns the monster could evolve into a super beast within 2 months. Worse still, it may even complete a third mutation on top of that tremendous power boost. Hearing that, Hwang cannot help but wonder if this monster's system is actually stronger than Blackie's own programming. Clearly offended, Blackie snaps that every cheat system operates under a strict set of rules that both the system and its host must obey. He then explains that the energy body they are facing managed to completely escape its original cheat system, effectively becoming a free agent with no restrictions whatsoever. As a result, it is able to expand its parasite species and accumulate power without any of the limitations normally imposed by a system. Upon hearing that explanation, Hwang's eyes begin to shine with interest. He casually remarks that he is actually a little jealous of the parasite's freedom. However, Blackie immediately crushes that idea. In a serious tone, he warns that operating on the server without restrictions only leads to one inevitable outcome: complete annihilation. After all, there is a reason that limitation was written as the very first rule of his own system. Hwang thinks through the mechanics for a moment before suddenly coming up with a wild plan. He explains that if they can somehow freeze the parasite's recovery speed completely, Hen should be able to finish the monster off with his fire attacks. After considering the idea, Blackie notes that the only way to interrupt the creature's hyper-recovery passive is for him to completely devour the energy body. To make that happen, however, Hwang will need to place his hand directly on the energy core underground and keep it there for 3 full minutes while Blackie absorbs the data. Hearing the requirement, Hwang immediately points out the obvious problem. Spending 3 minutes next to the boss core would give the monster more than enough time to kill him several times over. Then, just as the situation seems impossible, Hwang suddenly tells Blackie to wait. A massive exploit has just occurred to him. Moving quickly through the solid ground, he asks whether the energy body can change its physical location on its own. Blackie promptly answers that it cannot, at least not unless a new cheat system successfully absorbs it. The confirmation causes a smile to spread across Hwang's face. He immediately explains his plan. Rather than approaching from the front, he will travel through the dirt and reach the core from directly below. Since the parasite plant's ultimate blind spot is the area beneath the energy body itself, he can touch the core from underneath while remaining hidden from most of the creature's defenses. Without wasting any time, Hwang positions himself directly below the core and presses his palm against the pulsing energy mass from beneath the ground. At the same time, Blackie begins the absorption process and admits that the strategy is genuinely clever. Only moments into the process, Blackie suddenly announces that the parasite has successfully evolved into a silver-rank creature even while the absorption is still underway. As dark energy erupts from the core during the evolution, Blackie warns Hwang that his current health pool may not survive the full 3-minute duration at this rate. Meanwhile, the monster begins gathering a devastating combination of tentacle power and condensed energy before unleashing it directly into the ground. The resulting impact shakes the entire area. Even while hiding underground in ghost form, Hwang is struck by the shockwave and suffers heavy damage. At the same time, the monster grabs Hen and begins attacking the dragon relentlessly. Blow after blow crashes into the summon, causing Hen's condition to deteriorate rapidly on the radar display. The moment Hwang sees the critical health warning, he reacts without hesitation and recalls Hen before the dragon can be killed. Unfortunately, that decision leaves him completely alone. Realizing that its hidden enemy is still somewhere underground, the parasite monster reshapes its vines into enormous drill-like weapons and begins boring through the earth at incredible speed. It is clearly searching for Hwang's exact location. As the drills descend deeper and deeper, both Hwang and Blackie begin to panic. Blackie screams that without Hun providing support from above, Hwang is definitely going to die down there. Nevertheless, Hwang refuses to give up. Instead, he keeps his hand firmly pressed against the energy body and endures the pressure while the drills draw closer and closer to his head. Then, at the most critical moment possible, a system message suddenly appears. The energy absorption is officially complete. The instant he sees those words, Hwang nearly cheers in relief. Without wasting another moment, he and Blackie immediately retreat from the area at maximum speed. Blackie warns that the energy has only been held back temporarily and that there is absolutely no way to escape the coming blast. However, Hwang remains completely calm and reveals that he already has a galaxy brain plan prepared. Without hesitation, he summons Bai, completely surprising Blackie, who assumes Hwang is about to sacrifice his elite vampire monster to the boss. Meanwhile, the parasite relentlessly attacks in an attempt to stop Bai's evolution. In response, Hwang throws 2 high-tier evolution cards at Bai, triggering an uninterruptible double evolution. Blackie quickly explains that while a normal rank-up can be interrupted, a forced evolution caused by system cards cannot be stopped, not even by a half-god. For once, he genuinely praises Hwang for his intelligence. Hwang laughs and thanks him for the compliment before casually admitting that this is actually the first time he has heard about that rule. That revelation nearly gives Blackie a heart attack. Furious, he smacks Hwang on the head and points out that if the parasite had somehow interrupted the evolution, their entire squad would have died on the spot. Meanwhile, the parasite continues pouring attacks into Bai's cocoon, but none of them can penetrate the system armor. Then, massive cracks begin spreading across the shell. Not because of the boss's attacks, but because Bai is breaking out from the inside. A hand bursts through first, followed by the rest of his transformed body. Both Huang and Blackie watch with excitement as the new form emerges. Blackie cannot help but note that something absurdly overpowered is about to be born. When Bai finally steps out, he looks completely different, now sporting blood-red wings instead of his original white ones. At the same time, the system announces that Huang has obtained an epic rank card, the Four-Winged Vampire Count, officially classified as a godly tier unit. The parasite immediately sends a swarm of massive vines toward Badass, but the evolved vampire effortlessly dodges every attack. Seeing his chance, Huang orders him to finish the boss while simultaneously resummoning Hen the dragon. At that moment, Blackie realizes the parasite has finally lost its broken regeneration ability. This is their window. However, Blackie's expression suddenly changes. While monitoring the battlefield, he notices the parasite is still absorbing enormous amounts of life energy in an attempt to evolve into silver rank tier 3. Confused, Huang asks how that is possible when the area has already been locked down. Blackie explains that the toxic spores released earlier are still spreading across the region, infecting thousands of innocent people. By now, the cloud has likely reached Jiaogong City itself. The parasite is draining their life force to fuel its next breakthrough, and if it succeeds, the battle is over. Seeing that, Huang's eyes harden, claiming they are not losing this fight. Instead of explaining his plan, he orders Hen to provide suppressive fire while Bai dives in and marks the parasite's main weak point. Blackie immediately warns that getting anywhere near the core is suicide. One direct hit would instantly kill Huang, but Huang's reasoning is simple. If the parasite survives, everyone dies anyway. Grabbing onto Hen's leg, Huang charges straight toward the battlefield while Dragonfire clears a path ahead. At the same time, Bai reaches the target and successfully marks the weak point. Without hesitation, Huang releases the dragon's leg, drops toward the core, and drives his sword straight into the monster's heart while shouting for it to die. The blade pierces clean through the core. For a brief moment, it looks like the raid is finally over. Then disaster strikes. The stray vine shoots forward and impales Huang completely through the stomach from behind. Blackie instantly panics, screaming for Huang as the world fades to black. Huang wonders if he is dead. His thoughts grow sluggish, his eyelids heavy, and he cannot even tell where he is anymore. Slowly, however, his vision begins to clear. As the darkness fades, he sees Blackie, Bai, and Hen staring down at him with obvious concern. But Blackie immediately leans forward and asks if he is finally awake, demanding that Huang say something so everyone knows he is not a ghost. Huang suddenly wakes up, covered in sweat and completely shocked that he is still alive and breathing. Seeing his reaction, Blackie quickly explains that in the final microsecond before death, Huang's passive reflexes automatically activated a premium recovery card without him even realizing it. Because of that, he managed to survive. Blackie shakes his head and once again calls Huang both lucky and smart. Meanwhile, Hen immediately rushes over and starts happily licking his face. Unfortunately, Huang finds the experience completely disgusting and jokes that he almost would have preferred staying dead. However, he quickly regains his focus and asks about the parasite's status. In response, Blackie confirms that the boss is officially dead. Hearing that, Huang lets out a long sigh of relief. Afterward, Huang examines the loot and immediately identifies the brand new monster card he obtained from the drops, Magic Vine. The card is classified as a historic rarity monster, though it is currently only at bronze 3 stars. Satisfied with the results, Huang dismisses his summons and allows them to rest. Before leaving, Blackie reassures everyone that the parasite effect affecting the victims will eventually wear off now that the boss has been killed, and they will gradually return to normal. Back at the hotel, Huang uses the Magic Vine card on Tyrant to rank him up, but the monster's skill set leaves him confused. Blackie explains that Magic Vine is an entirely new species in this world, and is still in the early stages of its evolution. At the moment, it only possesses 2 basic skills, but it will naturally learn additional abilities as it grows stronger. At the same time, Huang receives a system notification informing him that all of his monster skill slots are currently full. If he wants his monsters to learn new abilities in the future, he will need to either combine existing skills using a fuse card, or remove one with a skill remove card. Huang quietly makes a mental note of that restriction. Meanwhile, in the background, the Tyrant monster successfully completes its own evolution. Moments later, the system sends another congratulatory notification, awarding Huang a second epic rank card known as Armor Tyrant. Holding both newly acquired cards in his hands, Huang cannot help but feel satisfied with the overall loot haul. As they prepare to leave, Blackie urges him to get out of the ruins as quickly as possible. Triggering 2 major evolutions in a single night is bound to attract the attention of high-tier super being hunters sooner or later. Even so, Huang explains that he is not heading back immediately. Instead, he wants to stop by Shagong City first and make sure Linshin is safe. Along the way, he asks Blackie what the godly classification on Bai's stat sheet actually means. Blackie explains that Bai's body has become extraordinarily rare and now contains a small trace of divine blood. That spark of godhood is precisely why the god-dominant skill awakened during evolution. In fact, Bai's card no longer displays its old title and is now officially registered as the Four-Winged Vampire. Although god dominance is currently only at beginner level, the card's developer notes indicate that once Bai evolves into a super being, the dormant god blood will fully awaken and massively increase his combat power. Hearing all that, Huang counts the cards in his deck and realizes he now possesses 3 epic rank cards. Naturally, his next question concerns the new system function unlocked after absorbing the parasite's energy core. Blackie explains that the feature is called Cursed Death Replacement. Simply put, if one of Huang's summoned monsters dies in battle, he can use another card of equal or slightly lower rarity to replace the destroyed card and prevent it from being permanently erased from his account. However, there is a catch. The replacement must happen within a strict time limit. If too much time passes, the card disappears forever. For epic-ranked monsters, the process can only be used 3 times. The first death requires a normal card, the second requires a rare card, and the third demands another epic card of matching rarity to preserve the monster's soul. After hearing the explanation, Huang immediately recognizes how valuable the feature is as a safety net for his summons. Later that night, after finally returning to the hotel, Huang first checks on Linshin to make sure she is safe. To his relief, she is sleeping peacefully in her bed, making him smile when he notices that she forgot to close her curtains again. With that concern settled, he turns to Blackie and asks for compensation for nearly dying for him during the energy absorption mission. Blackie grants him 10 pulls. Huang is slightly surprised since he remembers receiving 18 draws in the past. However, Blackie explains that reaching the Black Steel stage naturally reduces the number of pulls because high-tier rewards become significantly rarer. Just plotting. Accepting the explanation, Huang begins rolling. When the results appear, he obtains 1 affinity card, 1 rank-up card, 1 annihilation card, 3 temporary transform cards, 2 heal cards, and 2 reward cards. Of all the rewards, the affinity card excites him the most because it can help break through cultivation bottlenecks depending on the user's natural talent. Overall, he considers the session a complete success and proudly declares that this marks his official comeback. Naturally, Blackie immediately tells him not to get arrogant just because he enjoyed a streak of good luck. The two quickly fall back into their usual bickering. The following morning, Linshin is sitting on her bed browsing the news when Huang walks into the room carrying breakfast. Smiling, he tells her to eat while mentioning that he returned late the previous night and chose not to wake her. Linshin immediately brings up the fact that Bai mysteriously disappeared from the room and that she could not contact Huang through his communication ring at all. As a result, she admits she was genuinely worried. While eating breakfast together, Linshin mentions a breaking news report about a dangerous super beast appearing near the ruins outside Jiagong City. According to the report, however, the threat was quickly eliminated by local hunters. Naturally, she asks whether Huang had anything to do with the incident. Without missing a beat, Huang immediately denies it. According to him, he is nothing more than a Black Steel stage hunter. Going anywhere near a super beast would get his character deleted in seconds. Although Linshin is not entirely convinced, especially since the timeline perfectly matches Bai's disappearance, Huang simply pats her on the head and tells her to stop overthinking. After all, breakfast is getting cold. Huang also reminds Linshin that there are still plenty of tourist attractions around Jiagong City that they have not visited yet. However, to his surprise, she puts down her food and explains that she no longer wants to spend her time sightseeing. Instead, she wants to head straight home. Caught off guard by the sudden change of heart, Huang asks whether something is wrong. In response, she shakes her head and explains that her final graduation exams are approaching quickly in September. Because of that, she wants to return early and focus completely on her academy combat training so she can achieve a top-tier result next year. Besides, she adds, she would rather enjoy a proper vacation after she has actually graduated. Hearing that, Huang cannot help but feel genuinely moved by her determination. He immediately pulls her into a hug and tells her how proud he is of how mature she has become. Naturally, Linshin becomes a little flustered and quickly tells him to stop being weird. Not long afterward, Huang begins packing their belongings and mentions that he will purchase tickets for a magic crystal airship back to their hometown. Meanwhile, after he leaves the room, Linshin remains behind and continues browsing videos online. Before long, she comes across an interview featuring a young female hunter who is only 18 years old, yet already ranks 14th among all gold hunters in the 6 areas. On top of that, she also holds the highest ranking among female mechanics. During the interview, the legendary hunter shares a simple but powerful message. If someone does not want to become a burden to the people around them, they must become strong enough to stand on their own 2 feet. Those words strike Linshin deeply. As she quietly watches the interview, she finds herself taking every word to heart. Eventually, she lowers her gaze and makes a silent promise to herself. One day, she will stop relying entirely on her big brother's protection. Instead, she will become strong enough to fight alongside him. A few moments later, Lin Xin suddenly shouts across the suite and tells Huang to hurry up and finish packing. Hearing her energetic voice, Huang glances over and cannot help but chuckle. For a moment, he had genuinely thought she was finally becoming mature. Now, however, he realizes she is still the exact same loud and energetic little sister she has always been. While preparing for the trip, Huang casually pulls a random mission card from his inventory. Since he is bored and has nothing else to do during the travel preparations, he figures he might as well activate it. At the same time, he silently hopes it will not be another nightmare mission. Unfortunately, the system has other plans. The moment the card activates, a notification immediately appears and congratulates him on triggering a live mission. Then the objective is revealed. Within 30 days, he must upgrade his military cultivation technique all the way to the 6th layer. The reward is a single heal card. However, failure comes with a painful penalty that if the timer expires, one random card will be permanently removed from his deck. The moment he reads the requirements, Huang drops on the ground in disbelief. After all, he is currently only at the 3rd layer of the military cultivation technique. Reaching the 6th layer would require earning at least 12,000 system fragments, all within a single month. After doing the math, Huang stares blankly at the floor and loudly declares to the empty room that the objective is basically impossible to complete. Without wasting any time, Huang transfers a stack of cash to his sister's bank account and tells her to rely on food delivery apps for the next month because he needs to lock himself away for an intense training session. His expression looks unusually miserable while explaining the situation, prompting Lin Xin to immediately ask if something is wrong. However, Huang can only sigh internally. If he fails this system mission, he will randomly lose one of his premium cards. Worse yet, there is a chance the system could take his overpowered annihilation card, dealing a devastating blow to his overall progression. Knowing what is at stake, he resolves to push through no matter what. Back in his room, Huang studies the military technique training projection and quickly realizes a harsh truth. Even if he trains non-stop for an entire month, it still won't be enough to reach layer 6. As he stresses over the numbers, Blackie suddenly materializes beside him, nearly scaring him to death. After ordering the system spirit to stop appearing out of nowhere, Huang admits he has no idea how he's supposed to achieve such an impossible breakthrough. In response, Blackie flashes a suspicious smile and reveals that there is actually a hidden method for farming technique fragments at a much faster rate. Although the grin makes the whole proposal seem incredibly sketchy, Huang decides he has no choice but to take the risk. The next moment, Blackie smacks him on the head and sends him flying through a newly opened spatial portal. As Huang shouts that he has been tricked again, he crashes into an unfamiliar location and is stunned to find the legendary Grandmaster from the training projection standing right in front of him. Before he can even ask a question, the old man drives a fist straight into his stomach and orders him to begin training. Huang doubles over in agony, wondering what terrible decisions led him here and whether this brutal tutorial might actually leave him in a coma. The old master immediately unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. Fortunately, Huang manages to dodge one strike and land a clean counterattack. The instant his fist connects, a system notification appears, rewarding him with a military technique fragment card. At once, Huang understands the map's mechanics. Every successful hit earns him another fragment. Realizing this, he begins fighting much more aggressively, and fragments start pouring into his inventory. Although he takes plenty of punishment in return, the results are undeniable. Eventually, the system congratulates him for advancing to layer 5. Some time later, Huang collapses from exhaustion. Even so, he insists on continuing because he still has one final layer to unlock. This time, however, Blackie firmly refuses. Their deadline is rapidly approaching. By now, 24 days have already passed. To advance from layer 5 to layer 6, Huang still needs 10,000 fragments, yet he remains 4,000 short with very little time remaining. The realization leaves him drenched in sweat as he recognizes just how close he is to failure. Sitting on the ground, Huang reluctantly admits that 10 days simply aren't enough to gather so many fragments. Just as hope begins to fade, Blackie reminds him that failure will force the system to randomly delete either his annihilation card or his epiphany card. According to Blackie, it all comes down to luck. Unfortunately for him, Huang refuses to gamble with RNG. Instead, he immediately decides to activate the Epiphany card himself. As the system asks for confirmation, Blackie issues one final warning. Using the Epiphany card at Huang's current level is extremely dangerous. Nevertheless, Huang ignores the warning and confirms the activation. The moment the card activates, a massive surge of energy floods his body. Blackie explains that the card is essentially destroying and rebuilding his entire body from the ground up, including his soul itself. Almost instantly, Huang begins coughing up blood and screaming in agony as he loses control of his own muscles. Watching the horrifying transformation unfold, Blackie reminds him that this was exactly the danger he had warned about. If Huang's mental fortitude breaks under the strain, his consciousness will fall into an endless sleep and never awaken again. But Huang refuses to give up. Even while enduring unbearable pain, he forces himself to stay conscious, repeatedly reminding himself that he only needs to break through one more layer to save his account. However, Blackie quickly points out that determination alone won't solve the problem. The Epiphany card is completely out of Huang's control, and the military technique's circulation speed continues accelerating on its own. After doing a quick calculation, Huang realizes that at this rate he could reach Layer 6 within 4 hours. Sure enough, the system soon confirms his breakthrough. Unfortunately, the energy doesn't stop there. Instead, even more power surges through his body, causing Huang to scream in agony. At the same time, countless shadow projections of the old Grand Master appear inside his mindscape and launch attacks from every direction. Although overwhelmed and terrified, Huang refuses to surrender. He keeps fighting back, telling himself he still has too much left to live for. Meanwhile, even Lin Xin, sitting outside his closed room, can somehow sense that something is terribly wrong with her brother. The brutal mental battle continues throughout the entire night. When Huang finally opens his eyes, he is drenched in sweat and completely disoriented. To his surprise, Lin Xin is standing beside his bed, clearly worried. She explains that a doctor examined him and found nothing physically wrong, yet he simply wouldn't wake up. Clutching his aching head, Huang asks how long he was unconscious, and his sister reveals it was a whole week. After she leaves to get him food, Huang immediately panics and wonders whether he failed the mission timer. However, a system notification soon appears, delivering completely unexpected news. Not only did he complete the mission, but he also advanced all the way to the 8th layer of the military technique and earned the heal card reward. Huang is stunned. His objective was only to reach Layer 6, yet he somehow skipped past Layer 7 and landed directly at Layer 8. For perspective, most people spend their entire lives trying to reach Layer 6. Thanks to the card, Huang accomplished it in a single week. According to the system, the military technique is a rare rank skill. At the 8th layer, it permanently increases life force circulation, attack power, and defense by 96%, nearly doubling his overall combat strength. Naturally, Huang immediately begins devouring food since he hasn't eaten for an entire week. Between bites, he marvels at how absurdly powerful both the military technique and the Epiphany card turned out to be. Blackie comments that Huang's natural talent is genuinely shocking. Of course, Huang, spitting out the food, instantly agrees, proudly declaring that he always knew he was a genius. Once the laughter dies down, Blackie shares even bigger news. Huang's circulation speed has fully stabilized, and the energy within his body has reached perfect balance. As a result, he has officially advanced to bronze rank. This breakthrough is a major milestone because it grants him access to a brand new life force monster from the Book of Fate. More importantly, the bronze rank pool contains far stronger creatures than anything that was available back in the Black Steel tier. Huang stares at the massive list of available monsters and wonders how he's supposed to choose a single unit. Fortunately, Blackie reveals that he already narrowed the options down to 11 cards based on Huang's talents and combat style. Even so, the final decision is still up to him. At first, Huang considers calling Yizheng for advice since he helped optimize his build before. However, Blackie quickly shuts that idea down. If Huang asks for help, he'll have to explain how he advanced to bronze rank so quickly, and the Hunter Association absolutely cannot learn about the system. Realizing Blackie has a point, Huang starts wondering who else he can consult. Almost as if on cue, his communication ring suddenly lights up with a call from Captain Lang. The timing catches him off guard, but Blackie points out that Lang is a super being. More importantly, despite seeing Huang's rapid growth, she has never questioned it, making her someone he can likely trust. After a brief greeting, Lang explains she was simply checking on him. Huang immediately tells her he needs advice, explaining that he recently reached bronze rank and must choose a new life force monster. Unfortunately, the number of options is overwhelming. After thinking it over, Lang points out that most of Huang's previous life force choices focused on either speed or physical enhancement. However, she notes that pure physical boosting talents become far less valuable once someone reaches the super being stage. Hearing this, Huang worries that his sly hand talent will eventually become obsolete. Fortunately, Lang quickly corrects him. In fact, sly hand is considered extremely valuable because it eventually evolves into a powerful secret technique known as demon slaying hand. Relieved, Huang asks what monster she would recommend for someone aiming to become a super being. Lang smiles and says she has the perfect choice. The monster possesses a life force ability called Substitute, allowing the user to swap places with a decoy and avoid incoming damage. While it can only block 3 minor attacks and is often dismissed as a weak talent, Lang explains that everything changes at the super being level. At that stage, the skill evolves into Scapegoat, a terrifying secret technique capable of saving its owner from death up to 9 times per day. The moment Huang hears that, he is sold on the idea. Leng then sends over the monster's information and advises him to study it carefully before making a final decision. Huang sincerely thanks her for always helping him, adding that he's incredibly lucky to have someone like her around. Unexpectedly, Leng falls silent. A moment later, she quickly ends the call. Completely confused, Huang can't figure out what he said wrong. Meanwhile, Blackie simply shakes his head, remarking that Huang is hopeless when it comes to understanding people. Turning his attention back to the data file, Huang reviews the monster's details while Blackie fills in the missing information. The creature is called the Vile Marionette, an egg-type monster ranked at Bronze Rank 3. According to Blackie, the species only appears in 2 locations: Fog Canyon within the Forgotten Land and the first layer of the Undead Abyss. Unfortunately, neither option is remotely safe. The Undead Abyss is so dangerous that only super beings dare enter it, while the Forgotten Land is one of the 7 prohibited lands where countless elite hunters have vanished without a trace. Blackie bluntly warns that entering either location at Huang's current level would be little more than self-deletion. Huang sarcastically replies that Blackie might as well just tell him to pack his bags for Fog Canyon. However, before the joke can even settle, his communication ring suddenly buzzes again. To his surprise, Fat's face appears on the screen. Without any introduction, Fat excitedly blurts out that they should travel to Fog Canyon together. Both Huang and Blackie freeze in shock. The next day, Lin Xin is sitting at a table enjoying her morning beverage when Huang walks into the room already fully packed and ready to hit the road. He notes that her school semester is starting up soon anyway and mentions he has absolutely nothing to do at home, explaining that he might as well head out and spend some quality time grinding with his friends. He orders her to be a good girl while he is gone, confirming he already dropped some allowance money into her personal bank account and promising he will return to the base soon. Lin Xin feels clearly annoyed by the sudden exit and calls him out for constantly running off to different maps and leaving her behind. She opens up her social media app to vent about the situation, but the exact microsecond she checks her live account balance, her jaw drops and she literally spits out her drink in pure shock. Huang dropped a massive 1 million credits into her living expenses, leaving her completely unable to believe. The scene then transitions over to Huang and Fat arriving at Fog Spirit City via the Crystal Airship after enduring a long 11-day travel sequence. Fat immediately starts complaining about how bored he was on the ship, but Huang looks around the perimeter and gets a little cautious because the city feels packed with unfamiliar and potentially dangerous high-level players. Fat thanks Huang for tagging along on the expedition and notes that he truly sees him as a biological brother, promising to watch his back whenever he needs a solid favor in the future. Huang brushes off the emotional speech and notes they have already survived life-and-death encounters together on the server, explaining it is not a big deal. Fat then quietly pulls Huang aside into a blind spot and whispers that the Vil Marionette's life force ability looks completely trash on the surface, but notes that once a player evolves into a super being, the talent transforms into an extremely valuable life-saving technique. He orders Huang to keep that meta information a complete secret because his family acquired the data at a very premium price. Huang laughs at the breakdown and figures out that this exact reward is why he traveled all the way to Fog Canyon to trigger his bronze rank breakthrough. Huang thinks to himself that Fat appears to hold the exact same ranking goal for the weekend, which means they can easily party up together, though he notes he will need to keep his true overpowered stat sheet hidden from Fat during the run. Fat points out that Fog Canyon is a dangerous rank 3 wild zone, meaning entering with only the 2 of them would be a huge risk. Therefore, he decides to head to Adventure Paradise and recruit an experienced team to escort them. Huang agrees with the plan and suggests finding a hotel for the night before leaving in the morning. However, Fat confidently tells him not to worry, promising to personally keep him safe from any monsters they encounter. Playing along, Huang thanks him for the carry. Meanwhile, as Huang wanders through Fog Spirit City's busy streets, he notices the area is packed with high-level hunters preparing to explore nearby wild zones. At the same time, several suspicious-looking individuals around the plaza catch his attention, causing him to stay alert. Not long afterward, his communication ring suddenly buzzes. Surprised, Huang answers the call. After all, he and Fat had only separated a few minutes ago. To his astonishment, Fat announces that he has already found a team and orders Huang to head to the east entrance immediately. The rush timing strikes Huang as odd. There are always groups traveling to Fog Canyon, so he can't understand why they need to leave right now, especially when it means arriving after dark. Nevertheless, curiosity wins out, and he heads over to meet the party. Upon arriving at the east entrance, Huang finds Fat waiting for him, though he looks noticeably uncomfortable. Standing behind him are 3 aggressive-looking hunters who seem irritated by Huang's delay. As Huang approaches, he quietly asks Fat what's going on. Fat simply whispers that he should cooperate for now and follow them to Fog Canyon. Immediately, Huang senses their auras and realizes all 3 hunters are silver rank. That alone is enough to make him suspicious. Without wasting any more time, the hunters summon their mounts and order Huang and Fat to follow. The group soon sets off toward Fog Canyon. During the journey, Huang overhears one of the hunters mocking his mount. The man comments that a mere black steel hunter riding something as valuable as a Qing wolf must be carrying plenty of money. The group's leader quietly agrees, remarking that the trip is turning out to be more profitable than expected. After several hours of travel, the group finally reaches Fog Canyon. However, the moment they dismount, the hunters immediately turn toward Huang and Fat. Then the leader announces that it's time to pay a toll and demands 30 life crystals. At first, Huang remains silent. Seeing this, the leader repeats the demand and makes it clear there will be no negotiation. Hearing that, Huang looks back at Fatty and seeing his state. He realizes he has encountered a psychic master, a rare profession capable of influencing, cursing, or even controlling targets through spoken commands alone. In some cases, their abilities can be lethally powerful. Even so, Huang quickly notices a few important details. Despite their silver rank status, the three hunters ride cheap mounts and seem desperate for money. From his perspective, that suggests their actual combat ability is probably mediocre and certainly nowhere near as impressive as they want others to believe. Huang openly asks if the three hunters are seriously trying to rob them in broad daylight. Behind him, Fat nearly panics and quietly begs him not to provoke a group of silver-ranked players. Meanwhile, the hunters step closer and tighten the circle around them. One of them warns Huang to think carefully, explaining that if he values his life, he should hand over his valuables immediately. Another casually adds that if he refuses, they'll kill both of them, loot everything they own, and toss their bodies into the canyon. Instead of backing down, Huang calmly raises 3 fingers. Then he offers them a third option. He tells them to turn around and leave right now, promising he'll pretend this little extortion attempt never happened. Behind him, Fat is practically screaming internally. He can't believe Huang just threatened 3 silver rank hunters. The bandits, however, burst into laughter. One remarks that the rich kid must have gone stupid from fear, while another jokes that if they didn't know his surname was Lin, they'd assume he belonged to some powerful elite family. For several moments, the group continues laughing. Then the leader's expression suddenly turns cold. Looking directly at Huang, he says that Huang brought this upon himself. With that, he activates a language spell called Paralysis, fully expecting Huang to freeze where he stands. Nothing happens. Huang remains completely unaffected. In fact, he simply stares back at them. The failed spell leaves all 3 hunters frozen in disbelief. Their strongest psychic ability had just failed against what should have been an ordinary rookie. Realizing the spell is useless, the 2 goons abandon caution and charge forward with their weapons drawn. In response, Huang calmly summons Bai and orders him to deal with them. The result is instantaneous. Bai moves so fast that neither attacker even sees him move. A split second later, both men collapse onto the ground. The psychic boss can only stare in shock. He can't understand how a black steel hunter is casually commanding such an absurdly powerful summon. Seeing his reaction, Huang laughs and points out that the man made a huge mistake. The moment he realized his crowd control spell didn't work, he should have run. This time the boss doesn't argue. Instead, he immediately turns around and sprints away at full speed without looking back. Huang calls after him, but the terrified psychic is already disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, Fat, who witnessed the entire fight from the sidelines, drops to his knees. Shaking uncontrollably, he admits that part of him thinks Huang is a god-tier player, while the rest of him is absolutely terrified. He then bluntly asks whether Huang is really only black steel rank. Huang casually confirms it. That answer only confuses Fat even more. He points out that Bai, the 4-winged vampire, is easily comparable to a gold-rank creature, and asks how Huang managed to obtain it. To keep his secrets hidden, Huang simply explains that Bai is an unusually mutated monster rather than a true gold-rank summon. Although Fat clearly isn't convinced, he lets the matter drop. By then, darkness has settled over Fog Canyon. Deciding it would be foolish to continue exploring at night, the 2 find a nearby cave and set up camp. At first, Huang leaves Bai standing guard outside the entrance. Later, however, he recalls the summon and quietly reminds himself that Fog Canyon is still an extremely dangerous place. For that reason, he resolves to stay alert throughout the entire night. The next morning, Fat wakes up screaming in terror. Huang asks what is wrong, and Fat panics that they are completely surrounded by mobs and about to get their accounts deleted. However, Huang takes one look at the threat and immediately recognizes the vine monster as the defensive summon he placed around the camp the night before. He tells Fat to relax, because the monster is basically his own equipment. Even so, Fat admits the jump scare nearly made him soil his pants. As they continue down the canyon, Fat confesses that he is seriously jealous of the summoner class. Not only do they rarely have to fight mobs directly, but they also get the coolest mounts in the game. In response, Huang explains that every class has its strengths. Once Fat becomes a professional food hunter, he will likely earn far more money than Huang ever could. Fat agrees with the logic, but admits his personality simply is not built for PvP or high-level combat, which is obvious to everyone. A while later, Huang suddenly stops and notices something strange. The coordinates where the vile marionettes should have spawned are littered with monster corpses, yet the creatures they came to hunt are nowhere to be seen. Realizing they arrived too late, Huang concludes another party already cleared the area. Confused, Fat asks where all the vile marionettes went, so Huang suggests checking the next spawn point. Unfortunately, the second location looks exactly the same. Every monster is already dead. At that point, Huang immediately suspects who is responsible and asks Fat whether he accidentally revealed the name of their target when recruiting those 3 toxic mercenaries back in the city. After thinking it over, Fat realizes he probably did. The pieces quickly fall into place. Huang deduces that the psychic boss from yesterday bought a premium weapon, rushed ahead of them, and has been clearing every spawn point in Fog Canyon to leave them empty-handed. Meanwhile, hidden in the bushes, the boss smugly talks to himself, noting there are only 4 spawn zones in the canyon, and planning to wipe them all out before returning with special gear to counter Bai. However, before he can enjoy his revenge, a man in a black suit suddenly appears behind him and places a hand on his shoulder. Instantly, the boss finds himself unable to move or activate any skills. Moments later, a mysterious girl arrives and orders the suited man to take him away. The boss immediately recognizes the symbol on her clothing and realizes, to his horror, that they belong to the notorious Purple Crow organization. Dragged into the fog, he desperately begs for mercy, but the man ignores him completely. Elsewhere, Huang hears faint noises echoing through the canyon but cannot identify the source. Fat tells him to ignore it because they have finally found their target. Following Huang's suggestion, they skip the 3rd spawn point and headed straight for the 4th, where the vile marionettes are still alive. Excited, Fat charges forward with his whip drawn. He hooks one of the floating monsters and slices straight through it, convinced the mobs are much weaker than the community claimed. Unfortunately, the moment the creature dies, it instantly reappears beside him in a giant form and launches a powerful counterattack. Terrified, Fat immediately screams for Huang to save him. Huang quickly explains that the key mechanic is to immobilize the monster before killing it. He uses his own whip to pin the puppet to the ground while Bai restrains its arms with toxic stingers. With the opening created, Fat finishes the monster off for good. After repeating the process several times, Fat grows exhausted and frustrated because the life force item he needs still refuses to drop. Then, just as his patience runs out, Bai defeats another puppet on his own, and the exact item finally appears. Overjoyed, Fat proudly announces that he has successfully broken through to bronze rank. Huang checks his status bar, and Fat confirms the evolution went completely smoothly, noting he just needs a little quiet time to stabilize his new realm stats. He then tries to aggressively hug Huang out of pure gratitude, but Huang awkwardly sidesteps the physical contact. He orders him to head straight back to Tyrant City, noting he intends to stay behind and return to civilization within 2 days. Fat questions if Huang still has high-level quests to complete and offers to help him grind, but Huang waves him off and notes he just wants to farm some low-level trash mobs since his own rank is still lagging behind. Fat buys the excuse completely, says his goodbyes, tells Huang to ping his ring if anything goes sideways, and heads out of the canyon. The exact moment Fat leaves the party area, Huang is finally free to focus entirely on his own secret grinding goal. Meanwhile, at the central cave of Fog Canyon, the mysterious girl and the suited man bring the leader to a lake of yellow spring water. According to the girl, the liquid has been brewing for 12 years and is finally ready. She dips her finger into the water, causing it to instantly turn blood red. Satisfied with the result, she orders her subordinate to throw the captive into the lake and test its effects. Without hesitation, the suited man shoves the leader into the water. Back with Huang, he faces a massive wave of remaining vile marionettes. After an intense solo grinding session, his experience bar hits 100% and he officially reaches the bronze rank. His old black steel card wheel transforms into a premium bronze wheel interface, and the system logs confirm he received his brand new life force card called Substitute. As expected from the base stats, the card is currently rated as complete trash by the system, only capable of blocking 3 minor hits 3 times a day. But Wang is not bothered by the low tiering because he already holds the meta-knowledge that once he evolves into a super being, this exact card will automatically upgrade into the legendary life-saving scapegoat skill. He also thinks about how his other epic tier cards will all receive massive buffs when that endgame phase hits, noting that Bai has already reached silver rank 1 in an incredibly short amount of time. Suddenly, Huang senses an unusually powerful aura nearby and instinctively looks toward the center of Fog Canyon. From a distance, he watches as the psychic boss he encountered earlier is thrown into a massive pool of liquid that has been brewing for 12 years. The moment the man hits the water, his body begins to change. The psychic transforms into a mantis-like creature known as a mutated blade slave. Watching the transformation, the 2 powerful figures standing nearby casually remark that the result is not bad. Meanwhile, Huang is left completely stunned. He can hardly believe a human was just turned into a monster and can't help wondering what kind of terrifying power could accomplish something like that. A moment later, the young woman absorbs all the energy from the pool into her hands. Realizing these people are far beyond anything he can currently handle, Huang immediately decides that retreating is his smartest option. Unfortunately, he doesn't get far. Before he can take more than a few steps, the man in the black suit suddenly appears behind him and grabs his shoulder. Huang freezes instantly. Not only can he not move, but he can't even access his cards. Panic immediately sets in. The man then grabs him by the throat and coldly tells him to die. Just as Huang desperately begins pleading for his life, the woman steps forward and tells the man, whom she calls Yu Chang, not to kill him yet. With obvious reluctance, Yu Chang releases him. The woman then approaches with a calm smile and casually mentions that she heard Huang possesses a monster that has undergone 2 mutations. Startled, Huang asks how she knows that. The woman simply smiles and says it appears she guessed correctly. At that moment, Huang becomes even more certain that both individuals are at least super beings. Their pressure alone makes it difficult for him to breathe. The woman then introduces herself as Hong Zhuang, an official member of Purple Crow. Trying to avoid trouble, Huang politely says he would rather leave. Internally, however, he knows exactly what Purple Crow is, a powerful organization that controls the shadows much like the Hunter Association controls the public world. Zhu Chang argues that Purple Crow normally only recruits gold-rank members. However, Hong Zhuang disagrees. In her eyes, a bronze-rank summoner who possesses a double-mutated monster is an extraordinary talent. More importantly, if Fueling isn't brought under their control, he could become a threat in the future. As a result, she gives him only 2 choices: join Purple Crow or die. The scene then shifts to what appears to be a prison. Locked inside a cell, Huang immediately protests. He was told he would be recruited into the reserve team, not thrown behind bars. In response, a voice calmly explains that this facility is Purple Crow's reserve training camp, and that the speaker is the dean. The dean informs Huang that he must survive a 3-month assessment before he can officially become a reserve member. Furthermore, despite Hong Zhuang's high opinion of him, he will receive absolutely no special treatment during that period. The only privilege Huang is guaranteed is being kept alive. The dean walks away without answering anything, and Huang immediately shouts after him, demanding to know why his communication ring has stopped working. Before he can continue, a voice from behind tells him to quiet down. Turning around, Huang notices another boy in the cell. The boy introduces himself as Xiaomo and explains that he will be Huang's roommate for as long as they remain here. Curious, Huang asks what he meant when he said they were already dead. Xiaomo explains that once someone enters the training camp, all communication with the outside world is cut off. Rings, devices, everything becomes useless. According to him, the only way out is as a corpse. Huang points out that everyone here has abilities, so escaping should be possible. However, Xiaomo reveals that most people come willingly, while the camp's countless rules, deadly punishments, and powerful super being guards make escape impossible. Surprisingly, Huang does not panic. Instead, he casually lies down and says they might as well enjoy whatever life they have left. Thanking Xiaomo for the information, he suggests they stick together for the next 3 months before immediately falling asleep. Xiaomo stares in disbelief, shocked that Huang can sleep so easily, and slightly annoyed that he has stolen his bed. The next morning, Huang finally sees the camp in full. A massive tower stands at its center, and the entire place looks more like a prison than a school. Even the uniforms resemble prison clothes. Xiaomo points to the tower and explains that its floors range from Black Steel Rank 1 to Gold Rank 3, allowing participants to challenge floors and earn points. Instantly interested, Huang ignores breakfast and asks what the points are used for. Hearing that, the boy starts trembling in fear and points toward a nearby pole. When Huang looks at it, he is shocked to see bodies hanging from it. The boy then reveals that this is the punishment for the 3 students with the lowest point totals each week. Before Xiaomo can reveal further, he is suddenly kicked from behind by a yellow-haired boy. Laughing, the bully points out that Xiaomo currently ranks last in the camp. Hearing that, Huang immediately realizes how dangerous that position is. The boy then demands Xiaomo hand over his belongings, since he is going to die anyway. Just as Xiaomo prepares to give in, Huang steps forward and grabs the bully's wrist. Furious, the boy asks if Huang has a death wish. Instead of backing down, Huang orders him to apologize to Xiaomo and squeezes his hand hard enough to make him cry out in pain. The surrounding students are left stunned. At that moment, the crowd parts as Gongsun Ying arrives. The yellow-haired boy instantly treats him like his superior. Huang recognizes Gongsun as the second highest-ranked participant in the entire camp. Gongsun asks whether Huang intends to challenge the camp's rules. Huang calmly replies that survival of the fittest may apply to animals, but not to humans. Amused by the answer, Gongsun simply watches. Before the situation can escalate further, the dean appears and cracks his whip across the ground, forcing everyone to disperse. As he leaves, the yellow-haired boy throws one final smile at Huang. Afterward, Xiaomo apologizes for dragging him into trouble, but Huang dismisses it. He explains that he would have crossed paths with Gongsun eventually anyway. Then he tells Xiaomo to pay close attention because he is about to teach him how to survive this place. Without wasting any valuable grinding time, Huang heads straight into the local trial tower and climbs directly up to the 6th floor. As he begins actively farming mobs on the map, he reflects on the tower's super simple scoring system, noting that players just need to clear out monsters to farm points. The creatures are not actually spawned inside the structure, but are manually brought in from the wildlands by the devs. While his overpowered summon Bai could easily cheese and solo clear every floor up to level 10 with zero issues, Huang decides to manually train his own combat skills and gather lifelight instead. The bronze rank 3 monsters roaming around the 6th floor grid serve as the absolute perfect training opponents for his current build. More importantly, because his own life cycle stats are directly linked to Bai's elite profile, Huang possesses a truly massive energy reserve pool, allowing him to endlessly sweat grind for up to 8 hours a day without ever exhausting his stamina bar. 3 days later, Huang finally walks right out of the tower entrance completely exhausted but highly satisfied with the session. His third life cycle loop has officially reached the absolute max state of the 6th layer. Working together with Bai, he has deleted roughly 4,000 bronze rank 3 mobs over those 3 intense days, which rocketed his total account points all the way to around 160,000. That massive score spike puts his live ranking safely inside the top 300 on the server, which Huang considers a decent achievement given that he only started playing a whole month after everyone else already began their grind. Right after stepping out of the instance zone, the yellow-haired player calls out Huang's name and announces they want to challenge him to a duel. Huang immediately senses that this challenger is just incredibly salty and jealous of how fast his ladder points are climbing. He turns around and flat-out refuses the match, noting he is simply not interested in wasting his time. The toxic challenger, a boy named Li Zihao, forces the issue anyway by activating a life-and-death battle mode, which automatically triggers a global server countdown whether Huang accepts the invite or not. The crowd of players watching the drama unfold murmurs that this matchup is a terrible scenario for Huang, noting that Li Zihao holds an extremely high ranking and operates as one of Gongsun's main underlings, making his build extremely dangerous for a rookie. Li Zihao charges straight at Huang with his sword swinging at full speed while screaming at him to die. Everyone watching the lobby expects Huang to get finished off and sent back to spawn in seconds, but in a literal split second that nobody in the crowd can even follow visually, Huang executes a clean counterplay and drops Li Zihao straight to the ground. The entire crowd stands there completely stunned by the microplay, unable to figure out when exactly Huang even launched his attack. The entire fight finishes almost before it even begins. Gongsun then steps into the square and notes to Huang that since it is officially a life-and-death battle format, he is required to actually execute Li Zihao to fully complete the challenge loop. Huang refuses the toxic order and notes that rules are simply made by people and can be broken, and then notes to Gongsun that he is way too busy to play childish games with his squad before turning his back to walk away. Gongsun's expression goes completely ice-cold at the disrespect. A microsecond later, a dark chain materializes out of nowhere around Li Zihao's neck and a horrifying scream fills the air. Huang spins around to check out the sound, and Gongsun Ying explains in a completely flat robotic tone that he just helped him finish the quest requirement, and then adds that he personally despises any player who refuses to follow the server rules. He warns Huang that if an incident like this ever happens again, he will manually delete Huang himself. Later on, Xiaomo is literally shaking with pure fear and notes to Huang that Gongsun is currently sitting at silver rank 3 and is about to break through to gold rank, meaning he just made a seriously dangerous high-tier enemy. Huang, however, is already casually lying down on the furniture and is about to fall asleep again with zero worries. When he does wake up slightly, he questions Xiaomo why he even joined a shady faction like Purple Crow in the first place, since a player sitting at the Black Steel rank could easily join the official Hunter Association instead. Xiaomo goes completely quiet and looks down at the floor. He explains that he is a direct descendant of Sin Blood, which means the main alliance government has absolutely no place for him. He notes that he was not born this way by choice, explaining that a Sin Blood descendant comes from rare cases where a female survived an attack by a specific type of monster and later gave birth to a child, meaning that child is classified as a completely different species by the system. Even though the Alliance officially stopped actively hunting them down, they are still treated as complete outcasts by the community, leaving Xiaomo with absolutely no other choice but to join Purple Crow to survive. As he explains the lore, he starts tearing up a little bit. Huang looks at him and feels genuinely sad for his situation. He places a comforting hand on Xiaomo's head and notes that whether someone is pure Sin Blood or just a casual descendant of it, Xiaomo is entirely the victim in this scenario and has done absolutely nothing wrong. Xiaomo then shifts the conversation over to the timer, noting that the global point calculation is about to happen very soon, and warns that when the server rankings reset, the deans will arrive to execute whoever ends up sitting at the absolute bottom of the ladder. He thanks Huang for carrying him these past few days, but sadly notes he will probably never be able to repay the favor. Huang's sudden surprises Xiaomo completely. He orders Xiaomo to launch a challenge request against him. Huang explains that if he deliberately throws the match and concedes, Xiaomo can easily siphon and take a massive chunk of his points. Xiaomo feels completely horrified by the strategy and notes that if Huang intentionally loses a match, the system counts it as breaking the rules, warning that Gongsun will definitely not let that slide. Huang orders him not to worry about the admins and notes that he actually enjoys solving problematic situations like that. He notes to Xiaomo that if he does not want to get deleted here, he needs to stop hesitating and make a move. Xiaomo gathers his courage, states out loud that he wants to live and get stronger, and officially challenges Huang to a match. Huang cheerfully accepts the invite and immediately types GG to concede the match. Shortly after that, the global leaderboard updates and the players outside are completely shocked to see that Xiaomo, who was sitting near the very bottom of the server, has suddenly jumped all the way up to 5,000 points and is no longer in danger of deletion. One of the toxic boys who got bumped down to third place from the bottom cannot understand how Xiaomo pulled off the exploit and starts complaining loudly in public about how much real money he spent buying points from other players. Before he can even finish his rant, Gongsun Ying materializes right behind him and kills him on the spot, stating that toxic cheaters deserve to die. Meanwhile, Huang is safely inside the room, calmly ordering Xiaomo to keep grinding monsters in the tower right after lunch and tells him to use the high-tier crystals he gave him to keep earning points safely. Xiaomo happily calls Huang his big brother and thanks him for the massive carry. But suddenly, Gongsun Ying's voice booms from outside the building, loudly calling out Huang's name. He storms straight at him and accuses Huang of deliberately throwing the match and cheating the leaderboard by gifting Xiaomo his points. Huang plays completely dumb and tilts his head, acting completely confused about what cheating Gongsun Yang is even talking about. Gongsun Yang gets straight in Huang's face and notes that even though he is just a basic bronze rank kid, he had the absolute nerve to break the server rules. Huang fires back completely unbothered and points out that Gongsun Ying has worked incredibly hard to grind his way into second place on the ladder, and basically questions him if he really wants to throw all that account progression away just to come clout chase and mess with his build. Everyone watching the drama unfold is completely stunned that this random new kid is talking down to Gongsun Ying like this, and they all assume Huang holds a literal death wish for his account. Gongsun Ying refuses to back down from the trash talk and challenges Huang to an immediate 1v1 scrap right there in the square. Huang agrees to the match without a single hesitation, but before the animation can even start, the main dean suddenly spawns onto the scene and shuts the entire thing down, warning everyone not to disturb the peace of the training camp grid. Gongsun Ying quickly deflects the blame and points his finger at Huang, telling the admin that Huang actively cheated the global scoring system. The dean walks over to Huang and reminds him that even though the high-tier executive Hong Zhuang personally brought him into this camp, he gets zero special privileges and has to follow the exact same guidelines as everyone else. Huang plays completely innocent and notes he simply lost a point challenge fair and square, questioning since when losing a match is classified as cheating. The entire crowd gets shocked by the slick talk all over again, and people start whispering that Huang must have some insane backing since Hong herself recruited him, which explains why the dean came down personally to handle the report instead of letting Gongsun Ying delete him. The dean quickly brushes the entire situation off as a small macro misunderstanding and orders everyone to go back to their own grinding business. Gongsun Ying accepts the admin call and walks away from the room, but on the inside he is absolutely furious and promises himself that he has plenty of dirty ways to grief Huang inside this camp later. But before he can even clear the exit gate, Huang calls out and challenges him to an official life and death battle mode. The exact microsecond the words leave Huang's mouth, the system engine registers the request and forces the duel to activate, starting a global countdown from 10 on the UI. The dean looks completely alarmed by the notification and questions Huang if he is actively trying to get himself killed, while the crowd murmurs that a basic bronze rank kid is throwing his life away by challenging the second rank trainee, who has already reached gold rank. Gongsun Ying turns back around with a villainous smile, feeling fully delighted by the opportunity to crush Huang, and activates his heavy chain ability. Huang summons Bai and orders him to finish the fight the moment the countdown reaches 0. Gongsun Ying throws his signature chain attack directly at Bai, feeling fully confident the restraints will connect since he is using a powerful gold rank weapon. But Bai simply activates a defensive seal technique and the chains cannot even touch him. Gongsun Ying immediately starts sweating and cannot believe his prized gold rank weapon is doing absolutely no damage. Before his brain can even process what is happening, Bai's moves so quickly that nobody present can follow his movements, And in the next instant, Gong Sun Ying's head is completely separated from his body as he collapses to the ground. Huang casually comments to the crowd that he honestly expected the camp's second-ranked trainee to be a little stronger than that. The entire crowd, including the dean, stands frozen in pure shock because the battle lasted barely a single second. The spectators carefully examine Bai and quickly realize that the summon has undergone 2 mutations, which completely explains its terrifying strength. The dean sends everyone back to their daily duties and thinks to himself that this overwhelming combat power is exactly why Han Zhuang personally recommended Huang to the faction. After the dean orders Huang to return to his quarters and stop causing trouble, Huang ignores the advice and instead sits down beside Gong Sun Ying's corpse and starts searching through his belongings. The dean feels completely shocked by the disrespect but cannot do anything to stop him because of Huang's powerful backing. The system then rewards Huang with 2 brand new cards from the corpse. The first is a gold rank skill card called Mount and Blade, while the second is a rare talent card known as Superhuman Strength. Huang asks Xiaomo what exactly a talent card does, and Xiaomo explains that talent cards are extremely rare treasures that originate from a person's bloodline, granting unique passive abilities they are born with. The Superhuman Strength card turns out to be an incredibly powerful talent that permanently multiplies Huang's physical strength by 10 and becomes even stronger as it is upgraded. Mount and Blade is also a gold rank skill, making it a valuable addition to his combat abilities. Hearing that, Huang feels thrilled that he managed to obtain a bloodline talent on top of all the other rewards. He also notices that his overall combat power has increased significantly, meaning he can now summon 3 creatures into battle at the same time. Blackie tells him not to get carried away by a small victory, and reminds him that he is still weak compared to the true experts of the wider world, but Huang is already thinking far ahead. Just then, Xiaomo points out that with Gong Sun Ying dead, Huang's total points should now exceed 2 million and suggests visiting the exchange hall to purchase some better equipment. Huang heads there immediately and is horrified by the prices. Basic bronze rank equipment starts at 10,000 points, while modified equipment costs dramatically more. In the end, he cries internally as he spends a staggering 2,120,000 points on 2 modified bronze rank firearms and 2 modified silver rank firearms. He consoles himself by remembering that equipment of this quality cannot be purchased with ordinary money outside the camp, making the investment worthwhile. When Huang returns, he finds Yamo surrounded by 3 dangerous-looking trainees, who appear to have been waiting for him. He immediately prepares for a fight, but the 3 unexpectedly greet him in a friendly manner. They introduce themselves as several of the camp's highest-ranked trainees, and the yellow-haired leader reveals that his name is Fen Wen, currently ranked first. They explain that they did not come to compete with him, but instead wanted to introduce themselves and offer gifts since they all intend to join the main Purple Crow faction in the future. The black-haired youth presents Huang with a sword manual called the Wildfire Sword Technique, explaining that his father originally gave it to him, but that it does not suit his cultivation path, so he would rather pass it on. Afterward, Blackie explains that the gifts alone prove this young man comes from an extraordinarily wealthy and influential family. However, the Wildfire Sword Technique is actually the most valuable gift of all. The technique was created by a legendary swordsman 300 years ago, who spent 7 years combining dozens of fire-attributed sword arts into a single masterpiece. If Huang gathers enough fragments to complete it, the technique can eventually reach epic rank without requiring ordinary upgrade cards. Huang immediately becomes excited and realizes that if he combines it with his existing sword technique, he could eventually wield 2 epic rank sword arts at the same time. Unfortunately, Blackie quickly drags him back to reality and reminds him that his greatest priority right now is escaping this illegal camp within 3 months. He points out that Huang will not have time to practice powerful new sword techniques if he ends up trapped here forever. Huang immediately slumps in disappointment and admits that he definitely has no intention of joining Purple Crow. Xiaomo overhears the remark and becomes visibly depressed, reminding him that the only known way to leave the camp is as a corpse. That grim statement suddenly sparks a brilliant idea in Huang's mind. He asks Xiaomo what exactly happens to the bodies of people who die inside the camp. Xiaomo explains that ordinary corpses are usually thrown away and eventually crushed or devoured by the monsters roaming outside. However, individuals with powerful backing are treated differently. Their bodies are preserved in a secure location until their families arrive to verify the circumstances of their deaths. Huang immediately begins forming a plan. Since Hongzhuang personally brought him here, the dean would likely preserve his body if he supposedly died. Then Hongzhuang would eventually arrive to verify what happened. The problem is that if Feng simply escapes, Purple Crow will hunt him relentlessly, no matter where he goes. He needs a plan that allows him to disappear completely without attracting suspicion from the faction's higher-ups. Brushing it all off, Huang decides to continue cultivating and jumps back into the monster simulation. Once inside, he summons Baidi, decides to challenge a rank 1 monster to see what kind of rewards it gives. Without missing a beat, Bide spreads his wings and, surrounded by crackling red energy, grabs the monster and slams it into the ground. Seeing the opening, Huang charges in and punches one of the rushing monsters right in the face. Despite taking the hit, the monster manages to block the attack, create some distance, and then counter with a powerful blow of its own. Luckily, Huang blocks it with his bare hands, but to his shock, another monster suddenly jumps at him from behind, making him realize that silver rank monsters really are this strong. However, before either monster can actually hurt him, Huang quickly finishes them both off, ending the fight almost instantly. The system immediately starts flooding him with notifications about newly acquired cards, and Huang quickly summons Blackie to check them out. Blackie reads through all of them, but two cards catch Huang's attention in particular. The first is a skill combination card, which can fuse skills of the same type and even has a chance to evolve them into a higher tier skill. The second is a sealing card that can directly seal a monster, provided it is within the user's line of sight. However, monsters whose rarity exceeds the user's cannot be sealed. As Huang gets excited over the rewards, Blackie hands him another card, saying that this is probably the one he needs the most right now. Blackie explains that it is a director card, a unique item capable of creating a perfectly staged scenario. It allows the user to control countless details and arrange events, so convincingly that witnesses believe everything they see is real. The effectiveness of the deception depends entirely on how well the user prepares the scene. Huang instantly understands its potential. If he can create a flawless fake death, he may be able to walk out of the camp while everyone believes he is dead. He decides to spend the next few days planning the perfect escape. Blackie then asks whether Huang intends to continue hunting monsters in the tower, considering he still has 2 remaining opportunities to maximize his gains. Huang thinks about it and concludes that the only reason he had been challenging the tower before was to increase his strength and climb the rankings. Now that he is actively planning his escape, those rankings hardly seem important anymore. However, just as he says that, a brand new mission window appears before him. This time it is not a single mission, but an entire chain of missions, and the very first objective requires him to reach first place in the point rankings of the Purple Crow newbie training camp. The second stage requires him to successfully escape the newbie training camp without any Purple Crow members or camp officials discovering his whereabouts. If he fails either objective, the punishment will be severe. The system will permanently remove one of his active skill cards and one of his valuable monster cards. Huang immediately collapses onto the floor in disbelief. He feels incredibly frustrated because these high-risk missions always seem to appear at the worst possible moments. Blackie bursts out laughing and claims the mission assignment is completely random, but the smug look on his face makes Huang highly suspicious. The scene then shifts to the camp's monitoring center, where the dean notices that Huang has entered the second trial area of the gold rank zone. Although slightly surprised by Huang's aggressive approach, he takes it as proof that the young man is finally serious about climbing the rankings. One of the staff members reports that Huang has been relentlessly hunting monsters for nearly 10 hours a day over the past 3 days. As a result, he has successfully maintained first place in the camp's point rankings for the entire period. The dean is not particularly shocked by the achievement. In his eyes, someone personally selected by Huang reaching the top of the rankings is perfectly reasonable. He simply orders the staff to continue monitoring Huang closely and report any unusual changes. Meanwhile, inside the trial tower, Huang continues slaughtering waves of monsters at full speed to secure his lead. While fighting, he orders Blackie to fuse several deception-type cards together. Blackie checks the available options and explains that the cards can be fused into sword-type, movement-type, human-type, or deception-type abilities. Huang chooses the deception path without hesitation. After completing the fusion, Blackie successfully creates a brand new card called High Rank Disguise. The ability allows the user to alter their appearance, physique, and even their aura signature. According to Blackie, it is powerful enough to deceive the detection abilities of elite super beings, provided the user does not get too close to them. Its only limitation is that it cannot change a person's race. Huang can disguise himself as another human, but he cannot transform into a beast or another species. As Huang continues fighting, he carefully considers the card's usefulness. Before long, a grin spreads across his face. He realizes this is exactly the ability he needed. Turning toward Blackie, he announces that he has finally figured out a flawless escape plan. Without wasting time, he orders Blackie to upgrade his substitute life force card. Blackie explains the card's progression. At its current level, it can block 3 minor attacks each day. After one upgrade, the limit increases to 9 activations per day. At the highest level, however, the card gains the ability to completely replace a fatal death once. The moment he hears that explanation, Huang immediately uses 3 rare upgrade cards in succession. Blackie is stunned by the extravagant spending, but Huang merely smiles confidently. It is obvious he already has every step of his escape planned out. Afterward, Huang visits the exchange hall and spends an astonishing 7,200,000 points on an extremely powerful modified firearm. Xiaomo nearly falls over from shock when he sees he spent almost all of his remaining points in a single purchase. Huang simply shrugs and explains his reasoning. The points only have value inside the training camp. Once he successfully escapes, the currency will become completely useless to him anyway. Before leaving, he also checks Xiaomo's resources one final time and makes sure the boy still has enough crystals to continue training safely. Huang tells him to keep improving himself rather than focusing solely on survival. He reminds Xiaomo that becoming an ordinary Purple Crow member should not be the ultimate goal of his life. Xiaomo hesitates for a moment before agreeing. However, a strange feeling settles in his chest. Listening to Huang's words, he cannot help wondering if this sounds suspiciously like a farewell. Huang then sends Xiaomo back to the dormitory and tells him they can compare progress later. The moment Xiaomo disappears from sight, Huang immediately activates his newly obtained deception card. The system confirms that his fake death plan is now officially underway. Down in the camp control room, a random staff member suddenly panics over his headset and alerts the dean that Huang has somehow entered the gold-ranked second trial layer, a zone far beyond his current silver-rank strength. Hearing this, the dean immediately rushes out to manually open the gate and save the kid's profile. Unfortunately, by the time he arrives, it is already too late. Huang is already getting tossed around by the monster like a rag doll. When Dean reaches the coordinate room, he's greeted by a horrifying sight. What appears to be Huang's body lies completely mangled and torn apart by high-level monsters. The Dean nearly loses it on the spot. After all, if Huang is actually dead under his watch, Executive Huang will never let him off the hook. Without wasting another second, he opens a communication line and urgently contacts her, ordering her to come to the training camp immediately because the boy is officially dead. Meanwhile, the real Huang has already slipped away from the room by using the shadow monster form granted by his deception card. From a safe distance, he watches the entire scene unfold and can't help feeling impressed. The card didn't just create a fake corpse, it even generated fake equipment and a fake heart ring, convincing enough to fool a veteran like the Dean. Not long afterward, Hongzhuang arrives at the base and absolutely crushes the Dean's morale for allowing such a disaster to happen under his administration. The Dean trembles as he tries to explain himself, insisting that he personally checked the body and that every detail on the datasheet matched Huang perfectly. Even so, Hongzhuang remains cold and unmoved. She orders him to burn the corpse to ashes and erase every trace of evidence before telling him to stay where he is and await official punishment. Hidden in the shadows, Huang watches everything play out and silently praises the deception card. A full month should be more than enough time to completely change his appearance and disappear from the faction's radar. While observing the crowd, he notices Xiaomo nearby, crying his eyes out after hearing the news of his supposed death. However, he also spots the top-ranked student Lili standing quietly by Xiaomo's side, making sure he's okay. Seeing that eases Huang's worries a little. At least Xiaomo won't be completely alone, and maybe Purple Crow isn't made up entirely of toxic people after all. At last, Huang steps beyond the training camp's borders for the first time in months and takes a deep breath of freedom. Almost immediately, the system interface pops up to congratulate him for completing the heavy chain mission. As a reward, his inventory receives 2 premium upgrade cards. Although Huang is finally free from the clan, he quickly discovers a new problem. He's stranded ridiculously far from his home city. There isn't a single magic crystal spaceship terminal anywhere nearby, and traveling by foot or normal mount would take close to 10 months. To make matters worse, Blackie points out another major issue. Huang can't use his real identity anywhere because the instant he logs into any system, Purple Crow will receive a notification and learn he's still alive. Huang agrees that's far too risky and concludes he'll need a high-quality fake identity just to rent a hotel room. In response, Blackie suggests heading to Dashi City. Since Purple Crow controls the entire area, there's a good chance they'll find underground vendors specializing in forged identities. Along the way, Huang activates his high-ranked disguise skill for the first time. Moments later, he transforms into an unbelievably attractive woman. Looking at his new appearance, he bursts out laughing and proudly declares that he's way too smart for the system. Blackie immediately smacks him on the head and tells him to pick something normal before he starts attracting attention from half the city. Once they arrive in Dashi City, the argument only gets worse. Huang insists that players should be allowed to choose whatever appearance they want, while Blackie argues that the entire purpose of a disguise is to avoid standing out. As a result, the two continue yapping all the way down the street. Eventually, a passing man notices their public argument and approaches them. After giving Huang a quick look, he asks whether he's the client searching for a premium fake identity. Huang confirms it immediately. The man then suggests discussing business somewhere more private and leads him back to his home. Unfortunately, the place turns out to be an absolute disaster. The house is so cluttered that Huang struggles to find a single clean spot to stand, let alone sit down. After clearing some space, the vendor gets straight to business and explains that a premium fake identity costs exactly 100 life crystals, with absolutely no room for negotiation. To justify the price, he reveals a massive machine that he personally built. He explains that a basic identity for hotel check-ins would be much cheaper, but Huang specifically wants one capable of bypassing security checks and registering for official hunter exams. Naturally, that level of quality comes at a premium. As Huang does the math, his heart nearly stops. 100 life crystals equals 100,000 life crystal fragments, which translates to roughly 1 billion standard credits. The financial damage is painful enough to make him cry internally. Still, he knows he has no other option. The vendor casually adds that even elite Purple Crow members use his services for forged documents, so the quality is guaranteed. With that settled, he tells Huang to choose a name while the machine handles the rest of the registration process. After a moment of thought, Huang confidently selects the legendary name Yu Shu for his new profile. The vendor chuckles at the choice but shrugs and says it works perfectly fine. A short while later, the process finishes successfully, and Huang receives his brand new account ring. After reluctantly handing over the 100 life crystals, he prepares to leave. Before he goes, the vendor reminds him that if he ever needs high-tier forged assets again, he's always welcome to return. With a new identity in hand and no ties left to his old life, Huang finally takes the first real step toward disappearing from Purple Crow for good. Before clearing out of the room, Huang notices an incredibly odd item sitting quietly in the corner of the messy apartment. It is a standard soccer ball. The vendor explains that he manually crafted the ball by hand as a personal reminder of his old hometown, noting it is a nostalgic place that he can never actually return to. Huang goes completely quiet and thinks to himself that a random soccer ball combined with the mention of a lost hometown sounds exactly like someone who got transported from the exact same real world as him. He strongly considers asking the guy about his origin story directly, but then he decides against the move, since he does not know yet whether this skilled crafter is a friendly player or a potential threat to his safety. Instead of pressing the issue, he just asks for the man's name and a custom contact link for future orders. The man introduces himself to the party as Wangling, and then he mentions that if Huang ever comes across any super beast corpses during his wild grinding sessions, he would be happy to buy them for high prices, noting he can even forge elite noble status documents if needed. However, files that piece of meta information away in his notes and promises he will remember the contact. The scene then jumps directly to Huang aggressively grinding monsters out in the wild zones outside the city lines while simultaneously collecting rare drop fragments for his Fireflow blade skill. Bei effortlessly pins the mobs down to the ground, and then Huang cuts straight through their health bars one after another with his blade. After clearing out a massive group of targets, Huang sits down on a rock and notes to Blackie that he has already gathered 400 fragments for the Fireflow blade, but complains that he still cannot form a complete active skill card yet. Blackie counters that he simply does not hold enough aggregate fragments in his inventory yet to trigger the fusion. Huang admits that even without completing the card path, he has gotten so familiar with the mechanical sword pathing that the skill already feels just as strong as his primary Thunder Sword technique. Blackie then questions how long Huang plans to sweat grind in this specific area, and then asks when he is finally heading back home to his main city. Huang lays out his exact macro travel itinerary for the trip. He notes that utilizing a standard magic crystal spaceship from this distance would take a full real-world year of continuous travel, but explains that if he utilizes a localized space gate network, he can travel across much faster. He notes he has already reserved a premium slot at a nearby gate coordinates that opens up in exactly 10 days. Before he can hit that portal, he notes he needs to stay hidden in Daixi City for at least 12 days, and then he must spend 21 days grinding in the 7,128 area, followed by 1 to 2 days clearing the 7 to 12 sector, and then finally, he will be able to reach his home city coordinates. He is still explaining the travel math to his companion when a massive crashing sound echoes across the grid and stops him mid-sentence. Baizhi immediately shoots upward on high alert with his stingers ready. Huang looks up at the sky and discovers a massive, terrifying crack tearing open directly in the clouds with dangerous cosmic fire burning inside the rift. He stares in absolute shock, and then he realizes it is a massive Void Eye event opening up directly over a nearby populated city. The entire urban zone immediately triggers emergency protocols, and then defensive shields go up, alarms blast across the map, and every single player is ordered into active combat mode. Countless wild monsters start raining down out of the open Void Eye, and they slam heavily against the city's energy shield. The sheer volume of the mob wave completely terrifies every lower-level player trapped inside the walls. People start screaming in the public chat that there is absolutely no way to escape the zone, and then they cry that they are all about to get their accounts deleted. Nearby on a hill, 3 mysterious players are sitting down calmly while watching the absolute chaos unfold. 2 of the units debate whether they should jump in and help the citizens, noting that since this is official Purple Crow territory, getting involved in a public scrap could easily expose their presence and ruin their main undercover mission. But their leader completely shuts down the argument, and then he states that innocent people's lives come before any faction mission metrics. He notes to the girl on the team, whose name is Zhu Qing, that when they get back to the main base, she will be manually writing out the official Hunter Code of Conduct, 100 times as a punishment for suggesting they ignore dying players. The leader's expression suddenly turns serious again as he orders the others to look up at the massive portal in the sky. Deep within the center of the Void Eye, something far more terrifying than ordinary monsters begins to emerge. A gigantic claw slowly pushes its way through the burning rift. The sheer size of it is enough to make everyone's heart sink. Whatever is coming through, it's clearly no ordinary beast. The elite group quickly realizes what they're dealing with: a sub-dragon super beast. Upon recognizing the creature, the girl immediately points out the grim reality. If a monster of that level fully enters the battlefield, everyone in the city is as good as dead. In fact, according to her, the only person with any chance of surviving is their leader. Even so, the man remains completely calm. Rather than reacting with fear, he simply keeps his eyes fixed on the massive creature, showing no concern whatsoever. Meanwhile, down in the burning streets below, the battle has already spiraled into complete chaos. Human fighters and invading monsters are locked in fierce combat as explosions, screams, and the clash of weapons echo throughout the city. Then, just as a massive wave of monsters surges forward and threatens to break through one of the defensive lines, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, countless blue sword flashes streak across the battlefield. A moment later, they all collapse. Not one of them remains standing. At the center of the street stands a lone swordsman with his blade still in hand. With a single attack, he has completely erased the entire wave. As a result, it becomes immediately clear that this is no ordinary hunter. The man's strength is on an entirely different level. Shortly afterward, another hunter rushes over to his position and urgently reports that a super beast has already breached the outer defenses. However, the swordsman doesn't seem surprised in the slightest. The hunter rushes out and spots something ahead in the zone that makes him immediately tense up. It is a terrifying sub-dragon type monster, and it is not just any ordinary raid boss either. The unit is an undead type as well, which makes its stat scaling far more dangerous and difficult to deal with for any party. One of the lower-level group members questions if their squad even holds a single mathematical chance of beating a world boss like this. Their party leader orders everyone to stop panicking instantly, and then he commands them to split up to protect the city while staying close together to drive the monster back. Privately, the leader thinks to himself that even if the encounter costs him his entire life, he absolutely has to hold the monster's aggro long enough for the civilians to escape. Huang watches the heavy scrap from a safe distance, and then he questions Blackie whether the local Purple Crow garrison fighters can actually handle a super beast of this insane level. Blackie notes that a standard garrison typically runs at least one high-tier super being on the roster, which would normally be more than enough firepower to delete a regular monster. But an undead-type super beast represents a completely different mechanical problem for a build. The mob is nearly impossible to permanently kill, and its AI script is far more unpredictable than most standard enemies on the server. The garrison leader goes straight at the giant monster without a single hesitation, and then he activates a high-tier skill called Thunder Sword to land a powerful lightning strike on the target. Everyone watching cheers loudly, thinking the boss fight might already be over in record time. But the leader immediately alerts his squad that they have actually fallen into a massive trap. Right at that exact microsecond, the monster that had just been struck begins to slowly fade out and disappear from the grid. Everyone feels completely confused about where the boss went. The garrison leader stands there totally shocked, and then something hits him incredibly hard from behind before he can even react to the positioning. A massive visual explosion follows the impact, causing his companions to panic instantly. Something is now aggressively attacking the main town barrier from the outside, and absolutely nobody can figure out what is causing the damage. Huang orders Blackie to explain what exactly is hitting the city walls. Blackie answers that the massive dragon form they had all been fighting this whole time was not even the super beast's real body. He explains that the boss had been projecting a massive illusion spell across the map, meaning they had all been completely fooled by the visual glitch. Huang questions what that meta means for the real threat level. On the squad side, the leader confirms the bad news out loud, and then he adds that a monster capable of producing a map-wide illusion that large has to be extraordinarily powerful. The blue-haired fighter speculates that there might actually be more than one super beast hidden in the fog. The girl on the team questions their captain what their next tactical move should be. Before anyone can type an answer, the two fighters start yapping about whether to prioritize saving random casuals or continuing the main high-level fight. Their captain completely stops the argument, and then he points out that the garrison lord is still alive and active on the field. Back in the fight, the garrison lord pulls himself together and gets absolutely furious, channeling an enormous pool of elemental energy straight into his sword, and then he stabs the blade directly into the ground. The massive shockwave from the AoE attack wipes out every single nearby monster in a single frame. Even Huang, who is positioned a good distance away from the epicenter, has to duck for cover while Blackie analyzes the data and explains that the Garrison Lord had pushed both his elemental energy stats and his sword technique modifiers to their absolute maximum limits simultaneously. The Garrison Lord then senses a stealth unit hiding nearby and unleashes another powerful strike to hit a monster that had been lurking in the shadows. The hidden mob crashes heavily to the ground and gets identified by the party as a ghost anaconda, which completely explains why such a massive illusion spell was possible on the map. But then everyone's confusion deepens because a high-tier super beast shouldn't just die that easily from a single hit. Right as they are trying to make sense, a brand new humanoid monster appears from the mist, looking incredibly strong. The mob notes to the Garrison Lord that his little game is just getting started. Seeing that, the group of experts cheers, convinced that their boss killed the anaconda in a single move. The old leader dismisses it as a coincidence, while the garrison commander respectfully approaches them and asks if they are from the Hunter Association. The old man doesn't respond directly, saying that they first need to deal with the remaining monsters and the horde before discussing anything further. Meanwhile, the monster is slightly surprised to discover that a mere C-rank area actually has 4 Saint Fire Realm experts. However, it quickly brushes the thought aside, declaring that it makes no difference since they are all going to die today anyway. The girl on the squad immediately insults the monster's trash talk and points out that their side holds a clear numbers advantage with 4 people versus the enemy's 3 units. The humanoid monster pulls out a creepy mask and makes a snide comment about her hot temper, and then it sends its backup allies in to launch an attack. The blue-haired fighter complains that trading blows with these mobs is a total waste of grinding time, and then he suggests finishing the encounter quickly. The captain draws his main weapon and charges power straight into the blade, and then he orders his partner to launch an attack at the exact same time. Right as they are about to strike the target, the monster's mask suddenly changes its shape, and then it takes on the exact same face as the girl from their own group. Suddenly, the captain hears a strange voice behind his position, and then the girl he thought was his loyal ally comes laughing at him and hits him hard, knocking him back. He cannot understand what is happening to the party mechanics until everyone realizes the monster has completely possessed her body using its unique mask ability. The blue-haired fighter calls out to her to wake up from the status effect. The other partner notes that the main monster has completely disappeared, understanding now that the boss can take over people's bodies at will. The captain calls out to her repeatedly to resist the monster's mind control and push the entity out of her system. But the monster notes that none of that willpower stuff will work as long as the mask remains attached. The monster continues fighting through the girl's body, and despite controlling someone else's vessel, its close combat ability remains terrifying. Every exchange pushes the group further onto the defensive, forcing the captain to make a difficult decision. Realizing they cannot afford to drag the battle out any longer, he orders the others to find a way to restrain the girl without taking her life. If the situation continues unchecked, 2 of their strongest fighters will fall, and the entire battle will be lost. After creating some distance, the captain quietly apologizes to the girl before unleashing a devastating attack. The sheer force behind the strike leaves Huang stunned even from his hiding place, while Blackie immediately connects the dots. In his eyes, only the mysterious expert who killed the ghost anaconda could possess such overwhelming power. The attack succeeds in briefly breaking the monster's control. Regaining her senses for a moment, the girl apologizes for losing control of herself, but the captain simply tells her not to blame herself and to rest. Although heavily injured, she manages to survive the attack, giving everyone a brief moment of relief. That relief lasts only seconds. A mocking voice suddenly echoes from behind the captain as the humanoid monster reappears without warning. While taunting him for being so harsh on a young girl, it watches the cracked mask on her face slowly splinter apart. The sight only fuels the captain's anger. After years of battle, very few things can provoke him anymore, yet this creature somehow manages to do exactly that. He coldly orders the monster to stop hiding and face him directly. In response, the creature casually produces another mask and wonders whose appearance it should wear next. The captain has only one answer for it: death. With that, he explodes forward at full speed, but the clown-like monster vanishes before the attack can connect. His devastating strike tears through empty air, and before he can react, the blue-haired teammate's voice suddenly echoes from behind him. A storm of bullets immediately follows, raining down from above and forcing him to evade with extreme precision. As he narrowly avoids the barrage, a horrifying realization dawns on him. The monster has already abandoned its previous host and taken control of the blue-haired fighter instead. Worse still, it is using his companion's body to launch the attack. For the first time, genuine horror flashes across the captain's face. He looks over at Purple Crow Garrison's leader, who is pinned down under heavy attacks from the monsters. Right on cue, his defensive treasure finally fails, and the force of the assault sends him stumbling backward. Despite taking such a heavy hit, the man roars back at the monsters and charges straight in, ready to sacrifice his own life for the sake of duty. Watching from the side, Hwang realizes that the guy is a true warrior. Blackie, however, calls him an idiot for trying to take on a super beast like that. As the old man is still trying to process everything, the masked monster suddenly appears behind him and whispers mockingly in his ear that fighting him is fun and that he is willing to give him another chance. The old man immediately swings his weapon, but the monster easily dodges by stepping back. The old man senses a sudden surge of power within himself and manages to land a strike on the monster, causing the blue-haired teammate to regain consciousness. The monster, having just abandoned the boy's body, mocks him for killing another one of his own teammates, calling it a never-ending game. The taunt enrages the old master. Flames engulf his body as he prepares to bring down a devastating attack. However, the monster uses his cursed magic to create a massive golem from the corpses of all the fallen monsters and sends it against them. Everyone present begins sweating nervously, wondering whether the old master can actually pull this off. On the sidelines, Hwang is worried as well and asks Blackie what he thinks. The puppy reveals that defeating 3 monster beasts is no easy task, even for a top-ranked hunter, and suggests they should start preparing to leave. Back in the fight, before the old man can channel his energy into his weapon, one of the monsters flashes behind him and prepares to strike. The old master responds with lightning-fast reflexes and kills it on the spot. A second monster charges forward with a massive punch. In response, the old man transforms his aura into a fiery phoenix, which tears a huge chunk out of the creature. Hwang and Blackie are impressed, but the battle is only getting started. Another monster leaps at the old man from behind, and just like before, he turns around and crushes it with a single blow. He then unleashes a powerful spell, summoning multiple fire blasts that erupt across the entire battlefield. The explosions wipe out all the remaining monsters. As the smoke finally settles, the old man steps out of the destruction and calmly asks the masked monster if he has anything else for him. However, despite all those fireworks, the masked monster remains completely unharmed. He even starts clapping, mockingly praising the saint for being so powerful. He points out that the old man still hasn't used his true abilities and urges him to show what he is really capable of. Hearing that, the old man grits his teeth and begins chanting a powerful spell. In response, the sky itself opens up, releasing a beautiful heavenly light. The sight shocks both the monster and Hwang, who can hardly believe that a single being's aura is affecting the entire sky. Seeing the confusion, Blackie reveals that the old man is only one step away from entering the realm of immortality. Even so, the clown-like monster shows no fear. Within the heavenly light, the old man's figure begins to fade, and countless beams of divine energy start raining down on the monster. The creature does its best to dodge them, but several still manage to slash across its body. Seeing this, the wounded warriors are stunned. Their master has already used the 3,000 trouble threads technique, yet it still doesn't seem to be doing any real damage. As the spell comes to an end, the old man shouts at the monster, accusing him of disguising himself as a commander-rank monster when he is actually a leader-rank monster. The monster calmly replies that he never claimed to be a commander rank. They were the ones who assumed it. Hearing these ranks mentioned, Hwang becomes confused. Blackie quickly explains that a commander-rank monster is equivalent to a human Saint Fire Realm expert, while a leader-rank monster stands at the level of the Immortal Realm. Realizing this, Hwang understands why the old man knows he cannot defeat a leader-rank monster. Only the Hunter Association's Arctutican rank experts are capable of fighting such beings. While he is lost in thought, the monster suddenly calls the old man out, asking if he is considering running away. The taunt immediately enrages the old master. Without another word, he charges forward, his weapon crackling with thunder as he rushes straight at the monster. As he charges in, the monster mockingly reminds him that the gap in power between them is far too great. Even if the old man sacrifices himself, it still won't be enough to make a difference. Despite the warning, the old master continues his charge. A deafening explosion follows, shocking Hwang and the rest of the members watching from below. As the dust settles, everyone is horrified to see the monster holding the old master by the neck before casually slamming him into the ground. The remaining warriors immediately grow worried for their leader, realizing that he has been defeated in a single exchange. With that, the masked monster begins summoning even more monsters from the sky, allowing them to celebrate their victory feast. Off to the side, Blackie explains that a leader-rank monster can summon thousands of commander-rank monsters. At this rate, the entire area will soon be wiped out, so they should leave while they still can. To his surprise, however, Hwang seems to have other plans. He orders Blackie to use the seal card on the monster. Blackie quickly reminds him that it is a one-time use item, but Hwang already knows that. A leader-rank monster is simply too powerful for everyone else to handle, and he refuses to stand by and watch innocent people get slaughtered after they risk their lives fighting. Just as the monster is enjoying his victory, he suddenly freezes in shock, feeling as if his body is being pulled backward by an invisible force. Right before the warrior's eyes, his body begins to disappear. In an instant, he is transformed into a seal card that flies straight into Huang's hand. A notification immediately appears before him, and in it, the system congratulates him on obtaining an epic rank monster card, the Ghostface Clown.